Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm very happy to have you here again tonight. Before we get into the story, I want to mention one small thing about the ads you may sometimes hear. On these long videos, any advertisements are meant to appear near the beginning, usually within the first 10 minutes. After that, I want you to be able to relax, keep the story playing, and listen without interruption for the rest of the night. So if you hear another ad much later, perhaps 3 or 4 hours into the video, it is most likely because YouTube has not yet fully updated the settings for that upload. This can happen from time to time, especially with newer videos, and I really appreciate your understanding when it does. I know many of you listen while lying in bed, resting after work, or slowly falling asleep, so I want these long stories to stay as calm and uninterrupted as possible once they are underway. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Where in the world are you listening from tonight? What country or city are you in? And what time is it there right now? Maybe it's already well past midnight. Maybe you're finishing a late shift, starting your morning, or listening from somewhere where the day has only just begun. Please leave a comment with your location and the time. I always enjoy seeing how far these stories have traveled, and I'm genuinely curious to know how many different places around the world Chilly Midnight has reached. Every comment gives me another little point on the map and reminds me that these stories are finding listeners far beyond where they were written. Wherever you are tonight, thank you for being here. Now get comfortable, let the room grow quiet, and leave the rest of the world outside for a while. Tonight's story is ready. Let's begin. Story 1. By the time I first saw Castle Mourningvale, the rain had thinned to something too fine to fall properly. It hung in the air like breath on glass, silvering the heather and softening the black line of the hills. My driver stopped at a cattle gate half a mile below the castle and refused to take the car any farther. "Road gets narrow," he said. It did not. I could see the road climbing in a clean gravel curve toward the ridge. I paid him anyway. People like to imagine that skeptics are fearless. We aren't. We simply prefer fears that can be measured, recorded, and played back. Faulty wiring, carbon monoxide, infrasound, sleep deprivation, suggestion. Human beings are very good at making ghosts out of bad architecture and worse memories. That was the premise of my podcast, Pike's Lantern, though listeners usually shortened it to Lantern. I had spent 6 years walking through abandoned rectories, condemned hotels, cursed farmhouses, and one aggressively ordinary pub in Northumberland whose owner had invented a dead barmaid because ghost tours sold better than steak pie. Mourningvale was supposed to be different. The invitation had arrived on thick cream paper with no return address. 7 nights. Full access. No staff after sunset. Record whatever I liked. Publish whatever I found. The only condition was that I sign the guest register. I carried my equipment up the road beneath a sky the color of old pewter. The castle appeared and disappeared behind banks of fog. 4 square towers, slate roofs, chimneys like broken fingers. It was smaller than the photographs online, but photographs had failed to capture its position. Mourningvale did not sit on the ridge, so much as block it, as if the mountain had risen around the building and stopped. The front door opened before I knocked. A woman in a dark green coat stood inside. She was perhaps 60, with silver hair cut blunt at the jaw and a face that seemed permanently prepared for unpleasant weather. "Mr. Pike, Samuel is fine." "No," she said, after the slightest pause. "Mr. Pike will do." Her name was Beatrice Vale, caretaker, and representative of the family that owned the castle. She did not offer her hand. Inside, the air smelled of stone dust, beeswax, and something faintly medicinal. The entrance hall was narrow for a castle, paneled in dark oak, with portraits arranged too high on the walls to examine comfortably. Every painted face seemed tilted downward. Beatrice showed me the drawing room, kitchen, library, and the bedroom prepared for me on the second floor. She moved quickly, never turning her back on a doorway for long. "There are 2 staircases you may use," she said. "The east stair and the servants' stair beside the kitchen. And the others? Some are unsafe. That usually means interesting. That usually means unsafe." I smiled. She did not. The guest register waited on a slanted desk in the entrance hall. It was enormous, bound in cracked brown leather, the pages swollen by damp. Beatrice opened it near the middle and placed a fountain pen beside my hand. The first thing I noticed was how far back the entries went. 1912, 1938, 1964. Names, addresses, dates of arrival and departure. Every guest apparently had signed out. No disappearances. No mysterious deaths. No unfinished entries. I began turning pages. Besides some names, someone had written notes in the margin. At first, I assumed they were housekeeping marks. A crooked cross. A circle. A line in red pencil. Then I found the sentence. 2 people came down the mountain. I read it twice. The handwriting was narrow and childish. I turned another page. The same sentence appeared beside a different guest, written in thick blue ink by a different hand. 2 people came down the mountain. Another page. Different decade. Different handwriting. 2 people came down the mountain. What does that mean? Beatrice had already stepped away. Shh. When she answered, she was standing at the front door with her coat fastened. "It means they left." "That's not what it says?" "No." Rain whispered against the windows. I looked down at the open register. My name was already written on the next blank line. Samuel Pick. Below it, in ink that still shone wet, someone had added, 2 people came down the mountain. The ink dried while I watched it. That bothered me more than the sentence itself. Fresh ink meant a person. A practical cause. Someone had written my name before I arrived, then waited until I was distracted. Beatrice, presumably. The whole thing had the smell of theater. Handwritten invitations, hostile caretaker, ominous warnings, a ledger positioned exactly where a guest would find it. I took 3 photographs of the page before closing the register. When I looked up, Beatrice was gone. The front door stood shut. I heard no engine on the road below. By early evening, Mourningvale had become mine. That was how I phrased it into the microphone. Castle Mourningvale, Scottish borders. Night 1. No staff remain on the property after sunset, which sounds sinister until you remember most privately owned historic buildings are understaffed, expensive to heat, and surrounded by people who would rather sleep in their own houses. I paused. Too dry. I started again. Mourningvale has accumulated 3 centuries of stories about guests who return, changed, doubled, or accompanied by someone no one remembers meeting. Better. Not true, exactly. Not yet. But better. My job had never been lying. People misunderstand that about editing. Raw reality is shapeless. A door creaks, someone coughs, 20 minutes pass, nothing happens. Then a witness says something useful while opening a packet of crisps. Leave all of that intact and you don't have truth. You have noise. Truth requires structure. My headphones crackled. Tessa Wren answered on the 4th ring. You alive? Regrettably. Castle good? Castle excellent. Caretaker performs contempt professionally. That'll play well. Tessa had produced Lantern since its 2nd season. She knew when I was exaggerating, which was useful because she rarely cared. I told her about the register. There was a pause. Please tell me you recorded yourself finding it. No. Samuel. I photographed it. You found a guest book predicting your departure before you signed in, and you didn't record the reaction? I was busy having one. That is unlike you. She was right. I sat at the desk in my bedroom, looking at the waveform moving across my laptop. Probably staged. Of course it's staged. Fresh ink. Even better. You don't sound curious. I sound employed. That made me laugh. Tessa asked what I wanted for the opening cut. Keep the register. Cut Beatrice explaining the stairs. Why? It drags. It establishes restricted access. It establishes building regulations. What about the road? Keep the driver refusing to go farther. He said it was narrow. He refused. Because it was narrow. I looked toward the dark window. Tessa. Yes? No one listens to ambiguity. She sighed softly. There it was, the argument we had been having for years. I had built Lantern on certainty. A floorboard was expansion. A whisper was radio interference. A possession was grief performed for attention. A miracle was an edit somebody hadn't noticed. People wanted conclusions. I gave them conclusions. That was why Malcolm Rook bothered me whenever castles were involved. I hadn't thought his full name in months. Malcolm had been the caretaker at Gresham House, the ruined manor where I recorded the episode that made Lantern successful. He was 58, suspicious of cameras, and deeply irritated by the university students who trespassed there, looking for a supposed woman, crying beneath the western tower. He died on my 2nd night. The official finding was accidental death. He had fallen through a collapsed section of flooring near the old service corridor. I had said exactly that in the episode. A tragic accident. 4 words. Clean words. I remembered rain on broken glass. Malcolm shouting from somewhere below me. My recorder still running in my hand. There were other details. I pushed them away. "Samuel." Tessa's voice pulled me back. "I'm here." "You went quiet." "Connection." "The connection's fine." I saved the call and began organizing the evening's files. Interview audio. Room tone. Rain. Guest register photographs. Opening narration. Then I noticed a new file in the recorder folder. It was 23 seconds long. I did not remember recording it. I put on my headphones. At first, only footsteps. Slow. Measured. Crossing the corridor outside my room. Then my own voice, very close to the microphone, said, "Don't cut this part." I stopped the recording. The corridor outside was silent. On the waveform, 7 seconds after the recorded footsteps ended, another set began. This time, I could hear them outside my actual door. The footsteps stopped outside my door. I waited for a knock. None came. The recorder continued playing through my headphones, its tiny waveform crawling toward the end of the file. 7 seconds of silence passed. Then the handle beside me moved. Not on the recording. On the actual door. It dipped halfway and rose again. I stood so quickly, the chair struck the wall. "Beatrice?" Nothing. I opened the door. The corridor was empty. Mourningvale's second floor ran almost the entire length of the eastern wing, a narrow passage of dark paneling interrupted by tall windows and closed bedroom doors. Only 3 wall lamps were lit. Beyond them, the corridor disappeared into shadow. At the far end, someone turned the corner. A man. Dark trousers. Gray shirt. Barely more than a shoulder and the back of a head. My height. My build. I went after him. "Hello?" No answer. By the time I reached the corner, the next passage was empty. There was only an antique mirror leaning between 2 doors. For a second, I saw myself in it, approaching from the corridor I had just crossed. Not standing before it. Approaching. My reflection took 2 more steps. Then I arrived in the position it had already occupied. I stopped. The reflection stopped with me. I touched the glass. Cold. Ordinary. "Very good," I whispered. Someone had installed cameras, projection equipment, reflective film. That was the explanation I chose, because explanations become easier when you say them aloud. I returned to my room and set up every recorder I had. 1 on the desk. 1 beside the door. 1 in the corridor. A directional microphone aimed toward the east staircase. If Mourningvale wanted to perform, I would give it an audience. For the next hour, nothing happened. I narrated observations into my primary recorder. Temperature. Weather. Architecture. Possible acoustic channels through the walls. When I said, "The building appears to carry sound unusually well," my headphones played the same sentence before I had finished thinking it. I froze. The words came through in my own voice. "The building appears to carry sound unusually well." 7 seconds later, I heard myself say them aloud. I stared at the recorder. I tried again. "My name is Samuel Pike. The headphones answered first. My name is Samuel Pike. 7 seconds. Exactly. I stopped speaking. The recorded voice stopped too. I lifted my left hand without saying anything. Nothing happened. So it wasn't predicting movement. Only speech. I said something deliberately absurd. My grandmother was the Queen of Denmark. My voice in the headphones had already said it. 7 seconds later, unwillingly amused, I repeated the sentence aloud because I had intended to. That distinction mattered. The recording wasn't predicting the future. It was somehow recording intention. I spent another 20 minutes testing it. Every sentence I consciously prepared appeared first. Every impulsive noise did not. A cough arrived only once. A muttered curse arrived only once. But anything I meant to say came 7 seconds early. Then I heard, "You left him down there." I did not repeat it. My hands became very still. The waveform continued moving. I removed the headphones. For several minutes I sat beside the desk, listening only to the rain. Malcolm Rook had not died immediately. That detail had never been in the published episode. The fall had broken his pelvis and one leg. He had landed beneath the service floor in darkness, conscious enough to answer when I called his name. Emergency services took time to reach Gresham House. There had been no mobile signal inside. I had gone outside to call. That was the version I remembered. Mostly. I put the headphones back on. The recording was still running. Static. My breathing. Then footsteps crossed the corridor microphone. 7 seconds later, footsteps sounded outside my door. I did not move. The handle remained still. A shadow passed beneath the gap. I looked toward the wall mirror. Someone moved behind me. I turned. Empty room. In the mirror, however, I saw myself standing beside the door. The other Samuel was holding a recorder. His face was turned downward, listening. Then he looked directly at me. His mouth moved. My headphones whispered before he did. I moved the warning sign before Malcolm fell. I did what frightened people always accuse skeptics of doing. I made a list. Wireless bleed from another transmitter. Delayed monitoring. Corrupted buffer playback. A concealed speaker system. Sleep deprivation. Suggestion caused by the guest register. Someone using samples of my voice. The last possibility annoyed me, most because it was technically achievable. Tessa had thousands of hours of clean recordings. So did the public. Anyone sufficiently patient could build a convincing imitation of me saying almost anything, including Malcolm's name, including the warning sign. That did not explain why I had seen myself in the mirror. But mirrors were easier to distrust than memory. I slept for perhaps 3 hours. When I woke, pale morning light was leaking around the curtains, and the recorder beside my bed was still running. Nothing useful had been captured overnight. No voices. No footsteps. Only rain, pipes, and my own breathing. Normal sound felt almost offensive. Beatrice returned shortly after breakfast, carrying groceries in 2 canvas bags. "You have cameras in the East Corridor?" I asked. "No." Speakers? No. Projection equipment? She placed a carton of eggs on the kitchen table. No. You answered very quickly. You asked simple questions. I watched her unpack bread, milk, butter, apples. Someone accessed my equipment last night. Beatrice stopped. Not dramatically. Just long enough to notice. Did they? My recorder captured material I didn't make. Then, perhaps it wasn't your recorder. I laughed once. That sounds rehearsed. She looked at me. Everything sounds rehearsed when you've already decided what it means. The sentence irritated me enough that I ended the conversation. I spent the afternoon checking the castle. I searched for wireless transmitters, inspected wall cavities where possible, photographed ceiling fixtures, scanned the corridor with an RF detector, and compared the dimensions of rooms against the exterior. Nothing. No hidden equipment. No obvious passages. No rational mechanism. By late afternoon, I had begun to distrust exhaustion more than Mourningvale. So I showered. I shaved. I changed nothing else. That mattered later. My clothes for the evening, a black sweater and dark jeans, were folded across the foot of the bed. I was still wearing the gray shirt from the previous night when I carried my primary recorder downstairs. At the landing above the entrance hall, I heard footsteps below. Not 7 seconds early. Real footsteps. I leaned over the banister. A man crossed the far end of the lower corridor. Slowly. Completely visible. He wore my black sweater. My dark jeans. My shoes. He carried my silver field recorder in his right hand. I did not move. He did not hurry. He simply walked past the opening and disappeared toward the library. For the first time since arriving, I did not reach for an explanation. I ran. The stairs seemed longer coming down. By the time I reached the corridor, it was empty. Stop. My voice struck the stone and came back thinner. The library door stood open. No one inside. I checked the drawing room. Kitchen. Entrance hall. Nothing. Then I saw the silver recorder lying on the guest registered desk. My recorder. Except mine was in my hand. I put them side by side. Same model. Same scratches near the battery compartment. Same strip of black tape covering the manufacturer's logo. On the duplicate was a shallow dent I recognized immediately. I had dropped mine onto a railway platform 2 years earlier. The dent was in exactly the same place. I checked the serial numbers. Identical. My throat tightened. The duplicate contained one file. 47 minutes long. I pressed play. At first, there was only room tone. Then my voice spoke. Tell me what happened to Malcolm. A pause. Another voice answered. Also, mine. I already told you. No, you told everyone else. Silence. Then the first Samuel said, quietly, "Why did you move the sign?" The second version of my voice began to breathe harder. I stood alone in the entrance hall, holding 2 identical recorders, listening to an interview between two men who were both me. I listened to 12 minutes of the interview before I decided to leave. Not because of what the voices said, because of what one of them remembered. The first voice, calm, deliberate, almost clinical, asked questions. The second resisted. Sometimes it laughed. Sometimes it became angry. Once it accused the interviewer of manufacturing a confession for an audience. That sounded like me. Then the interviewer mentioned the yellow plastic warning sign at Gresham House. I stopped the recording. I could picture the sign, or I thought I could. Yellow plastic. Black lettering. A broken hinge on one leg. But when I tried to remember where it had stood before Malcolm fell, the image refused to settle. At the corridor entrance? Beside the rotten floor? Against the wall? I knew I had seen it. I no longer knew where. That was enough. I packed my laptop, microphones, batteries, and both silver recorders. I left clothes behind. Equipment can be replaced. Certainty cannot. The morning was gray but dry. I walked down the gravel road toward the cattle gate. Mourningvale disappeared behind me. That helped. The ridge fell steadily through heather and wet grass. After perhaps 20 minutes, I reached a stone wall I did not remember passing on the drive up. Beyond it, the road descended into fog. I kept walking. The fog thickened. Then the road began climbing. I noticed gradually. First the strain in my calves. Then the angle of rainwater running beside the gravel. Then the castle emerging ahead of me. I stopped. Mourningvale stood at the top of the road. I had approached it from the west. The road I had left followed the east slope. I checked my phone. No signal. The compass rotated once and settled north. I tried a footpath behind the wall. It descended sharply through bracken, crossed a stream, passed 3 twisted hawthorns, and entered a stand of pine. 40 minutes later, I stepped through trees onto the castle's rear lawn. I tried again. A sheep track. Then the old service road. Then straight downhill through the heather. Every route returned me to Mourningvale. Always from somewhere new. By the 4th attempt, I stopped looking at the landscape and started looking for him. I knew he was there. At first, he remained where he had always been, just ahead. A dark figure between trees. A shoulder passing behind stone. My own profile reflected briefly in a rain-filled trough before I reached it. But something had changed. He was slower. At the edge of the pine wood, I saw him standing perhaps 30 yards below me. Black sweater. Dark jeans. Recorder in hand. He looked uphill. At me. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Then he turned and walked away. Not vanished. Walked. I could have caught him. I almost did. But there was something unbearable about the relaxed way he moved, as though he already knew I would eventually follow. Back inside Mourningvale, I locked the front door. An absurd gesture. I searched for the duplicate recorder. It was missing from my bag. I found it upstairs on my pillow. The interview had advanced. I pressed play. My own voice said, "What did Malcolm say after he fell?" The other Samuel answered immediately. Which time? I frowned. The interviewer clarified. The first thing. A pause. Then, he said my name. I knew that. I remembered Malcolm calling up from the darkness. Samuel. Then the voice continued. He asked why the sign had been moved. I stopped breathing. That was wrong. Malcolm had asked for help. I was certain. I tried to hear him in my memory. Broken glass. Rain. My own breathing. A voice below. But the words were gone. I opened the archived Gresham House files on my laptop. There should have been 6 original recordings from that night. Only the edited episode remained. I searched backup folders. Nothing. I called Tessa. No signal. Then the duplicate recorder played by itself. The interviewer asked, "What did you say to him?" The answer came softly. I told him I was going for help. And did you? A long silence. I waited for my own memory to answer. Nothing came. The voice on the recorder did. No, I went back for the microphone first. My stomach tightened. A picture surfaced with sickening clarity. Not Malcolm. Not the fall. A microphone lying near the broken corridor, its red recording light still blinking. I remembered picking it up. I remembered checking whether it was damaged. I remembered that perfectly. But Malcolm's face beneath the floor had become a blank space. And suddenly, I understood what frightened me most about the man walking Mourningvale ahead of me. He was not learning my past. He remembered it better than I did. Beatrice returned just before noon. I heard her key in the front door while I was standing in the entrance hall with the duplicate recorder in my hand. For a moment, I considered confronting her. Instead, I asked, "Where does the north staircase go?" She stopped removing her gloves. "The north stair is closed." That wasn't my question. "It goes nowhere you need to be." I laughed, though nothing about the conversation was funny. You invite a professional investigator into a castle, tell him certain places are forbidden, leave prophetic messages in a guest register, and expect him not to look? I did not invite you. That silenced me. Beatrice folded her gloves carefully. "The owners invited you. I asked them not to." "Why?" Her eyes moved to the recorder. "Because men who make a profession of deciding which version of an event deserves to survive tend to do badly here." I followed her gaze. "You know what this is." "Yes." "What is happening to me?" Beatrice looked toward the upper floors. "You should leave the north stair alone." I tried leaving the mountain. I know. That answer stayed with me. An hour later, Beatrice drove away. I waited until I could no longer hear the engine. Then I found the north staircase. It began behind a narrow door concealed beneath the main landing. No warning sign. No chain. Just a brass lock old enough to imply certainty. The key was already in it. The air beyond smelled of damp paper. The stairs climbed first, although the architecture suggested they should descend. Stone steps curled inside the thickness of the wall, narrow enough that my shoulders nearly brushed both sides. I counted them. At 43, I should have been above the roofline. The staircase continued. At 61, it leveled into a corridor. No windows. No electricity. Yet a row of glass lamps burned along the walls with flames too small to move. The corridor ended at a wooden door. Behind it was a gallery. Not paintings. Lives. Shelves stretched farther than the castle should have allowed, divided into labeled sections by year. Leather suitcases. Hat boxes. Walking sticks. Bundles of letters. Children's shoes. Cameras. Jewelry cases. Cassette recorders. Wax cylinders. Thousands of objects, each accompanied by a name. I recognized names from the guest register. Edmund Harrow, 1921. Margaret Vale, 1947. Jonathan Price, 1983. I opened Jonathan Price's box. Inside were 2 diaries. Same cover. Same handwriting. Same dates. In the first, Price described Mourningvale as a hostile place. He wrote of seeing himself in corridors, hearing accusations from empty rooms, remembering how he had abandoned his younger brother during a boating accident. The final entry read, "It knows I let him drown." The second diary described the same week differently. Pleasant walks. Excellent weather. A quiet castle. No brother. No guilt. The final entry read, "I feel lighter than I have in years." I opened another box. 2 cassette tapes. Same woman's voice. On one, she confessed to stealing money from an elderly aunt and allowing suspicion to fall on her sister. On the other, she spoke cheerfully about birds nesting above the western tower. Another box. 2 sets of letters from a man named Peter Sloan. One begged his wife to forgive him. The other told her how beautiful the borders looked in autumn. The pattern never changed. One account carried something unbearable. The other contained peace. I began moving faster. Every guest had been divided into evidence. Confession and innocence. Burden and release. Then I reached a section without a year. Newer shelves. Plastic storage cases. Digital recorders. Modern luggage. One compartment stood empty except for an envelope. My name was written across it. Samuel Pick. My fingers felt numb as I opened it. Inside was a photograph. Glossy. Recent. It showed the village below Mourningvale in clear morning sunlight. Stone cottages. A bakery. A red postbox. 2 people were walking down the main street. One was Beatrice Vale. She was smiling. I had never seen her smile. The man beside her wore a black sweater and dark jeans. He had my face. My posture. My recorder clipped to his belt. On the back of the photograph, someone had written a date. Tomorrow. Beneath it, in Beatrice's handwriting, were 5 words. Samuel Pike came down safely. The photograph stayed in my hand long enough for the edges to soften with sweat. Tomorrow. I turned it over again, as if the date might have changed. It had not. The gallery no longer felt like an archive. It felt like a waiting room. I began opening boxes at random, looking for the pattern. A schoolmaster from 1931 had beaten a boy badly enough to leave him deaf in one ear. His first account returned to the incident obsessively. His second never mentioned teaching at all. A woman from 1972 wrote about leaving her sister alone during a seizure because she was drunk and afraid of losing her job. Her other diary contained recipes, sketches of the hills, and a note about how peaceful the castle made her feel. A man who had gambled away his family's savings. A mother who had lied in court. A physician who had altered a report after a patient died. Every second version was easier to read. That was the worst of it. They sounded healthier. Kinder. Less afraid. I found recordings organized by village family names. Some were interviews. Others were messages from relatives of former guests. A woman said her husband had returned from Mourningvale and stopped drinking overnight. Another said her mother came home unable to remember why she had refused to speak to her sister for 20 years. A boy described his father after the castle. He doesn't shout anymore, he said. He says he doesn't know why he ever did. The interviewer asked whether that frightened him. The boy was silent. Then he said, "No, I like this one." I took off the headphones. This one. I searched until I found village council records. There were no complaints about Mourningvale. No missing guests. Instead, there were property agreements, maintenance payments, and handwritten instructions for certain families whenever the castle was occupied. Do not approach the ridge before dawn. Do not ask the returning guest what they remember. Do not tell them what they confessed. If two figures are seen descending, greet only the one who reaches the village. At the bottom of one page, someone had written, "Kindness is not the same as innocence, but people below have learned not to argue with what feeds them peace." I heard Beatrice behind me. "Put that back." She stood in the doorway. No anger. Only exhaustion. I held up the photograph. "Tomorrow?" Her eyes went to it. "You were never meant to find this room. You knew I would." "Yes." "Then explain it." She stepped into the gallery. For once, she looked old, not physically, but structurally, as if the posture she had carried for decades had finally become too heavy. "The village knows what Mourningvale does," she said. "Splits people. If you need the word. And they accept it. They live with what comes down." I laughed. "That's your defense?" "It isn't a defense." She touched a leather case on one shelf. "My father came here when I was 19. He had been cruel for most of my childhood. Not every day. That would have been simpler. He was kind often enough that we kept waiting for the kind version to become permanent. He stayed here 3 nights. And afterward, he apologized. For what? For nothing." She looked at me. That was the strange part. He became gentle, but he no longer remembered needing forgiveness. The original stayed here. Yes, And you preferred the other one? Yes. No hesitation. Most families do. I looked around the gallery. All these people trapped up here while their replacements inherit their lives. Beatrice's expression hardened. You call them replacements because that makes the choice easier. They have the same memories that do not hurt, the same love, stripped of whatever made it unbearable. That isn't a person, isn't it? I thought of my edited episodes. Voices cleaned of pauses. Events cleaned of uncertainty. Malcolm cleaned into 4 words. A tragic accident. What happened to you? I asked. Her face changed. Barely, but enough. She looked toward the shelves. I came to Mourningvale when I was 26. My grip tightened on the photograph. Beatrice smiled for the first time since I had met her. It was the same smile she wore beside me in tomorrow's picture. The woman you've been speaking to, she said, is the one who came down. For several seconds, I thought Beatrice was making a joke. Then I remembered that I had never once heard her make one. You're saying you're not Beatrice Vale. I am Beatrice Vale. The original one. She looked toward the shelves. No. The answer landed more quietly than it should have. Then where is she? Beatrice did not point. She did not need to. Somewhere beyond the gallery walls, inside the impossible architecture of Mourningvale, another woman had been waiting for decades, while this one bought groceries, kept accounts, buried parents, spoke to neighbors, and learned which staircases not to climb. I looked at the rows of paired lives. What did she do? I don't know. You don't remember? I remember everything except the part that required punishment. That sentence altered the room. Not memory loss. Selection. Mourningvale did not copy people. It edited them. Beatrice seemed to read the realization in my face. The castle does not divide good from evil, she said. People have always tried to describe it that way, because it is comforting. Then what does it divide? What can leave from what cannot? A sound came from the corridor outside. Footsteps. Slow. Close. No longer ahead of me by 7 seconds. I turned. The other Samuel stood in the doorway. Black sweater. Dark jeans. Recorder in hand. He was not distorted. Not translucent. Not pale. He looked healthy. More rested than I felt. That offended me. He stepped into the gallery. Beatrice moved aside. You knew he was coming, I said. Yes. The other Samuel smiled. It was my podcast smile. Small, controlled, faintly amused. The expression I used before telling frightened people that the thing ruining their sleep had a perfectly reasonable explanation. Hello, Sam. Nobody called me Sam. Not anymore. What are you? He glanced at the shelves. You've already worked that out. You're not me. I know Malcolm Rook's favorite cigarettes. My mouth went dry. He rolled his own. The double continued. Virginia tobacco. Cheap blue papers. He complained about the humidity because they stuck together. I remembered the smell. Suddenly, Malcolm standing beneath a broken window, licking the paper edge. The memory had not existed 5 seconds earlier. Or perhaps it had been somewhere I refused to look. My double tilted his head. He had a daughter named Claire. I know. No, you knew once. I stepped toward him. What does the castle want? Nothing. Everything wants something. That's why you misunderstand this place. You keep treating it like a story. Beatrice closed her eyes. The double touched one of the archive boxes. Mourningvale doesn't judge. It doesn't forgive. It finds the line. What line? Between the person who can continue living and the person who knows why they shouldn't? I thought of the recordings, the pleasant diaries, the peaceful letters. What happens to the ones who stay? You've heard them. A faint noise moved behind the walls. Not pipes. Voices. Hundreds of them. Whispers layered so densely that no sentence survived. My double came closer. You built me long before we arrived here. I stared at him. The episodes, the interviews, every pause you removed because it weakened the argument, every witness you made sound certain, every ugly thing you trimmed until you became the man who was always right. That was editing. Yes. You think that makes you innocent? No. He smiled again. That makes me innocent. The words hurt because I understood them. He was not some purified child hidden inside me. He was Samuel Pike, as the audience knew him. Competent. Rational. Ethical enough to condemn fraud. Brave enough to enter haunted places. A man with clean conclusions because every compromising detail had been left on the cutting room floor. Mourningvale had simply given that construction a body. And I stay here, I said. If you insist on remembering. There has to be another way. There always is. Hope rose before I could stop it. My double lifted the recorder. You can decide none of this happened. I heard my own professional cadence in his voice. We leave together. We call it exhaustion, suggestion, architectural disorientation. We cut the bad audio. And Malcolm? His expression softened. That was a tragic accident. 4 clean words. For one terrible second, I wanted them. Then the other Samuel leaned close enough that I could see the tired red veins in eyes identical to mine. Only one of us can be believed outside Mourningvale, he whispered. And you already taught the audience which one they prefer. The problem with memory is that once one piece returns, it rarely comes alone. Malcolm's cigarettes came first. Then the rain. Then the yellow sign. I left the gallery without asking Beatrice or the other Samuel where I was going. I carried both recorders upstairs and locked myself in my room, though by then I understood locks meant nothing in Mourningvale. Outside, darkness pressed against the windows. Dawn was still hours away. I opened the old Gresham House project folder again. The edited episode remained. 38 polished minutes. I listened from the beginning. My younger voice sounded unbearable. Confident. Amused. I had arrived at Gresham House expecting nothing and desperately needing something. Lantern had barely existed then. The first episodes had attracted almost no audience. I had spent money. I didn't have traveling to supposedly haunted properties, recording hours of silence, then publishing careful explanations nobody cared about. Gresham House was supposed to save the show. The story was perfect. A crying woman beneath the Western Tower. Footsteps in an abandoned service corridor. A caretaker who claimed previous visitors had heard voices near a collapsed section of flooring. Malcolm had marked the dangerous area with a yellow folding sign. I remembered filming it. Then I remembered moving it. Not far. 6 feet, perhaps. I wanted a clean shot down the corridor. The sign sat directly in frame, bright and ridiculous beneath the ruined stone arches. I had complained that it destroyed the atmosphere. Malcolm told me not to touch it. I waited until he went outside. Then I moved it beside the wall. I told myself I would put it back. That evening, I placed a microphone beyond the damaged section because the acoustics there produced a low resonance that sounded almost like distant breathing. I wanted Malcolm to hear it. I wanted his reaction. So I called him in. He walked toward the microphone in darkness. Where the sign should have been, there was nothing. The rotten boards collapsed under him. I stopped the episode. My hands were shaking. The memory continued anyway. Malcolm below me. Conscious. Groaning. Then shouting my name. Not asking for help. Asking one question. Where's the bloody sign? I had lied to the police. Not completely. That was how I had survived it. I said the sign had been moved sometime during the investigation. I said I did not know by whom. I gave them audio from before the fall. Not after. Because the recorder had captured everything. Malcolm accusing me. Me apologizing. Me promising I would get help. Then, the microphone. I remembered seeing its red light blinking beside the broken floor. I climbed back toward it first. Not because it mattered more than Malcolm. That was the lie I had used afterward. I retrieved it because I knew what it contained. And when the episode was published, Malcolm became a tragic accident that proved haunted buildings were dangerous for ordinary reasons. The show exploded. My career began where he fell. I opened a fresh recording. For once, I did not prepare a script. My name is Samuel Pike. My voice shook. I left it in. Years ago, during an investigation at Gresham House, I moved a safety marker because it was interfering with a shot. I explained everything. The sign. The microphone. The fall. The missing recording. The police statement. The edit. Every time I wanted to soften a sentence, I forced myself to say it again without protection. I did not call it a mistake when I meant choice. I did not call it confusion when I meant fear. I did not call Malcolm's death an accident without explaining my part in making it possible. The confession lasted almost an hour. When I finished, the room had begun to pale with the first suggestion of morning. I connected my laptop. One bar of signal appeared. Impossible. Enough. I uploaded the raw file to the Lantern feed and scheduled immediate publication. No music. No edit. No introduction. Just the truth. The progress bar began moving. 10%. 20. 30. Somewhere downstairs, the front door opened. I froze. 40%. Then came footsteps across the entrance hall. Unhurried. Familiar. 50%. I ran into the corridor, barefoot. By the time I reached the top of the east staircase, the front door was standing open to a gray strip of approaching dawn. Someone was walking down the mountain. Calmly. Without looking back. And even from that distance, I could see he was wearing my shoes. The upload reached 93%. Then the signal vanished. I watched the progress bar freeze. Below me, the man wearing my shoes had reached the first bend in the mountain road. I ran. Bare feet struck cold stone, then gravel. Stop. He did not turn. The sky behind Mourningvale was beginning to lighten, draining the hills of color. I ran harder, but the distance between us remained almost exactly the same. He walked. I ran. He kept descending. At the cattle gate, fog crossed the road. For perhaps 3 seconds, I lost sight of him. When it cleared, he was gone. The village bells began ringing somewhere below. I remember shouting my own name. After that, memory becomes less reliable. 3 months later, Samuel Pike published what critics called the best episode of Pike's Lantern. I know, because I have heard it. The episode is titled Mourningvale, How a Castle Manufactures a Ghost Story. Samuel explains the footsteps through architectural echo, the duplicated recordings through corrupted wireless monitoring, the looping roads through fog, fatigue, and poor orientation, the guest register through generations of local folklore carefully maintained by the castle's owners. Beatrice Vale appears briefly. She sounds amused. Healthy. When Samuel asks whether Mourningvale changes people, she answers, only if they arrive wanting to be changed. Listeners loved that line. The episode became the most downloaded release in Lantern history. Tessa Wren gave interviews about it. Samuel announced a new series about psychologically manipulative, haunted attractions. No confession was ever published. There is no audio file in the feed describing Malcolm Rook's death. No scheduled upload. No deleted draft. No server record. Someone eventually emailed Tessa asking whether Samuel had ever considered revisiting Gresham House. Her reply was cheerful. Why would he? That case was solved years ago. The village records are equally clean. Samuel Pike arrived alone at Mourningvale. Samuel Pike remained 7 nights. Samuel Pike left safely the following morning. There is no second departure. No photograph in the public archive. No record of a man remaining inside. Even the guest register has changed. Beside my name, only one sentence remains. Mr. Pike departed in good health. Perhaps that should be the end. It was for several months. Then, listeners began complaining about the final 11 seconds of the Mourningvale episode. Most people heard nothing unusual. A chair moving. Samuel breathing. A faint click as the recorder was switched off. But headphone users noticed something underneath. At first, it sounded like interference. Then knocking. Not knocking. Pounding. Someone striking wood with both hands from very far away. Audio engineers isolated the frequency. They found a voice. Samuel's voice. The first recovered words were impossible to understand. Then somebody slowed the recording. The sentence became clear. He didn't tell you about Malcolm. The clip spread. Samuel dismissed it as pareidolia. Tessa called it compression noise. A week later, a longer version appeared online. More pounding. More breathing. My voice. Listen to me. Then, he came down because he could forget. The recording should end there. It does not. There is one final sound almost nobody notices because it sits beneath Samuel's closing music. A door shaking in its frame. Fingernails dragging across wood. And a man screaming with my voice from somewhere that has no measurable distance from the microphone. I am Samuel Pike. A pause. Then, much quieter, the man who returned is lying. Mourningvale's cruelty was never that it created monsters. It offered something much more tempting. A life without the weight of what we have done. Samuel spent years editing uncertainty, guilt, and inconvenient truth out of other people's stories until the castle simply applied the same method to him. Perhaps the darkest question is not which Samuel was real. Both were. The question is which one the world was willing to accept. If removing guilt made you kinder, calmer, and easier to love, but left the truth trapped somewhere behind you, would you still call the person who walked away innocent? Story 2. The first bag was colder than the others. Dr. Naomi Vale noticed it because she had spent 19 years learning the small physical differences that machines were supposed to make irrelevant. A properly stored unit of packed red cells had a certain weight in the hand, a soft resistance when the plastic shifted, a dark garnet density under fluorescent light. This one felt almost rigid, as though the blood inside had been cooled far below the legal range without freezing. She stood alone in sub-level 3 of St. Aubin Medical Center, beneath 2 floors of laboratories and 5 floors of patient wards, while the refrigeration compressors breathed behind the walls. The inventory audit should have taken 40 minutes. It had already taken nearly 2 hours. Naomi slid the bag beneath the scanner. The screen displayed Lucien Morale. O negative. Coction Day, August 14th, 1986. Stati prelisti for clinical use. For several seconds, she did nothing. Then she scanned it again. The same information returned. Behind her, one of the refrigeration units clicked off. The sudden quiet seemed to enlarge the room. She could hear the faint hum of the emergency lights and, farther away, the irregular tapping of water inside an old pipe. Naomi turned the bag over. There was no discoloration. No clouding. No sign of hemolysis. The blood looked fresh. Too fresh. She checked the handwritten identifier near the port. The letters were neat, narrow, and slightly slanted, written in black ink. Elmore A.U. She knew the name. Not because of the donor. Because of the file. 3 months earlier, during a quality control review, she had signed an amendment concerning a batch of rare matched blood that had been redirected from the public allocation pool to a private oncology patient named Adrian Kessler. Kessler's family had funded an expansion of the hospital's surgical wing. Officially, the transfer had been justified by a compatibility emergency. Unofficially, Naomi had changed 2 priority codes after midnight and told herself that no patient had died because of it. That last sentence had become important to her. No patient had died. She repeated it often enough that it had stopped sounding like a defense. The Moreau identifier had appeared once in the archival compatibility data attached to Kessler's case. Naomi had assumed it was a transcription artifact from an older database. She opened the donor registry. Lucien Etienne Moreau, born 1931. Blood type O negative. Special note, atypical antigen profile. Last verified donation, October 1986. Deceased, December 1986. Naomi stared at the screen. The bag in her hand was labeled August. Old blood could not survive 40 years. Not in a refrigerator. Not in a freezer. Not anywhere outside fiction, error, or fraud. She placed the unit in a red quarantine tray and began checking adjacent stock. The next 6 bags were normal. The 7th was not. Lucien Moreau. Collection date, September 1986. Fresh. The 9th carried the same name. Then the 11th. Naomi stopped scanning. She opened the refrigeration drawer all the way. 32 units lay inside, arranged in careful rows. At first glance, they appeared mixed among routine stock. Then she noticed the handwritten marks near the ports. Elmore A.U. Elmore A.U. Elmore A.U. Her mouth had gone dry. She pulled the inventory history. According to the system, none of the bags existed. According to the physical shelf log, the drawer had been empty at 6 that evening. Naomi checked the security access record. Only 1 person had entered sublevel 3 since then. Her. She looked toward the sealed door at the far end of the storage room, the one leading to the decommissioned transfusion archive. It had not been used in years. The hospital had kept it locked after a coolant leak damaged the old paper records. A thin line of condensation had appeared beneath it. Not water. Something darker. Naomi stepped closer. The smell reached her first. Cold iron. Whetstone. And beneath both, the unmistakable scent of freshly turned soil. Her phone vibrated in her coat pocket. A message from intensive care. Adrian Kessler, rapid hematologic response. Requesting additional units from same Mysonko. Naomi read it twice. Then the refrigeration unit behind her came back on. Every bag in the Moreau drawer moved at once. Not much. Just enough for the plastic to tighten softly around the blood inside, as though 32 separate lungs had taken the same shallow breath. Naomi did not touch the Moreau bags again. She closed the drawer, locked the refrigeration unit, and entered a quarantine order under a generic contamination code. It was the sort of code that discouraged curiosity. Potential handling breach. Pending verification. Do not issue. Then she stood in the corridor outside sublevel 3 until her breathing slowed enough to match the person she believed herself to be. By morning, the hospital had become ordinary again. Elevators chimed. Coffee cooled beside keyboards. Pneumatic tubes carried specimens through the walls. Residents hurried between wards with their coats unbuttoned and their attention divided among 6 emergencies at once. Naomi preferred daylight hours because hospitals became measurable during the day. Numbers came in. Numbers went out. Hemoglobin. Platelets. Units available. Units required. Patients could be sorted by urgency, compatibility, probability of survival. People disliked admitting that medicine required ranking lives. But Naomi had never found the idea shocking. Resources were finite. Decisions had to be made. Someone had to make them without trembling. She had built a career on not trembling. At the morning allocation meeting, she reviewed 3 surgical requests, denied 2 non-essential reserves, approved an emergency release for obstetrics, and reassigned 4 O-negative units to trauma. She did not mention Lucien Moreau. She did not mention the moving bags. And she did not mention Adrian Kessler until Dr. Vincent Halloran from intensive care leaned back in his chair and said, "Whatever you gave him, his marrow seems to think it's 20 years younger." Naomi kept her eyes on the tablet. What are his numbers? Improving. How much? Halloran gave them. Naomi looked up. They were not improving. They were reversing. Kessler had entered St. Aubin with severe treatment-related marrow suppression, internal bleeding, and a hemoglobin level that should have left him barely conscious. After transfusion, his counts had risen far beyond the response Halloran had expected. Lab error? Naomi asked. Repeated twice. Fluid correction? Doesn't explain it. She made a note because writing gave her hands something precise to do. Kessler had received 6 units. 2 had been part of the rare antigen-matched reserve. Those units should not have gone to him. 6 weeks earlier, another patient, a 23-year-old woman awaiting complex cardiac surgery, had been listed above Kessler in the allocation queue. Naomi had changed that. First, she altered the compatibility urgency classification. Then she entered a note suggesting imminent deterioration. Finally, she adjusted the electronic timestamp so the request appeared to precede the cardiac case. No single edit looked criminal. Together, they created inevitability. Kessler received the blood. The young woman's surgery was postponed 48 hours. She survived. That fact had become Naomi's absolution. No patient had died. Therefore, in Naomi's private arithmetic, no life had truly been stolen. That afternoon, she went to Kessler's room herself. He looked disturbingly well. Color had returned to his face. His eyes were clear. Even the yellow-gray exhaustion around his mouth had vanished. His wife sat near the window reading messages on her phone, while Adrian watched snowlight reflected from the neighboring tower. "You're the blood doctor," he said when Naomi entered. Transfusion medicine. The person who found what I needed. Naomi hesitated. One of them. He smiled faintly. Then thank you. Gratitude always made her uncomfortable when she knew the machinery behind it. She checked his chart. Any fever? Chills? Chest discomfort? No. Shortness of breath? Better. Confusion? His smile disappeared. Dreams count? Naomi lowered the tablet. What kind of dreams? The same one. His wife glanced up. He's had it 3 nights. Adrian rubbed his thumb against the side of his index finger. I'm lying on something hard. Stone, maybe. There's no window. I can't move my arms. Sleep paralysis? I'm awake in the dream. That's common. I know what sleep paralysis is. Naomi waited. Adrian looked toward the floor. There's someone else in the room. His wife sighed softly. Adrian. I never see him. Him? I think it's a man. I hear breathing. Naomi felt the refrigeration room return to her in one complete sensory memory. Cold plastic. Wet stone. 32 bags tightening at once. She forced herself to remain still. What else? Adrian swallowed. There's dirt beneath me. Damp dirt. And something keeps telling me not to open my mouth. Who? I don't know. He looked embarrassed now, which reassured Naomi more than his medical improvement did. Dreams were dreams. Bodies under stress manufactured grotesque explanations for discomfort every night. She told him the transfusions, medication changes, and interrupted sleep could all contribute. Professional words. Controlled words. Words that placed a border around what could happen. Before leaving, Naomi asked to see his hands. His nails were clean. She almost laughed at herself. Then Adrian called for her the following morning. He had awakened screaming. The nurses had found him sitting upright in bed, with both hands held in front of his face. Every fingernail was packed to the cuticle with damp black soil. The soil was real. Naomi watched the microbiology technician seal the sample taken from beneath Adrian Kessler's fingernails and resisted the urge to ask where it had come from. That question belonged to another department. A practical department. Security could inspect the room. Environmental services could check the ventilation system. Someone could review whether potting soil had been brought in with flowers. Instead, Naomi returned underground. Lucien Moreau's archived donor file existed in 3 forms: the current electronic record, a scanned microfilm index, and a paper ledger stored in the decommissioned transfusion archive. The paper ledger was inaccessible without facilities approval. The other 2 were enough to begin. According to the modern database, Moreau had donated 14 times between 1974 and 1986. According to the microfilm index, he had donated 17. Naomi compared the entries carefully. The discrepancy was not unusual. Older hospital systems lost information during migrations. Names were misspelled. Dates were duplicated. Records vanished when departments merged. What was unusual was the 18th donation. It appeared in November 1989, 3 years after Moreau's death. Naomi enlarged the scan. Donor, Lucien Etienne Moreau. O negative. Coction site, Hôpital Saint-Touben. The signature field contained a narrow handwritten mark. L. Moreau. Naomi felt a pressure behind her eyes. She searched forward. Another donation appeared in 1992. Then 1996. Then nothing for 5 years. In 2001, Lucien Moreau donated blood at a hospital in Quebec City. In 2004, he appeared in Ottawa. In 2007, Toronto. The record should have been impossible for another reason besides his death. Blood services had changed. Collection systems had changed. Hospitals that once maintained independent donor programs transferred responsibility elsewhere. Identification requirements tightened. Barcodes replaced handwritten labels. Yet Moreau kept appearing. Always O negative. Always the same atypical antigen profile. Always accepted. Naomi printed the records and arranged them across her desk. The dates stretched over almost 4 decades. She told herself there had been more than one Lucien Moreau. The name was not unique. Perhaps the original record had become linked to unrelated donors through an identifier collision. That explanation survived until she examined the signatures. She placed the oldest scanned form beside one from 2007. Same narrow capital L. Same pressure mark before the M. Same slight upward hook at the end of the surname. She checked a third. Identical. Not similar. Identical. Naomi called archives at the Quebec City Hospital and requested confirmation of the original donor form. She described the issue as a historical compatibility review. 20 minutes later, a clerk sent a scanned copy. The handwriting matched. Beneath the donor's signature was a technician's note. Donor declined refreshments. Prequest immediate release. Another hospital had written, donor temper below standard. Recheck normal after caction. At Saint-Aubin, a note from 1996 read, phlebotomist reports unusually dark blood. No processing abnormality. Naomi stared at that sentence until the words stopped looking clinical. She searched recipient records next. The data fragmented quickly. Privacy restrictions, mergers, missing files. But she found one pattern. Moreau's blood had rarely remained at the hospital where it was collected. Units were transferred, shared, redirected during shortages, sent across provinces, occasionally across the border. It looked almost deliberate, as if a donor had spent 40 years making certain pieces of himself were never kept in the same place. Naomi pushed back from the desk. The thought was absurd. Blood did not think. Blood did not plan. And dead men did not donate it. She checked Adrian's transfusion source again. The electronic trace ended at an internal legacy batch code. No donor name. No collection location. Only an authorization number. Her authorization number. For the first time, Naomi understood why the absence disturbed her. She had changed Kessler's priority. She had moved the blood. But she had never asked where the blood had originally come from. That evening, after the upper laboratories emptied, Naomi went to the old donor collection suite beside sublevel 3. The room had been closed for renovation and stripped almost bare. No chairs. No equipment. No refrigerated stock. Only a stainless steel counter, an empty sink, and a dark observation window reflecting Naomi back at herself. She unlocked the collection terminal. No active appointments. No staff logged in. She opened the live donor registration screen. Nothing. For nearly a minute, she stood listening to the building breathe through its ventilation shafts. Then the terminal chimed. A new entry appeared. Donor sip-tipped. Naomi leaned toward the screen. Lucien Etienne Moreau. Coction complete. Behind her, the empty collection room remained perfectly still. By 8 the next morning, Naomi had constructed 4 explanations. The first was legacy software corruption. The second was specimen contamination. The third was deliberate fraud. The fourth was the one she trusted most. Several unrelated errors had overlapped in a way that made them appear connected. Hospitals produced coincidences constantly. Old systems talked badly to new systems. Paper identifiers became electronic ghosts. A mislabeled specimen could survive 3 migrations and acquire the authority of history simply because nobody had questioned it early enough. Lucien Moreau, Naomi decided, was not a dead donor who continued giving blood. He was a database problem with good handwriting. She ordered the terminal in the abandoned collection suite removed from the network. Information technology found no active login associated with the registration that had appeared while she stood there. That machine hasn't been connected to donor intake for 11 years, the technician told her. Then the entry came from elsewhere. It identifies that terminal. Cloned address. Possible. Naomi held on to the word. Possible was enough. She sent the Moreau bags for independent testing under false sample numbers. The results came back infuriatingly normal. No bacterial contamination. No fungal growth. No unexpected anticoagulant degradation. The cells looked younger than they should have, but the laboratory technician attributed that to an incorrectly entered collection date. Naomi accepted the explanation before he finished giving it. Then intensive care called again. Adrian Kessler's hemoglobin had fallen sharply overnight. There was no bleeding. No hemolysis. No obvious explanation. By noon, it had begun rising again without another transfusion. Naomi reviewed the chart twice. Then she searched the historical recipient data she had downloaded the previous night. The first patient she contacted was a retired school principal outside Laval who had received a Moreau-linked unit during surgery in 2004. He remembered the transfusion only vaguely. His wife remembered something else. For months afterward, he had those basement dreams. Naomi stopped writing. What basement? He called it a room underground, no windows, dirt floor. Did he ever describe someone else being there? A pause. Yes. The same pause occurred in 3 more calls. A former trauma patient in Ottawa. a woman treated after childbirth in Quebec City, a man who had undergone vascular surgery in Toronto. Different decades, different hospitals, same room. Hard surface beneath the body, damp earth, breathing in the darkness. Naomi ended the fourth call and stared at the receiver. She told herself dreams spread through suggestion. Except she had never mentioned the dream first. That afternoon, Halloran found her outside Adrian's room. "You need to see this." Adrian was sleeping. His wife had gone home. The room was quiet except for the soft cycling of the air system. Adrian lay on his back, but his head had turned sharply to the left, facing the wall. Halloran rotated the bed slightly. Within seconds, Adrian's head moved again, still toward the same direction. They tried once more. The movement repeated. Halloran looked uncomfortable. "It gets stranger." He showed Naomi notes from nursing staff. Each time Adrian slept deeply, his body oriented toward the southwest corner of the room. Not toward the window. Not toward the door. Toward sublevel 3. That evening, Naomi reopened the historical records and searched the files of every recipient she could identify. She found similar observations buried under unrelated complaints. A child repeatedly turning his hospital bed toward Montreal. A rehabilitation patient insisting that North felt wrong. A woman in Ottawa whose husband reported that she slept facing east for 6 months, always toward Saint-Aubin. There were medical explanations for all of it individually. Vestibular dysfunction, confusion, habit, post-operative delirium. But together, the pattern felt less like illness than alignment. Naomi began constructing a spreadsheet, linking every Moreau unit she could trace. Donation date. Hospital. Recipient. Outcome. Later symptoms. The list grew past midnight. Some recipients died years later from ordinary causes. Some were still alive. Many had experienced brief, unexplained anemia followed by recovery. Several described vivid dreams. A disturbing number had eventually moved closer to Montreal. Naomi searched older files. Then pediatric records. Then archived transfusion registries dating back before modern digital identification. She almost missed the number because it appeared without a name. A childhood medical identification code. 8 digits. Familiar in a way that made her stomach tighten before her mind understood why. Naomi opened the personnel health record stored under her own employee profile. There it was again. The same number. Her number. Assigned when she had been admitted to Saint-Aubin as a child. She returned to the Moreau recipient list. The entry was dated 39 years earlier. Patient age, 8. Emergency transfusion. Severe blood loss. Donor source partially redacted. Naomi enlarged the scanned line beneath it. Someone had written a single name by hand. Moreau. Naomi remembered the curtain before she remembered the blood. It came back to her in fragments while she sat alone in her office, staring at the scanned line with Moreau's name written beside her childhood identification number. A pale green curtain. metal rings scraping along a ceiling rail. A room colder than the rest of the hospital. She had been 8 years old and small enough that the bed rails seemed taller than her shoulders. Someone had wrapped heated blankets around her, yet her teeth kept knocking together. She remembered her mother leaning over her. Then something stranger. Mud. Dark soil pressed into the grooves of her mother's winter boots. Naomi shut her eyes. The memory vanished. She opened them again and returned to the record. Emergency transfusion. Massive blood loss following complications from abdominal surgery. She knew that history. Her mother had told it often when Naomi was young. The surgeons had nearly lost her. Blood had been found at the last moment, and someone in the hospital had made a decision that saved her life. That story had shaped everything. Medicine had saved Naomi. Therefore, medicine was decision. Decision was triage. Triage meant accepting that someone received what another person did not. For decades, she had regarded her childhood survival as proof of that arithmetic. Now she wondered whose blood had entered her, and why the donor had already been dead, according to the records, only months after giving it. She descended to sub-level 3 shortly before evening. The refrigeration corridor felt narrower. Naomi knew that was impossible. She knew the measurements of the department, the width required for transport carts, the clearance around the cold rooms. Still, the walls seemed closer. The compressors started as she passed the first storage unit. A low mechanical vibration filled the floor. Thump. Pause. Thump. Naomi stopped. The machine continued. Thump. Pause. Thump. Her own pulse was running at exactly the same rhythm. She put 2 fingers against her neck. The compressor stopped. For 1 terrible second, so did her heart. Then both resumed together. Naomi jerked her hand away. Fatigue. Autonomic response. Anxiety. She named the explanation silently as she walked. At the sealed archive door, the dark condensation had dried into a thin brown line. Naomi crouched. She touched it with a gloved fingertip. Granules adhered to the latex. Soil. The corridor shifted around her. Not physically. In memory. Suddenly, she was 8 again, lying beneath fluorescent lights while someone hummed behind the green curtain. 3 notes. Slow. Repeated. She remembered asking her mother who the man was. Her mother had looked toward the curtain. What man? Naomi pressed one hand against the wall. Another fragment came. A hand beneath the curtain. Long fingers. Pale skin. A clear tube running away from the wrist. Her mother crying. Soil on her boots. And a voice, not her mother's, saying very softly, "She only needs the part that keeps going." Naomi recoiled from the door. Pain tightened across her chest. It was not severe, but it was deep and unfamiliar, a pressure beneath the breastbone, followed by 3 unusually heavy beats. She tried to wait it out. The refrigeration compressors deepened their rhythm. Her heart answered. By the time she reached the staff elevator, she had decided she would not ignore it. 20 minutes later, an emergency physician had ordered blood tests, an electrocardiogram, and a bedside cardiac ultrasound. Everything looked normal. Naomi almost felt embarrassed. The ultrasound technician, a quiet young man named Philippe, moved the probe along her chest while watching the monitor. "Good function," he said. "Nothing obvious." Naomi stared at the ceiling. "Then we're done?" "Almost." The humming returned in her head. 3 notes. She turned toward the screen. Her heart opened and contracted in gray moving shadows. Philippe lifted the probe to apply more gel. The image should have frozen. Instead, Naomi watched the heart on the monitor contract once more. Then again. Philippe stopped moving. The probe was no longer touching her skin. A third heartbeat passed through the image. Only then did the screen finally go still. Neither of them spoke. Philippe looked at the probe in his hand. Then at Naomi. "What did you just see?" she asked. His face had gone pale. "I don't know." Naomi did. Something inside her had continued beating after the machine was no longer looking at her. Philippe asked Naomi to stay for observation. She left instead. By the time she reached sublevel 3, the chest pressure had faded, but the memory of the ultrasound had not. She could still see the gray shape of her heart contracting after the probe had lifted away, continuing for those impossible beats as though the machine had briefly recorded something independent of her body. The sealed archive door waited at the end of the corridor. Naomi had spent days looking for rational explanations. Now she wanted something that could survive being looked at directly. Facilities kept emergency access tools in a locked maintenance cabinet near the refrigeration plant. Naomi used her departmental override, removed a pry bar, and returned to the door. The electronic lock rejected her credentials. She expected that. The archive had been removed from the active security system years earlier. What she did not expect was the warmth of the handle. Everything else underground was cold. The metal beneath her glove felt almost body temperature. Naomi forced the pry bar between door and frame. The first attempt did nothing. On the second, something inside cracked. The door opened inward. Cold air touched her face. Not refrigerated air. Older cold. The smell came immediately afterward. Paper. Rust. Damp concrete. And black earth. Naomi switched on her phone light. Shelves filled the narrow room from floor to ceiling. Thousands of paper records remained stacked in boxes marked with obsolete hospital department names. Some bore water damage from the coolant leak. Others looked untouched. That was wrong. Officially, all salvageable records had been scanned or destroyed. Naomi opened the nearest box. Transfusion logs. Recipient lists. Transfer authorizations. Donor irregularity reports. Many contained small red stickers printed with the same phrase. XQ cheat from migration. She opened another. More of them. Someone had not merely forgotten these files. Someone had deliberately prevented them from entering every database St. Aubin had built afterward. Naomi began searching for Moreau. She found his name almost immediately. Not one file. Dozens. The earliest reports described unusual clotting resistance. Later documents recorded impossible storage longevity. One note stated that a Moreau unit left unrefrigerated for several hours had shown no measurable cellular degradation. Another mentioned collection staff complaining that rooms became colder during his visits. Several pages had been heavily redacted. Naomi carried the files deeper into the archive. At the rear wall stood another door. This one was smaller, built from thick insulated steel. A faded warning label identified it as a refrigerated specimen chamber. Naomi knew the building plans. There was no chamber here. The original storage extension had supposedly been demolished during renovations decades ago. She pulled the handle. It opened without resistance. The compressor somewhere beyond the wall started. Thump. Pause. Thump. Her heart answered. Inside was a room barely larger than a walk-in freezer. An obsolete donor chair stood at its center. Brown vinyl. Metal armrests. Leather restraints around the wrists and ankles. Naomi stopped in the doorway. Blood donation chairs did not have ankle restraints. Mounted beside it was an old glass collection apparatus connected to yellowed plastic tubing. The tubing ran from the chair toward the back wall, then disappeared through a drilled opening in the concrete. Naomi stepped closer. There were stains on the chair. Not fresh. Dark marks along the armrest and beneath the head support, where the vinyl had split with age. Besides the chair sat a metal tray. On it lay a handwritten card. The ink had faded, but the words remained legible. Do not collect to amble. Below it, separation must be maintained. Naomi read the sentence twice. The humming returned. 3 notes. Not in memory this time. Somewhere behind the wall. She followed the tubing. It entered the concrete at shoulder height. Naomi pressed her palm against the surface. Cold. The humming stopped. She found a seam. A rectangular section of wall had been plastered over after construction, then painted to match the rest of the chamber. She used the pry bar. Chunks of brittle material fell away. Behind the plaster was a metal access panel. Naomi pulled it open. A smell of wet soil flooded the room. She aimed the phone light inside. The cavity behind the wall was narrow and vertical. Its interior had been packed completely with dark earth. Except the soil was not level. It held an impression. Head. Shoulders. Arms pressed along the sides. Torso. Legs. A perfect human outline, preserved in the black earth, as though someone had been buried standing upright and later removed, without disturbing the shape around them. Naomi stared into the empty impression. The tubing ended where the figure's left arm should have been. There was no corpse. Only the cavity that had once held one. Naomi remained in the hidden chamber until the cold began hurting her fingers. The empty human shape in the soil did not change. That was almost worse. She had expected movement after everything else. The dirt collapsing, the tubing twitching, some proof that the impression belonged to a thing still present. Instead, it waited. An absence with anatomy. Naomi backed out and carried the Moreau files into the archive. The oldest correspondence had been stored in gray folders stamped with names of departments that no longer existed. Infectious disease. Experimental hematology. Pathology Review Committee. One folder had no department at all. Across its cover, someone had written, Moroprotol, restricted. Inside were letters between physicians at Saint-Aubin, Quebec City, Ottawa, Boston, and several institutions Naomi did not recognize. The earliest document was dated 1986. It described Lucien Moreau as a cooperative long-term donor presenting persistent hematological abnormalities. The language remained clinical for 3 pages. Then it changed. A physician named Dr. Émile Caron reported that Moreau had survived cardiac arrest during a collection procedure without measurable circulation for nearly 9 minutes. Another doctor described tissue samples that remained viable after removal. A third recorded that blood taken from Moreau appeared to influence injured tissue in recipients. Not heal it. Replace its function. Naomi read the line twice. The next report concerned a factory worker who had received Moreau's blood after severe liver trauma. The man recovered unexpectedly. Months later, imaging showed portions of his liver behaving differently from the surrounding tissue. Denser vascularization, abnormal regeneration, no detectable disease. Another recipient developed unusual clotting resistance. Another showed extreme tolerance to blood loss. Another survived hypothermia that should have been fatal. The doctors had initially believed Moreau's blood carried some regenerative property. Then Moreau died. Officially. The folder contained a death certificate. December 1986. Cause: cardiac failure following deliberate exsanguination under controlled conditions. Naomi stopped breathing for several seconds. They had killed him. Not accidentally. The next pages explained why. Moreau had confessed to crimes stretching back far beyond any plausible human lifespan. The physicians dismissed portions of his account as delusion until hospital archives uncovered his name in 19th century records. Same handwriting. Same blood type. Same face and photographs. They tried to destroy him. The protocol described removal of blood, destruction of tissue, cremation of remains. It should have ended there. Instead, recipients of his earlier blood began changing. Not transforming into replicas. Not craving blood. Something subtler happened. A woman who had received 1 unit developed Moreau's abnormal retinal response to darkness. A man in Ottawa acquired a heartbeat pattern identical to Moreau's recorded rhythm. A child demonstrated impossible resistance to infection. Another recipient began producing blood cells carrying markers that had never belonged to him. The doctors reached a conclusion so strange that Naomi initially misunderstood it. Moreau had not transferred a disease. He had distributed functions. Different recipients preserved different aspects of him. Circulation. Regeneration. Sensory adaptation. Marrow production. Temperature tolerance. Clotting. Memory fragments. His destruction had not destroyed those functions because they were no longer contained in his body. They were living elsewhere, in people. A letter from Caron used a phrase Naomi could not stop rereading. The individual appears to persist anatomically by division. The physicians feared that proximity might allow those divided functions to recognize one another. So they created the dispersal program. Moreau-linked blood was quietly transferred away from Montreal. Recipients were tracked when possible. Hospitals were instructed never to concentrate known units in one region. Records were deliberately excluded from future databases. No single institution was permitted to know where all the fragments had gone. Separation must be maintained. Naomi thought of the card beside the restraint chair. Do not collect to empty. They had not been preserving Moreau. They had been dismantling him. Carefully. Continuously. She opened the final folder. Later correspondence grew less confident. Several recipients had returned to Montreal over the decades. Some relocated voluntarily. Others were transferred for specialist treatment. Doctors reported shared dreams. Directional sleep behavior. Episodes of synchronized pulse. One physician wrote that the fragments appeared to possess a passive tendency toward reunion. Naomi's mouth went dry. Adrienne Kessler had received multiple Moreau-linked units. She had personally overridden the allocation system to bring them to Saint-Aubin. Her spreadsheet showed other recipients now, living within the city. She had mistaken coincidence for corruption. Perhaps the system had not been malfunctioning. Perhaps something inside it had been arranging proximity. At the bottom of the folder was a loose sheet covered in handwriting, different from Moreau's. Shaky. Urgent. The ink had bled through the paper. Dispersal Riemann's effective only while the cardiac vessel is kept apart from a sufficient number of surviving fragments. Below that, underlined 3 times. If the cardiac vessel turns to the same city, do not act convergence. Naomi stared at the words. Then, slowly, she put one hand over her chest. Naomi did not leave the archive. She sat on the concrete floor with the warning sheet across her knees and listened to her own pulse. For years, she had treated a heartbeat as data. Rate. Rhythm. Output. Electrical conduction translated into numbers. Now each beat felt less like evidence of life than evidence of occupancy. She returned to the files. The phrase cardiac vessel appeared nowhere else in the main protocol, but after an hour of searching, she found a thin pediatric folder wedged inside a box marked non-viable recipients. Her childhood identification number was written on the cover. Naomi's hands became cold before she opened it. Inside was a transfusion record from the night she nearly died. The official chart listed massive post-operative hemorrhage and emergency replacement. The hidden record contained something else. Recipient selected for cardiac fraction. Naomi read the sentence again. She had not received ordinary Moreau blood. The physicians had already discovered that his blood was not uniform. Repeated collections produced units with different properties. Some appeared unusually regenerative. Some altered sensory response. Some changed coagulation. Others carried patterns the doctors could not describe without abandoning normal hematology entirely. They had begun categorizing them. Marrow, vision, temperature, tissue repair, memory, circulation, and one category they called cardiac persistence. A handwritten note beneath Naomi's transfusion entry read, "Subject, unstable. Cardiac arrest anticipated. Fraction may preserve host while maintaining separation." They had used Moreau to save her. Not because they had run out of blood. Because she had been dying in exactly the way that made her useful. Naomi felt suddenly 8 years old again. The green curtain. Her mother crying. The man humming behind it. She only needs the part that keeps going. It had not been reassurance. It had been instruction. She turned the page. The physician responsible had written that Naomi's heartbeat normalized immediately after transfusion. Then, for 14 seconds, 2 cardiac rhythms were recorded. One belonged to the child. The second matched Lucien Moreau. Naomi pressed her fingertips against her sternum. Thump. Pause. Thump. Somewhere beyond the archive, a refrigeration compressor answered. She kept reading. The doctor's fear had not been that Moreau would transform recipients into beings like himself. There was no evidence of that. No spreading curse. No multiplying vampires. The opposite was true. Moreau could not multiply. He could only divide. His blood carried pieces of one original organism, each fragment preserving a function that remained somehow aware of all the others. Naomi thought of the historical recipients. The woman who could see in darkness. The man whose blood would not clot normally. The child who resisted infection. Adrian's sudden recovery. They were not becoming Moreau. They had been keeping him alive separately. Hundreds of human bodies, serving as organs without knowing it. The realization made Adrian Kessler's case horrifyingly clear. Naomi had believed she was manipulating a scarce supply to benefit one privileged patient. But the units she redirected had been selected from multiple Moreau-linked sources. Different hospitals, different historical branches, different functions. She had brought them together. Inside one man. Adrian's extraordinary recovery was not healing. It was recombination. His marrow improved because something had regained marrow. His blood stabilized because something had regained circulation. His dreams were not dreams. They were spatial memory, a body remembering where it had once been buried. Naomi returned to her spreadsheet. Moreau-linked recipients who had moved into Montreal. 9. Then 14. Then 21. 21, once she included patients transferred to Saint-Aubin for specialist care. The number had been increasing for years. Adrian had merely accelerated it. The directional sleeping, the synchronized rhythms, the soil. The fragments were recognizing one another. Naomi stood. The archive suddenly felt too small. She hurried back into the refrigerated chamber. The human-shaped cavity remained empty. But the blood tubing disappearing into the wall had begun to tremble. Not violently, rhythmically. Thump. Pause. Thump. Naomi backed away. The refrigeration system started around her in stages. One compressor. Then another. Then another farther down the corridor. The entire blood bank seemed to draw breath. Naomi put both hands over her mouth. Something answered from deep inside her chest. Not words. Recognition. She had spent days imagining Lucien Moreau as something moving through the hospital toward her. Something seeking entry. Something waiting behind walls. That had been wrong. The breathing in the blood bank was not trying to enter her body. It was responding to what had already been there for 39 years. Naomi understood what had to be destroyed before she understood what destroying it would mean. She returned to the active blood storage room and opened the quarantined Moreau drawer. 32 units waited inside. They no longer looked like stored blood. The plastic rose and tightened in a slow rhythm, each bag answering the others with the same shallow contraction. Thump. Pause. Thump. Her chest responded. Naomi disconnected the refrigeration drawer from inventory control and transferred every Moreau unit into a regulated biohazard disposal container. Then she added the historical units she had identified elsewhere in St. Aubin's reserves. 41 bags. 41 preserved fragments. She authorized emergency destruction under her own credentials. The disposal system hesitated. Secondary, Provoquil. Naomi entered Halloran's emergency code from memory. Unauthorized use. Another violation. It felt almost trivial now. The incineration chamber engaged. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then pain tore through Naomi's chest. She doubled over against the console. Not cardiac pain. Loss. That was the only word her mind produced. Something inside her reacted as the first units burned. The refrigeration compressors throughout Sublevel 3 roared at once. Inside the disposal chute came a soft series of impacts. Not explosions. More like hands striking metal from the other side. Naomi kept the cycle running. When the final unit was destroyed, every compressor stopped. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Then Naomi's heart struck once so violently that her vision darkened. And somewhere beyond St. Aubin, something answered. She went upstairs. Not to hide. To confess. Naomi opened the hospital incident network and created the largest transfusion alert of her career. She attached the Moreau records, the historical correspondence, the recipient lists, the photographs of the hidden chamber. She included the impossible donation records. Then she attached Adrian Kessler's allocation history. Her allocation history. She described exactly what she had done. Priority codes altered. Timestamps changed. Scarce blood redirected toward a wealthy patient. She did not soften the language. She did not write that circumstances had been complicated. She did not write that the other patient had survived. For the first time, Naomi refused the sentence that had protected her for years. No patient had died. It no longer mattered. She had treated survival as proof of innocence. Now she understood how dangerous that arithmetic could become. Her warning went to provincial blood services, federal regulators, hospital transfusion directors, and every institution named in the Moreau files. Locate all recipients. Do not transfer them to Montreal. Do not concentrate Moreau-linked blood or recipients in one location. Separation must be maintained. Responses arrived almost immediately. Most assumed contamination. One hospital demanded clarification. Another asked whether St. Aubin had suffered a cybersecurity breach. A blood service director called Naomi personally and asked if she was having some kind of medical episode. Then the first useful message appeared. Quebec City. A surviving Moreau recipient could not be reached. Ottawa reported the same. Then Laval. Then 2 Montreal clinics. Naomi opened the tracking spreadsheet. The map of known recipients had begun changing. Not because records were being added, because locations were moving. Adrian Kessler had left his room. Halloran called from intensive care. He just walked out. Stop him. We tried. What do you mean, tried? He isn't violent, Naomi. He just keeps walking. Toward where? Halloran went silent. Naomi already knew. She opened St. Aubin's exterior security feeds. Snow had begun falling over Montreal. At first, she saw only pedestrians. Then she noticed the pattern. A man in a hospital gown walking across the ambulance entrance. An elderly woman approaching from the east. A younger man without a coat moving down the sidewalk. None hurried. None looked at one another. They simply advanced toward the hospital with the calm coordination of people following a sound nobody else could hear. Naomi switched cameras. More figures appeared. From side streets. From parking structures. From the metro entrance. Her phone filled with alerts from hospitals across the city. Patients leaving. Former patients missing. Relatives reporting that family members had suddenly stood up, turned towards St. Aubin, and walked out. Naomi pressed one hand against her chest. The heartbeat beneath it was no longer alone. Through the hospital walls, through the cold streets, through dozens of human bodies scattered across Montreal, she felt the same rhythm answering. Thump. Pause. Thump. People who had never met were leaving their homes at the same moment. And every one of them was walking toward her. Naomi ordered the lower levels sealed. Security locked the ambulance entrance. Halloran moved Adrian Kessler into an isolation room. Police were called when more former patients appeared outside St. Aubin, walking through the snow without speaking. None of it mattered. Naomi understood that when the first woman collapsed 3 blocks from the hospital, she never reached St. Aubin. Yet Naomi felt something change inside her chest. A second rhythm appeared beneath her own. Not faster, not slower, but deeper, as though her heartbeat had acquired an echo. Another recipient stopped near the metro entrance. The echo strengthened. Naomi opened the Moreau files again. The doctors had misunderstood proximity. They had believed physical distance prevented the fragments from recombining because separation had worked for decades. But distance had never been the mechanism. Naomi was. The cardiac vessel. The fragments had remained quiet because the heart they recognized had been isolated from enough of them to prevent synchronization. Then Naomi had spent days locating them. She had searched records, linked hospitals, identified recipients, pulled Moreau units into St. Aubin. She had created the first complete map of his distributed body in 40 years. And then she had destroyed the stored blood. The moment the units burned, every surviving fragment had reacted to the same loss. At the same time, through her, Naomi had not interrupted convergence. She had synchronized it. Her phone rang. Hal Oren. Adrian stopped walking. Naomi looked at the security feed. Outside, the others had stopped too. Men and women stood scattered across sidewalks and corridors, all facing St. Aubin. Are they conscious? Naomi asked. I think so. Adrian appeared on another camera, standing motionless beside the locked isolation room door. Then his chest rose. On the exterior feeds, every visible recipient inhaled with him. Naomi inhaled too. Not because she chose to. Her lungs opened. Dozens of bodies followed. She dropped the phone. The archived physicians had imagined Moreau rebuilding himself physically, pieces gathering until flesh could become one body again. They had been thinking like anatomists. Moreau had spent longer than any of them understanding what a body actually required. Coordination. A body was not one place. It was organs agreeing on when to act. He did not need the recipients in the same room. He needed them to obey the same pulse. Naomi's pulse. The hospital lights flickered. Every cardiac monitor on the intensive care floor produced the same interval between beats. For 3 seconds, patients with unrelated illnesses shared one rhythm. Then the monitors returned to normal. Naomi did not. She felt memories that were not hers pass beneath thought. Snow outside a 19th century church. Hands washed in a copper basin. A mouth against someone's throat. Men holding Lucien Moreau down in the refrigerated chamber while blood drained through glass tubing. Fire. Darkness. Then decades of scattered waking. Seeing through strangers. Healing through strangers. Waiting through strangers. Naomi staggered toward the sink. Her reflection remained hers. Same face. Same eyes. No fangs. No monstrous transformation. That frightened her more than anything else. Moreau had never needed to replace them. He had only needed them to function together. The official investigation lasted months. St. Aubin reported unauthorized record manipulation, historic violations of transfusion policy, corrupted archival systems, and mass patient confusion associated with an unresolved medical event. Naomi admitted altering Adrian Kessler's allocation priority. Her license was suspended. Investigators opened the hidden archive. They found the chair, the restraints, the old tubing, the human-shaped cavity in the soil. They found no corpse, no vampire. Nothing that could explain why hundreds of former recipients had begun breathing at precisely the same moments. Most were sent home. Adrian's recovery continued. Naomi remained herself. Mostly. Months later, she returned to St. Aubin after midnight under authorization from the Inquiry Board to inspect archived material one final time. Sublevel 3 was almost empty. She stood outside the decommissioned chamber. The compressors were silent. Naomi held her breath. Far across Montreal, hundreds of people held theirs too. She knew, because she could feel the waiting. Then something inside her chest prepared to inhale. Naomi stayed perfectly still. She wanted one breath that belonged only to her. Instead, in the darkness beneath the hospital, she heard another set of lungs fill inside her chest before her own lungs moved. Perhaps the most frightening thing about Lucien Moreau was that he never needed to turn anyone into a monster. He only needed human beings to keep small parts of him alive, while believing those parts still belonged entirely to them. Naomi built her life around the idea that saving someone could justify almost any decision if the outcome looked good enough. In the end, that same logic restored something that should have remained divided. A body can survive by sharing its burdens. So can guilt. And perhaps some things become impossible to destroy once enough people are carrying a piece without knowing what it is. Story 3. The first child came back on a Thursday afternoon, walking down County Road 12 while snow fell out of a blue sky. Mara Ellison was checking avalanche beacons in the rescue shed when Deputy Cole Avery called her outside. He did not explain why. He only stood in the doorway with one gloved hand around his radio, his face carrying the careful blankness people in Coldwater Ridge had learned to wear around Mara during the past year. At the far end of the road, a boy was walking toward town. He wore a red ski jacket, gray snow pants, and one black glove. Mara knew the jacket before she knew the face. Eli Warren had been 9 when he vanished with his sister Paige and their cousin Noah Bell during the February blizzard. Mara had led the search. For 6 days, volunteers combed lodge roads, creek beds, old mining cuts, and the pine forest above Miller Pass. On the 7th morning, with another storm moving in and 2 rescuers already suffering frostbite, Mara had recommended suspension. She had used that word. Suspension. Not ending. Not abandonment. The distinction had kept her sleeping, badly, for almost a year. Now Eli Warren walked through the drifting snow as if returning from school. Nobody moved at first. His mother arrived before the ambulance. Dana Warren left her car running in the road and ran toward him, slipping once on the packed ice. Eli stopped when he saw her. Mara expected him to run too. Instead, he watched. Dana's mouth opened. Her face folded. She made a sound Mara would remember, because it was the first sound Eli seemed to study carefully. Then Dana reached him and pulled him against her. For perhaps 2 seconds, the boy's arms remained at his sides. Then he embraced her, exactly as tightly as she embraced him. By evening, Paige and Noah had also returned. Paige was found behind the elementary school fence, bareheaded in falling snow. Noah appeared on the Bell family porch without anyone seeing him approach. All 3 were examined at the clinic near the highway. None had frostbite. None were dehydrated. None showed evidence of having spent even one night outdoors. And none had aged. Dr. Heller called that an impression, not a medical fact. Children changed unevenly. Photographs were deceptive. Parents remembered faces incorrectly after trauma. Mara said nothing. She had carried laminated search photographs for 11 months. She knew every freckle, chipped tooth, and asymmetry. Eli still had the fresh-looking scrape beneath his chin, visible in the photograph taken 2 days before he disappeared. At the clinic, the children answered every question correctly. They remembered the storm, the lost sled, Paige crying after losing her mitten, and Mara finding their tracks near the old service road. Eli even remembered something never released publicly. Mara had discovered a strip of silver emergency blanket snagged on a spruce branch. "You touched it with your left hand," he told her. Mara felt the room tighten. She had been alone when she found it. "Did you see me?" she asked. Eli looked toward his mother before answering. Dana was frightened. Her shoulders were raised, her eyes wet. Eli copied the shape of her concern almost perfectly. "We saw you," he said. "From where?" The boy glanced toward the clinic window. Outside, evening had turned the snowbanks blue. "The cold place." Mara waited. Eli smiled. It was a good child's reassuring smile, small and gentle. But Mara had seen Dana make the same smile less than a minute earlier when telling him the doctors would not hurt him. That night, after the children were taken home, Mara drove past the Warren house. The curtains were open upstairs. Dana stood in Eli's bedroom doorway, speaking softly. Eli stood at the window, looking across the street at another house, where a little girl in yellow pajamas was brushing her teeth. Mara slowed the truck. Eli lifted one hand and pressed his palm against the glass. Across the street, the girl stopped brushing. Then, very slowly, she raised her own hand to match his. Behind Eli, Dana began to cry. He did not turn until he saw her reflection in the window. Then his face crumpled too. For 3 days after the children returned, Coldwater Ridge behaved as if grief itself had been reversed. People brought casseroles to the Warrens and Bells. Someone tied blue ribbons around the light poles on Main Street. The elementary school hung a hand-painted banner above its entrance that read, "Welcome Home," though neither family sent the children back to class. Local news vans arrived from Denver and parked beside the post office. Mara avoided them. She returned to work. There were beacon batteries to replace, ropes to dry, weather stations to check, and a pair of college students who had ignored a closure sign near Slate Creek and become stranded above the tree line. Ordinary stupidity felt merciful. On Saturday morning, Mara and Cole Avery climbed nearly 1,000 feet through knee-deep snow to bring the students down. One had twisted an ankle. The other kept apologizing. "You came for us fast," he said as Mara tightened the splint. She looked at him. "We come when we're called." The sentence stayed with her all the way down. At the rescue shed that afternoon, she found a cardboard box on her desk. Inside were the search materials from the Warren Bell case. Maps, photographs, weather reports, volunteer rosters, plastic evidence bags containing things that had once mattered desperately, A candy wrapper found near Miller Pass, a torn mitten cuff, the strip of silver emergency blanket Mara had discovered beneath a spruce. Cole stood in the doorway. The sheriff wants the case closed. Mara touched the evidence bag. Closed as what? Recovered alive. They haven't explained where they were. They're 9 and 11-year-old kids. They were missing 11 months. Cole exhaled. You want me to say it doesn't make sense? Fine. Doesn't make sense. Mara looked at the search map taped inside the lid. Red lines showed the areas covered during the first 3 days. Blue lines marked the routes attempted before the storm worsened. The northeast slope beneath Miller Pass remained mostly blank. Too unstable. Too dangerous. Her handwriting sat beside it. No further teamberry. She closed the box. That evening, Dana Warren called. Eli had asked for Mara. The Warren house smelled of tomato soup and wet wool. People had sent so much food that dishes covered every kitchen surface. Eli sat at the table assembling a wooden puzzle. Paige was beside him. She had always been the quieter sibling in the photographs. Mara remembered. 10 years old when she disappeared, with brown hair cut unevenly because she had trimmed it herself. Now she looked exactly the same. Dana poured coffee. They remember everything, she said. Her voice was soft enough that the children might not hear. That's good, isn't it? Mara asked. Dana did not answer. Eli fitted 2 pieces together. We slept under the trees the first night. Mara turned toward him. What trees? The bent ones above the creek. That location had never appeared in newspapers. Search teams had found impressions there on the second day, but no usable tracks. Paige added, Mr. Dorsey called Noah's name for a long time. Mara's fingers tightened around the mug. Hank Dorsey had been a volunteer snowmobiler. He had searched the western drainage alone for 20 minutes after losing radio contact. That detail had not entered the public report because Mara had reprimanded him for leaving his assigned sector. How do you know Mr. Dorsey was there? She asked. Paige looked at Eli. Eli looked at Dana. Then both children looked back at Mara. We heard him, Paige said. From where? The cold place. The same phrase. Mara put down the mug. Paige's eyes followed her hand. You had a blue rope, the girl said. Mara felt something shift inside her chest. During the 6th night of the search, Mara had descended a narrow limestone opening near Miller Pass using a blue static rope. She had gone down only 40 feet before the passage pinched into ice. No one outside the rescue team knew. What else did you hear? Dana touched Mara's arm. Mara? But Paige was still watching her. Your radio. What did it say? Paige frowned, concentrating. Then she repeated, almost perfectly, the clipped electronic voice of the old county dispatch system. Storm cell moving east. Teams return to base. Mara remembered that transmission. She remembered standing beneath hard-blowing snow while Cole told her the ridge was becoming unsafe. She remembered looking at the blank section of the map. She remembered saying they were done. Not forever. Only until morning. Except morning brought worse weather. Then another day. Then surviving became statistically impossible. Mara looked at Paige. When did you hear that? Paige glanced toward Dana, as though checking which expression belonged on her face. Then she leaned closer. Her voice dropped almost to a whisper. After you stopped looking, Mara did not move. Paige continued. We could hear all of you walking above us. Mara did not tell Dana what Paige's last sentence did to her. She stayed another 10 minutes, asked questions that sounded professional, and left before her hands began to shake. Outside, snow had started again. For the next week, Coldwater Ridge tried to make the impossible ordinary. The children appeared briefly at church. Neighbors brought gifts. Reporters were kept at a distance. Dr. Heller arranged follow-up examinations and quietly told people that prolonged trauma could produce flattened affect, delayed responses, dissociation, and behaviors that looked strange to frightened parents. Mara wanted to believe him. Then Dana called about the kettle. Eli had reached across the stove while she was cooking and rested 2 fingers against the hot metal. He didn't pull away, Dana said. Was he burned? Barely. That's not the point. What did he do? He looked at me. Mara said nothing. Dana's breathing tightened over the phone. I screamed, and then he screamed. The Bell family noticed something similar with Noah. He no longer laughed naturally. At dinner, his father told a joke Noah had loved before disappearing. Noah sat expressionless until his older cousin laughed. Then Noah laughed too. Same rhythm, same open mouth, even the same brief snort at the end. His father stopped speaking. 2 days later, Paige's mother found her standing in the bathroom before dawn. Not washing. Not brushing her hair. Simply looking into the mirror. What was she doing? Mara asked. Mrs. Warren rubbed both palms against her coffee cup. Practicing. Mara's stomach tightened. Practicing what? Faces. That evening, Mara drove to the Warrens' house again, but nobody answered. Lights were on upstairs. She walked around the side. Paige stood inside the darkened bathroom. The mirror was illuminated by a thin strip of hallway light. Mara watched Paige lift her eyebrows. Lower them. Part her lips. Smile. Stop. Frown. Stop. Then the girl's eyes shifted toward the window. Mara stepped back. Paige had not turned her head. Only her eyes. The next morning, Mara began writing things down. Not in the official case file. In a yellow field notebook she kept inside her coat. Eli, delayed pain response. Noah, copied laughter. Paige, mirror. She added another observation beneath them. All 3 look at another face before reacting. Once written, it sounded absurd. Mara almost tore out the page. Then Cole Avery called. You need to see this. He was parked near Cedar Lane, 3 blocks from Noah Bell's house. Noah stood across the road. It was nearly midnight, cold enough that exhaust hung low beneath the streetlights. He wore pajamas beneath an oversized winter coat and no hat. He was watching a house. Mara recognized the family who lived there. Stephen and Claire Morton, their son Caleb, 7 years old. "What's he doing?" she whispered. "Been there 11 minutes. "You timed him?" After I realized he wasn't moving, Noah stood beside a hedge, looking through the Mortons' living room window. Inside, Caleb sat on the carpet building something with plastic blocks. Claire Morton folded laundry on the couch. Nothing happened. Then Caleb knocked over the tower. His shoulders jerked. His face tightened with frustration. Noah's head tilted. Caleb threw one block across the room. Claire looked up sharply. Caleb shouted something they could not hear through the glass. Noah watched every movement. Then he reproduced them. The tightened jaw, the raised shoulders, even the small trembling breath that came afterward. Mara opened the truck door. Noah turned immediately. His expression emptied. The next morning, Claire Morton called the sheriff because Caleb was missing from his bed. They found him downstairs 20 minutes later. He was eating cereal. Claire cried when Mara arrived. "He's fine," she kept saying. "He's right there. He's completely fine." Caleb looked up from his bowl. "Hi, Miss Ellison." Mara had met him twice. He had never called her anything before. Claire lowered her voice. "He hates oatmeal." Mara looked down. The bowl contained oatmeal. Caleb ate another spoonful. "He screamed about everything yesterday," Claire whispered. "This morning he hugged me and apologized." Outside the back door, fresh snow covered the yard. Mara crouched near the steps. Small bare footprints crossed the white surface. Claire came behind her. "Did he go outside?" Mara studied them. 10 perfect impressions began near the woods and ended at the house. None returned. The footprints did not lead away from Caleb Morton's home. They led toward it. By the end of the second week, Mara stopped asking whether the changes were connected. She started asking how many there were. Coldwater Ridge had fewer than 2,000 permanent residents, the kind of town where people noticed a new pickup truck in a driveway and remembered which child had broken an arm 3 summers earlier. Privacy existed mostly as courtesy. That courtesy began to fail. Parents called Cole first. Then, increasingly, they called Mara. Not because she was law enforcement. Because the problem had started with the children she had failed to find. Caleb Morton was only the first. 8-year-old Sophie Hanley stopped having nightmares about the avalanche sirens after her mother found wet footprints beneath her bedroom window. Dylan Price, who had refused vegetables for most of his life, began eating whatever was placed in front of him without complaint. The O'Neill's 11-year-old daughter, Harper, stopped locking herself in her room after arguments and began asking her parents whether they had slept well. Nothing was medically wrong with any of them. That was what made people afraid. Their memories remained intact. When Mara visited the Price house, Dylan remembered the exact words his father had whispered to him before his first day of kindergarten. When Cole questioned Harper, she remembered where her mother had hidden a spare wedding ring. During a brief separation no one outside the family knew had happened. Sophie Hanley could list every ingredient that triggered her allergies. They knew pets, passwords, birthdays, nicknames. The private names parents used only when children were sick or half asleep. They remembered scraped knees, punishments, favorite blankets, first bicycles, secret promises. They remembered everything except how to be difficult. Mara wrote that sentence in her yellow notebook and stared at it for a long time. The next afternoon, she sat with Dr. Heller in his office at the clinic. He looked exhausted. "You're describing behavioral changes after severe trauma. Children who weren't missing have changed too. Children imitate each other. They're not becoming similar to each other." Heller removed his glasses. "They're becoming easier." Mara said nothing. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "That isn't a medical term." "No. But that's what everyone keeps telling me." He opened a file. Caleb's mother said he used to fight bedtime every night. Now he goes upstairs when asked. Harper's father said she hasn't slammed a door in 10 days. Dylan apologized to his sister for something he did last summer. That sounds healthy. It sounds rehearsed. Mara looked toward the examination room window. Outside, snow slid slowly from the clinic roof. What do their parents think? Heller hesitated. They think something is wrong. And they also think their homes have become peaceful. That evening, Mara drove through town without meaning to. She passed houses where children sat at dinner tables beneath warm yellow lights. She began noticing windows. A boy standing too close to one. A small face behind curtains. Tracks along fences. At the Wexler house, she saw Paige Warren across the street beneath a spruce tree. Paige was watching 14-year-old Emily Wexler argue with her mother through the kitchen window. Even through the glass, Mara could see Emily's anger. Hands moving. Mouth open. Her mother pointing toward the stairs. Emily shoved a chair backward and stormed from the room. Paige remained perfectly still. Mara got out of the truck. "Paige." The girl turned. "Why are you here?" Paige looked toward the house again. "She's unhappy." "How do you know, Emily?" "I don't." "Then why are you watching her?" Paige's face softened. Not naturally. Mara saw the expression assemble itself. Concern first around the eyes. Then the mouth. She doesn't have to be unhappy. Mara felt the cold beneath her collar. What does that mean? Paige smiled. You'll see. The following afternoon, Emily Wexler came home from school and cleaned her bedroom without being asked. Her mother called Mara that night. Laura Wexler spoke quietly from her laundry room while Emily watched television downstairs. She remembered everything, Laura said. I tested her. Mara closed her eyes. What kind of things? Her grandmother's perfume. Where we went when her father left. The name she gave the scar on my hand when she was 4. Does she seem frightened? No. Angry? No. Different? Silence. Then Laura whispered, She hugged me this morning. Mara waited. She hasn't done that in almost 2 years. You need to tell Cole. I already. He did. Then we should get Emily examined. Another silence. Longer this time. Laura? I know. Mara heard a dryer turning in the background. I know something is wrong with my daughter. Laura's voice broke. Then she lowered it further, as if afraid the girl downstairs might hear. But Mara, she began to cry. I don't want the old one back. After Laura Wexler's confession, Mara stopped sleeping properly. Not because of what Laura believed, because Mara understood it. She understood the relief hidden underneath the fear. That was worse. For 11 months, Coldwater Ridge had wanted 3 children back so badly that people had tied ribbons to trees, left porch lights burning through snowstorms, and organized searches long after the sheriff's office had stopped calling them official. Now the children were back, and nobody wanted to examine the miracle closely enough to risk losing it. Mara returned to the old search maps. She covered the table in the rescue shed with them and placed her yellow notebook beside the original weather logs. Every sighting, every changed child, every set of unexplained tracks. She marked them in red pencil. At first, the pattern looked meaningless. Cedar Lane, the Wexler's neighborhood, the Hanley property, a drainage ditch behind the elementary school. Then snow fell heavily overnight, erasing the roads and roofs beneath 16 inches of clean powder. By morning, the tracks returned. Mara found the first set behind the Morton house. Child-sized. Barefoot. They crossed a frozen drainage channel and vanished into the pines. She followed until the slope steepened, photographed every impression, then returned to the truck. There were others. Behind the Wexlers. Near the Price property. At the edge of Noah Bell's street. All of them moved away from the houses where children had changed. None wandered randomly. They converged. Mara pinned the photographs beside the old topographic map. Every line pointed north, toward Miller Pass. Cole found her there after sunset. You're reopening the search. I never closed it. The children came back. Mara looked at him. Which children? Cole's jaw tightened. You need sleep. I need you to look at this. He did. The silence lasted longer than she expected. Then his finger touched one section of the map. The northeast slope. Blank, except for Mara's old handwritten warning. No further, Teamberry. Cole withdrew his hand. No. That's where the tracks are going. That slope killed 2 elk last week. We don't know that. We watched the slide. The upper shelf slid, not the limestone shelf beneath it. Mara. She folded the map. You remember Paige said they heard us walking above them? Cole's expression changed. That could mean anything. She knew the dispatch call. So did half the town eventually. She knew about my blue rope. He stared at her. That wasn't in the report. I know. Outside, wind pushed loose snow against the shed wall with a sound like someone brushing fingertips across metal. Cole lowered his voice. You made the right call. Mara looked at the blank terrain. That's what I've been telling myself. Before dawn the next morning, she went alone. The temperature had fallen sharply. Her headlamp illuminated suspended ice crystals as she climbed through the trees above Miller Pass. She carried a probe avalanche beacon, rope, radio, and the old map folded inside her jacket. The first tracks appeared beyond the creek. Small, bare, too clean for anything human walking through deep snow. They continued uphill. Mara followed. The forest became quieter as she climbed. No birds. No branches cracking. Only her breathing and the slow compression of snow beneath her boots. At the base of the limestone shelf, she found silver caught between two rocks. She stopped. Emergency blanket. The material fluttered weakly in the wind. For one instant, she was back 11 months earlier, holding that same shining fragment beneath a spruce tree, while snow erased her footprints behind her. Mara crouched. This piece was new. No dirt. No oxidation. She touched it. Something tapped beneath her glove. Not the foil. Below it. Inside the ice. Mara cleared snow from the rock face. A translucent sheet covered a narrow fracture in the limestone, perhaps 6 feet wide and several inches thick. Bubbles and mineral lines clouded the surface. She raised her headlamp. Something pale lay behind it. Mara scraped harder. At first, she thought it was a root. Then, she saw the fingers. 5 of them. Small. Spread wide. A child's hand was pressed flat against the opposite side of the ice. Mara stumbled backward. The hand did not move. She forced herself closer again. Beyond the palm, deeper inside the blue-white ice, there was only darkness. Then one finger slowly bent and straightened. Mara looked down at the old search map trembling in her hand. Directly beneath the place where she stood, in her own handwriting, was the word unservable. The finger behind the ice bent again. Mara stood frozen for several seconds, unable to decide whether she was looking at a trapped child or something that had learned what a child's hand should do. Then the palm slid away. A darker shape retreated behind the translucent wall. Mara pressed closer. There was a narrow gap at the base of the limestone shelf, hidden behind wind-packed snow and a crust of ice. She cleared it with her shovel until cold air breathed upward from below. Not wind. Air. The mountain was hollow. She radioed coal. Static answered. Mara tried again. Nothing. She considered turning back. Instead, she tied her blue rope to a pine. The color looked almost obscene against the snow. She lowered herself through the opening. The first chamber was little more than a limestone throat lined with old ice. Meltwater had frozen in curtains along the walls, trapping pine needles, dirt, and something that looked like strands of hair. Farther down, the passage widened. Her boots touched stone. The silence changed. Above-ground silence was open. Wind moved through it. Trees answered one another. Down here, silence felt occupied. Mara switched off her headlamp for 1 second. Darkness pressed against her face. Then she heard a child speaking. My dad burns pancakes on Sundays. Mara turned the light back on. Another voice answered from farther ahead. My mother keeps the Christmas money in the blue jar. A third voice. I broke the lamp, but we told Dad the cat did it. Mara began walking. The passage descended in long, uneven shelves. Frost coated the walls, though the air was strangely damp. The voices multiplied. I hate tomato soup. My sister sleeps with the hallway light on. Grandma calls me Birdie. When Mom cries, she closes the bathroom door. Ordinary memories. Not screams. That made them worse. Mara reached an opening and stopped. The cavern beyond was enormous. Ice rose in cloudy columns from floor to ceiling. Between them were shallow hollows cut into the limestone. Children sat inside them. Some whispered continuously. Some stared at the walls. Some rocked. And around them crouched pale figures. Mara's mind rejected their shape before accepting it. They were roughly human, child-sized, thin. Their skin was white-gray and smooth, in places where faces should have contained features. One sat opposite a boy Mara did not recognize. The boy touched his own cheek. The figure copied him. He frowned. The figure pressed soft fingers into the blank surface of its face. Indentations formed. Eye sockets. A nose. A mouth. Another creature held strips of translucent flesh against its own head, arranging them like wet paper. Mara covered her mouth. A girl nearby whispered, "My mother bites her lip when she lies." The thing before her created lips, then bit the lower one. Mara stepped backward. Her boot scraped stone. Every pale head turned. Not quickly. Together. The whispering children continued. My birthday is September 4th. Dad calls me Peanut. I'm scared of thunder. The creatures watched Mara. One of them smiled. It had no eyes yet. Mara drew the rescue knife from her harness, though she understood instantly how useless it was. Then a voice came from behind one of the ice columns. Mara, her entire body locked. She knew that voice, but not exactly. It was lower, older. She moved toward it. A boy sat inside a narrow hollow wrapped in a silver emergency blanket. His hair had grown over his ears. His cheeks were thin. His hands were raw around the knuckles. He looked up at her with dark, exhausted eyes. Mara stared at the scar beneath his chin. Not fresh. Faded. Nearly white. Ellie? His face collapsed before hers did. He began crying immediately. No pause. No observation. No borrowed expression. Mara dropped beside him. Eli Warren reached for her with shaking hands. You stopped, he whispered. Mara could barely breathe. He clutched the front of her jacket. You stopped walking above us. She held him tighter. Then she saw his height against the cave wall, the longer limbs, the altered face, the unmistakable accumulation of almost a year. The child in Dana Warren's house had not aged at all. This one had. Mara finally understood what she was holding. Not a copy. Not a memory. The real Eli Warren was alive beneath the mountain. Mara kept one arm around Eli while she listened to the cavern breathe. The pale figures had not followed her. They remained among the ice columns, crouched beside the other children, watching. That frightened her more than pursuit would have. "Where are Paige and Noah?" Mara whispered. Eli pointed deeper into the chamber. "Different rooms. That. Can you walk?" He nodded, but when Mara helped him stand, his knees nearly folded. She gave him water from her pack. He drank too quickly. Slow. Eli obeyed. Not because he had become easy. Because he was exhausted. That distinction hurt. They moved through the cavern, together, Mara keeping her knife in one hand and Eli's wrist in the other. Behind them, voices continued reciting memories. "My dad sings the wrong words to every song. I threw my sister's necklace in the creek. Mom keeps my baby teeth in the kitchen drawer." Mara looked at Eli. Why are they saying those things? His mouth tightened. They make us. Who? He glanced toward the pale figures. The blank ones. Mara felt the name settle somewhere unpleasant inside her. What happens if you stop? They wait. For what? For you to start again. They found Paige in the next chamber. She was taller than the child living in the Warren house. Her hair reached her shoulders now, dirty and tangled, and a healed cut ran beneath one eyebrow. When Mara entered, Paige stared at her for several seconds. Then she began screaming. Not copying. Not waiting. Screaming until Mara knelt and told her who she was. Noah was nearby. So were others. Caleb Morton sat curled beneath a silver blanket, thinner than Mara remembered, his bare feet cracked and swollen. Harper O'Neill was there. Dylan Price. Sophie Hanley. Emily Wexler. Every child whose behavior had changed above ground had another version below it. A version that was frightened, hungry, angry, human. Mara counted 12 children before she stopped. "How long have they been taking people?" she asked. Eli shook his head. "We don't know." Paige was holding his sleeve now. They listened first. To what? To us. The children explained in fragments. The creatures brought food sometimes. Sealed snack bars, canned fruit, things taken from houses or rescue caches. They never spoke much at first. They listened. They made the children repeat names, routines, arguments, private jokes, fears. Not just facts. Reactions. What happened when a father shouted? How a mother looked when worried. Which sibling was jealous? Which parent forgave too easily? What words made someone laugh? What words made someone cry? They want people to believe them, Noah said. Mara looked back toward the nearest pale figure. Its face had changed. It now resembled a boy she did not recognize. Not perfectly. The eyes were slightly too far apart. The mouth sat unfinished against the skin. "Why?" Mara asked. Paige answered. "So they can go home." Mara felt cold move through her that had nothing to do with the cave. She began cutting blankets loose from storage bundles, wrapping the weakest children and checking them as quickly as she could. Pulse. Breathing. Consciousness. No obvious fractures. Dehydration. Malnutrition. Cold injuries, but not enough to explain 11 months underground. "How did you survive down here?" Eli pointed upward. "There are warm places." Mara almost laughed at the impossibility of the sentence. Instead, she said, "I'm getting all of you out." Eli stared at her. Something in his face changed. Not relief. Fear. "What?" He shook his head. "Ellie, they know you came." The pale figures had started standing. One by one. Mara tightened her grip on the knife. But they did not approach. They simply watched her gather the children, as if waiting to see what she would do with them. Mara looked at Eli. "The first search," she said. "You told me you heard us." He lowered his eyes. Her throat tightened. "Tell me exactly what you heard." Eli swallowed. "Boots." "How many?" "A lot." "Where?" "Above us." Mara wanted him to stop. Instead, she asked, "When?" Eli looked toward the ceiling of ice and limestone. "The night you said everyone had to go back." Mara could hear her own pulse. "We left because the storm was getting worse." "I know." "You heard us before we left?" Eli shook his head. "No." Mara stared at him. "We heard you after." The cavern seemed to become smaller. "For how long?" Eli's voice was barely audible. "Hours." Mara remembered the order she had given. Teams returned to base. No further entry. She remembered believing every rescuer had obeyed. Eli looked up at her. "You were walking right over us for hours, after you said the search was finished." Mara looked up at the limestone ceiling as if she might still hear the boots. For hours after she had ordered the official teams down, volunteers had ignored her command. Parents. Neighbors. People with headlamps and borrowed snowshoes. They had kept searching. They had walked directly above the children. And still they had not found them. The realization did not absolve her. It made the mountain worse. Eli touched her sleeve. "They could hear us too." Mara looked down. "The searchers?" He shook his head. "The blank ones." Behind them, the pale figures had begun moving. Not toward Mara. Toward the deeper chambers. One carried a folded jacket. Another dragged a plastic storage crate filled with food wrappers, photographs, children's books, and objects Mara recognized as things reported missing from houses around Coldwater Ridge. A hairbrush. A baseball cap. A stuffed rabbit. A framed school photograph. Mara understood. They weren't only learning from you. Paige nodded. They went up sometimes. to the houses when it was dark. Mara thought of windows. Children standing outside them, watching, learning. She looked at the nearest creature. Its face was almost complete now. A boy's face. But the skin around the mouth sagged slightly, as if it had not yet decided where the expression belonged. "What are they?" Noah answered from behind her. "They're cold." Mara turned. "What does that mean?" He pointed toward the ice wall. "They hate when it drips." Only then did Mara notice the water. Thin threads ran down the limestone in several places. Not enough to matter. Not yet. But spring was approaching. The temperature outside had risen twice that week. Memory surfaced from the original search, the old geological survey describing seasonal melt channels beneath Miller Pass. Mara stared at the creatures. "They can't stay here when it warms." Eli whispered, "They get soft." Something moved inside one of the nearby ice columns. A pale body. Not human. Longer than a child should be. Its surface had slumped against the frozen wall like wax left beside a heater. Mara suddenly understood why the returned children had been unchanged. Why they remained the same age. Why every detail of them had been reconstructed from the moment of disappearance. These things were not growing into children. They were building disguises. Winter held their original bodies together. Spring destroyed them. Unless they became something else first. Mara looked at the children around her. "They need houses." Paige nodded. "Warm places." "No." Paige's eyes filled. "They need people." Mara felt something colder than the cave enter her. Not shelter. Acceptance. A creature could copy a voice. A face. A memory. But a disguise became an identity only when someone else agreed to believe it. The Warrens had called the returned boy Eli. Dana had embraced him. Fed him. Put him to bed. Loved him. That was what the creatures needed. Not blood. Not flesh. Recognition. A place inside a family. Mara turned toward the pale figures. "Is that why you take them?" No answer. One creature tilted its head. Then slowly, it reproduced her expression of horror. Mara raised the knife. It did not retreat. The others did not surround her. They did not block the passage. They simply watched as she gathered the children. That was wrong. Predators protected, captured, prey. These things seemed almost indifferent. Mara felt the answer before she understood it. They had already won the part that mattered. Above ground, the copies had been living in bedrooms for days. Eating breakfast. Being hugged. Being forgiven. Some parents were frightened. Some were suspicious. And some, like Laura Wexler, already preferred what had come home. Mara looked at Emily. The real Emily sat against the cave wall with bruised knees, tangled hair, and fury in her eyes. She did not look obedient. She did not look grateful. She looked like a teenager who had been imprisoned underground. Human. Mara imagined bringing her home. Then imagined Laura opening the door. One daughter, calm and affectionate. The other starving, traumatized, screaming that the first was a monster. Memory would not help. Both would know everything. Blood might. Medical records might. But not immediately. Not tonight. And love had already made its choice in some houses before truth ever arrived. Mara looked back toward the creatures. They were letting her take the children because they had learned something about humans that Mara had not. A perfect copy did not need to defeat the original. It only needed to be easier to love. Mara got the first 4 children out before her radio began working again. Cole answered on the second call. She told him where she was. Then she told him not to send parents yet. He asked why. Mara looked back at the cave mouth, where Eli stood wrapped in a silver emergency blanket, older and thinner than the boy sleeping in Dana Warren's house. Because we have a problem, no parent should have to solve in a doorway. By nightfall, the rescue shed had become a temporary triage center. Dr. Heller examined the children beneath fluorescent lights while deputies blocked the road outside. The real children were dehydrated, malnourished, bruised, and exhausted. None were dying. That should have been good news. Instead, Coldwater Ridge began coming apart. Dana Warren arrived first. She saw Eli through the glass partition. Then she stopped. The boy from her house stood beside her. Her Eli, or the thing she had called Eli for 2 weeks. It wore the red ski jacket. It held Dana's hand. Across the room, the other Eli stared at them. Dana made a sound Mara had heard once before, the day the first child returned. The copy looked up at her. Its face folded only after hers did. The real Eli saw it happen. Mom, Mom. Dana covered her mouth. Both boys stepped toward her. She backed away. Mara hated herself for noticing the difference. One Eli moved awkwardly, stiff from months underground. The other approached gently, carefully, already understanding what Dana needed. Soon the other families arrived. The rescue shed filled with crying, shouting, and impossible reunions. Emily Wexler screamed at her mother the moment she saw her. "You left me there." Laura collapsed against the wall. Her copied daughter knelt beside her immediately. "Mom, it's okay." The real Emily heard that. Her face changed. "You don't get to call her that." Harper O'Neill refused to let her father touch her. Caleb Morton began sobbing when Claire approached, then shoved her away when she tried to embrace him. Sophie Hanley demanded to know why her bedroom light had been turned off. Dylan Price called his father a liar. They were not easy children. They were frightened children. Dr. Heller drew blood from both sets. He took fingerprints, dental images. Old medical files were requested. Nothing produced an immediate answer. The copies had scars in the correct places. Birthmarks. Allergies. Old fractures. Even the small crescent missing from one of Noah Bell's baby teeth matched dental records. They didn't copy appearances, Heller whispered to Mara. They copied histories. Mara looked through the glass. What about genetics? Tomorrow, maybe longer. We don't have longer. Outside, temperatures were rising. Snowmelt dripped steadily from the shed roof. The copied children had begun complaining of headaches. Eli's copy kept touching the skin beneath his left ear. Once, Mara saw his fingers sink slightly into it. He quickly pulled his collar higher. The family's demanded answers Mara did not have. Finally, she brought everyone into the equipment bay. Parents stood on one side. Children on the other. Twice each. Mara told them about the cave. The pale figures. The memories. The faces being made. Nobody interrupted. When she finished, someone asked the question she had been dreading. How do we know which ones are ours? Mara looked at the children who had survived beneath Miller Pass. They're the ones I brought out. That's not proof, Mr. O'Neill said. I saw what was down there. You're asking us to trust you. His voice broke. Mara understood the accusation inside it. She had stopped searching once before. Now she was asking them to believe she had found the truth. The real Harper suddenly shouted, "Dad, I'm right here." Her copy flinched only after he did. No one else seemed to notice. Mara did. "You have to choose," she said. The room went silent. Until the tests come back, they cannot stay together. One set must remain under observation. The others go with family. Laura Wexler stared between the two Emilys. Claire Morton began crying again. Mr. O'Neill stepped forward. Harper's original reached for him. Her face was wet, furious, terrified. "Dad." The other Harper stood quietly beside the wall. She did not plead. She only whispered, "It's okay if you're scared." Mr. O'Neill's shoulders collapsed. The real Harper stretched both hands toward him. For one terrible second, Mara believed love would recognize what memory could not. Then her father walked past her and reached for the copy. After Mr. O'Neill reached for the copy, the room lost its last pretense of order. Harper's real voice cracked into something animal and furious. She lunged forward, not at the copy, but at her father, as if she could force recognition back into him by sheer proximity. Deputies caught her before she could reach him. On the other side of the equipment bay, Laura Wexler folded around the calm daughter, who called her mom in the exact tone she had missed for 2 years. Claire Morton chose neither boy at first and sank onto a bench with both hands over her face. Dana Warren stood between the two Ellis, like a person trying to remember which half of her own body belonged to her. Mara watched all of it and understood, with a sickness deeper than guilt, that truth was not going to arrive as a single, clean blow. It would arrive too late and in pieces. She separated the children as best she could. The originals stayed in the rescue shed, under blankets, lights, and medical supervision. Dr. Heller argued, pleaded, and finally ordered that the copies remain for observation as well. Some parents refused. Mr. O'Neill took the false Harper home before dawn. Laura Wexler insisted the copied Emily was frightened and needed her own bed. 2 others left the same way, wrapped in coats, led by adults whose relief had already begun defending itself as love. Mara wanted to stop them. On what authority? The tests were still pending. The law had no language for this. And a copy that knew every private scar in a household could stand in a doorway and say all the right things while the real child, hollowed by cold and hunger, screamed like a stranger. By morning, the temperature rose above freezing. Snow slid from roofs all over Coldwater Ridge. Gutters began ticking. Water ran black along the road edges, carrying pine needles, gravel, and the gray remains of winter sand. Mara stood outside the shed with a paper cup of untouched coffee and watched sunlight strike the ridge above Miller Pass. Inside, the real Emily Wexler sat on an exam table and refused to speak to anyone. Inside, the real Harper O'Neill stared at the door for so long that Mara stopped trying to interrupt her. Inside, Eli Warren slept in a chair with the silver emergency blanket tucked beneath his chin, one hand curled around Mara's glove as if she might disappear if he let go. Then Laura Wexler called. Her voice was wrong before she said a single word. "Mara," she whispered, "please come." The Wexler house smelled of wet carpet and something sweeter underneath, like fruit left too long in a sealed drawer. Laura stood in the kitchen, shaking so badly she could not close her hands. Copied Emily sat at the table. At first glance, she looked normal. Then Mara saw the skin around her jaw. It had softened. Not sagged. Softened, as if warmth had loosened whatever structure held the face in place. The left cheek drooped half an inch lower than the right. One eye watered continuously. When Emily blinked, the lid closed a fraction too late. "Mom says you're upset," she said. The voice was still Emily's. Laura pressed both fists to her mouth. "It started after breakfast," she said. She smiled at me and it moved. Mara stepped closer. The copied girl turned to follow her. For one terrible instant, the entire face shifted as a single piece, sliding almost imperceptibly before settling back into place. "Do you know what you are?" Mara asked. Emily smiled again. The mouth opened too wide. "I'm Emily." A thread of clear fluid fell from the corner of her lip. Mara backed away. All over town, the calls began. Cole radioed first. Then Dr. Heller. Then the sheriff's dispatcher, whose voice deteriorated with every address she read aloud. The copied children were failing. Not all at once, and not cleanly. In some houses, it began with headaches or fevers or clumsiness. In others, a parent simply noticed that one ear had lowered, or a handprint lingered too long in the softness of an arm, or a child's face seemed briefly crowded by another expression pushing through beneath it. Mara spent the day moving from house to house. At the O'Neills, copied Harper stood in the living room while her father begged her to sit down. Her features blurred each time she tried to reassure him. By the time Mara arrived, the girl's chin had split into two overlapping versions of itself, one frightened, one placid. Mr. O'Neill reached for her anyway. At the Mortons, Caleb's voice called for his mother from a body already losing the shape of a boy. At the Warrens, Dana had chosen the real Eli by noon, not because she had become certain, but because the other one no longer held together long enough to be mistaken. The copy sat on the edge of the bed, hands folded, while its face loosened and reformed in slow waves. Eli, then some other child, then a half-made blankness with Dana's grief arranged across it like a borrowed mask. "Don't let him see," Dana whispered. But the real Eli had already seen. By evening, no one in Coldwater Ridge needed convincing. The copied children collapsed inward as warmth deepened. Skin slewed. Features slid free of their places. Some tried to keep speaking as their mouths failed. Others turned toward parents with an obedience so terrible it no longer resembled love at all. Mara helped carry blankets, basins, sedatives, and sobbing originals through streets that dripped with thaw. She had brought the real children back. That was true. It was also true that several had watched their parents hesitate. Some had watched them choose wrong. Mara understood then that rescue did not restore the missing time. It did not repair the moment in a mother's face when recognition faltered. It did not give a hungry child back the year spent underground repeating family memories to teach a stranger how to wear them. By nightfall, the mountain roads were running with meltwater. Across Coldwater Ridge, behind curtained windows and open front doors, thawing faces kept saying, "Mom" and "Dad," long after there were no mouths left capable of forming the words. Some horrors do not come from being hunted. They come from being recognized too easily. In this story, the creatures under the mountain do not conquer families by force. They succeed by learning what love looks like from the outside and by becoming easier to hold than the wounded truth. Maybe that is the cruelest question beneath the horror. If the real thing returns broken, frightened, and difficult, will we still know it by love alone? Or do we sometimes choose comfort first and truth only when comfort begins to melt? Story 4. By the time Evelyn Marsh began the night round at Ashcombe House, the rain had polished Bath black. From the second-floor corridor, the city existed only in fragments. Wet Georgian stone under street lamps, a pale dome beyond the trees, the occasional taxi sliding past. Inside the retirement home, the air smelled of lavender, disinfectant, boiled milk, and the faint medicinal sweetness that gathered around rooms where someone had been ill too long. At 54, Evelyn had spent almost 19 years caring for people at the end of their lives. She was good at turning a body without hurting it, moistening a dry mouth, knowing when pain was real, even if the chart said the medication should be working. She was also good at lying. Not large lies. Kind ones. Your daughter called earlier. Your son said he'll come tomorrow. They asked me to tell you they love you. Families were busy. Families were frightened. Some lived overseas. Some simply could not bear wheelchairs, dementia, or the slow humiliation of watching a parent become dependent. Evelyn had long ago decided there was cruelty in accuracy, when accuracy served no purpose. That night, room 12 belonged to Margaret Bell. Mrs. Bell had been a music teacher once. Framed photographs of choirs covered one wall. All those open mouths caught mid-song. Her daughter, Caroline, had not visited in 11 days. "Any message?" Mrs. Bell asked. Her voice had become paper-thin. Evelyn adjusted the blanket over her legs. "She rang this afternoon." The lie arrived without effort. Mrs. Bell smiled toward the ceiling. "Did she?" "She said she's thinking of you." "What else?" Evelyn hesitated. Rain ticked against the window. She said she was sorry she couldn't get here tonight. Mrs. Bell's eyes settled on Evelyn's face. For a moment, Evelyn had the uncomfortable impression that the old woman knew. Then Mrs. Bell touched 2 fingers to Evelyn's wrist. "People always think there will be another evening," she whispered. Evelyn smiled because there was nothing useful to say. When she left, a man was standing at the far end of the corridor. He was tall but slightly stooped. His suit was black, old-fashioned, without looking theatrical, and perfectly dry despite the weather. He held a hat against his chest. Visitors were not permitted upstairs overnight without staff approval. "Can I help you?" Evelyn asked. The man looked toward room 12. His face was narrow and courteous. That was the word that came to her later. Courteous. Not friendly. Not warm. "My apologies," he said. "I thought someone was expecting me. No one should be up here. Then I must have mistaken the invitation." He inclined his head. Evelyn started toward him, reaching for the radio clipped to her pocket. A call bell sounded behind her. Room 12. She turned only long enough to see the red light above Mrs. Bell's door. When she looked back, the corridor was empty. There was nowhere he could have gone except the stairwell. But the fire door closed with an alarm, and no alarm had sounded. Evelyn checked it anyway. Locked. She told herself he must have entered one of the side rooms. Inside room 12, Mrs. Bell was sitting upright. Not struggling. Not panicking. Smiling. Her eyes were fixed on the chair beside the bed. "Margaret?" Mrs. Bell gave a small, almost girlish laugh. He came after all. Evelyn followed her gaze. The chair was empty. Who came? Mrs. Bell lifted one hand as if reaching for someone beyond the lamplight. Her lips moved. No sound emerged. Then she exhaled slowly and did not breathe in again. Training took over. Evelyn pressed the emergency call, checked for response, began what protocol required, even though she already knew. Later, after the doctor had been called and the body washed, Evelyn noticed Mrs. Bell's mobile phone on the bedside table. She touched the screen and saw the recent calls. There had been none that day. She had expected that. What she had not expected was the voicemail icon. One new message, recorded only minutes before Mrs. Bell died. Evelyn pressed play. For several seconds, there was only soft breathing. Then Mrs. Bell's voice, clear and young enough to belong to one of the choir photographs, whispered, "Caroline, I'm sorry I waited for you to say it first." The voicemail stayed with Evelyn long after Margaret Bell's body had been taken downstairs. She listened to it 3 times in the staff office with the volume almost off, as if lowering the sound might make the impossible part less obvious. Each time, the same young voice emerged from the phone. Not an imitation of Margaret. Not merely stronger than the voice Evelyn had heard from the bed. Young. There was a brightness in it that belonged to the woman in the choir photographs, before illness had thinned her face and made every breath laborious. By dawn, Evelyn had assembled explanations. The message might be old and wrongly marked. Margaret might have recorded it years ago. The stranger in black could have been a relative omitted from the visitor sheet. Ashcombe House supplied plenty of ordinary reasons for strange things. Faulty wiring, medication, grief, exhaustion, and guilt. Evelyn understood guilt better than most of the relatives who entered carrying supermarket flowers. Her work required diplomacy. She knew which sons visited only After reminders, which daughters called the nurses' station instead of their mothers, which grandchildren sent photographs but never came. She never judged them aloud. Instead, she filled the spaces. Your son says the children are keeping him busy. Your sister asked whether you're eating properly. He said he'll try again tomorrow. Sometimes there had been a missed call days earlier. Sometimes someone had asked after a resident in passing. Sometimes there had been nothing. Evelyn told herself the distinction did not matter. A person dying in the middle of the night did not need administrative precision. They needed to believe someone was thinking of them. She had believed that for 23 years. Long before Ashcombe House. Her mother had died in a surgical ward in Bristol while Evelyn was still training. The night before, they had argued on the telephone. It began with something stupid. Her mother criticized the man Evelyn was dating. Evelyn accused her of controlling everything. Her mother said, "You always leave before anyone can leave you." Evelyn hung up. Near midnight, the hospital called. She stared at the ringing telephone beside her bed. She knew the number. She let it ring. By morning, her mother was dead. No final apology. No forgiveness. Only a nurse saying gently, "She asked for you." Evelyn had spent half her life making certain other people never heard that sentence. 3 nights after Margaret's death, Arthur Pritchard began refusing his dinner. He was 87, broad-shouldered, despite the cancer hollowing him from within, and had once driven buses through Bath. His 3 sons lived less than an hour away. None had visited that week. "They're busy men," Arthur told Evelyn. "They rang earlier," she said. The lie came before she decided to tell it. Arthur looked relieved. "All 3? Daniel asked me to make sure you weren't giving the nurses trouble." Arthur laughed weakly. "That sounds like him." In the glass of the darkened window, behind him, someone moved. Evelyn turned. The corridor beyond the open door looked empty. Then the black-clad man passed slowly across it. She hurried after him. "Sir." He stopped near the chapel doors, hat against his chest. "You were here the other night." He regarded her mildly. "I am here many nights." "Who are you visiting?" His eyes moved toward Arthur's room. "Whoever has been left waiting." Arthur's call bell sounded. By the time Evelyn returned, his breathing had changed. He died less than 10 minutes later. Like Margaret, he died smiling. His sons arrived the next afternoon. They stood beside the stripped bed, 3 large men suddenly unsure where to put their hands. Daniel asked whether his father had said anything at the end. Evelyn almost lied again. Instead, she said, "He believed you'd called." Daniel's face tightened. His younger brother stared at the floor. Then the middle son frowned. "Can I ask you something strange?" Evelyn waited. He looked at his brothers. When Dad spoke, what did he sound like? Daniel gave a confused laugh, then stopped. The 3 men stared at one another. Their expressions changed slowly, as if each had reached the same locked door. Daniel pressed both hands against his temples. "I can remember everything he ever said." His brother looked at Evelyn, terrified. "But none of us can remember his voice." By the end of the week, Arthur Pritchard's sons were no longer the only ones asking strange questions. The first call came from Caroline Bell. Evelyn recognized the name immediately and almost let the telephone ring out. Instead, she answered from the small office beside the nurse's station. Caroline sounded tired rather than grief-stricken. "I've been sorting Mum's things," she said. "There are recordings." Evelyn's hand tightened around the receiver. "What kind of recordings?" "Old Christmas videos, school concerts, her choir rehearsals. She's in all of them." Caroline paused. "But when Mum speaks, there's nothing." Evelyn said nothing. "I mean nothing," Caroline continued. "You can hear the television behind her. Plates. Other people talking. There's even one where she's standing beside me and I'm answering her, but whatever she said is gone." "A damaged recording? All of them?" Evelyn looked through the office window toward the corridor. The chapel doors were closed. Caroline's voice dropped. "I can remember what she used to say. I remember arguments, jokes, the way she corrected my grammar. But when I try to remember the sound..." She stopped. "It's like watching someone through glass." Evelyn told her grief could affect memory in strange ways. The explanation sounded reasonable until another family called 2 days later. Then another. A retired solicitor named Gerald Ames had died at Ashcombe House the previous winter. His widow reported that a cassette containing their wedding vows, Cal, now carried only her own voice and the hiss of magnetic tape where Gerald should have spoken. A granddaughter of Alice Munro, dead for nearly 3 years, said she could remember every bedtime story her grandmother had told her, but not the rhythm of a single sentence. Evelyn began writing names in a notebook she kept hidden beneath medication audit forms. Margaret Bell. Arthur Pritchard. Gerald Ames. Alice Munro. There were more. Too many. She checked old care notes and discovered something else they shared. Each had died during the night. Each had died without family present. And Evelyn had been on duty for almost everyone. She stopped writing after that. That evening, Ashcombe House seemed quieter than usual. Not peaceful. Held. The building had always made noises. Pipes clicked in the walls. Floorboards shifted as the old Georgian structure cooled. Wind worried the sash windows. The lift groaned like an animal whenever it climbed from the ground floor. But shortly after midnight, Evelyn heard voices beneath the chapel. She was passing the double doors carrying fresh linen when she stopped. At first, she assumed 2 members of staff were talking in the corridor below. Then she remembered there was no corridor below. The chapel had been built over the oldest part of Ashcombe House. According to the maintenance plans, beneath it lay only a sealed foundation, void too shallow for anyone to enter. The voices continued. Soft. Several at once. Not conversation exactly. Fragments. I meant to tell him. Should have come. Evelyn pressed her palm against the chapel door. The wood was cold. A woman laughed somewhere beneath her feet. Evelyn knew the laugh. Margaret Bell. She stepped back. No. The whispering stopped. For several seconds, nothing moved. Then Arthur Pritchard's voice rose clearly through the floorboards. not the weak voice from his final days. A deeper one. Healthy. Middle-aged. Tell Daniel I knew why he stayed away. Evelyn's mouth went dry. She unlocked the chapel. Inside, moonlight from the high windows lay across rows of empty chairs. The altar cloth was pale in the darkness. No one was there. Yet, as Evelyn moved toward the front, the voices returned beneath the floor. Younger voices. Stronger voices. Voices belonging to people whose bodies had been carried out of Ashcombe House months or years earlier. She crouched beside the first pew and pressed her ear to the boards. A man was crying below her. A woman repeatedly said a child's name. Then another voice emerged. Evelyn froze. She knew the words before she knew whose voice was speaking them. They had been spoken in room 7 nearly 6 years earlier to a dying woman whose son had stopped visiting. Except the son had never said them. Evelyn had. She had leaned over the bed, held the woman's hand, and invented every word. From beneath the chapel floor, the dead woman whispered, "Michael said to tell you he forgives you." Evelyn did not sleep after hearing the voice beneath the chapel. By morning, she had reduced the impossible to a list of ordinary failures. Old buildings carried sound strangely. Grief created patterns where none existed. Memory was unreliable. Recordings corrupted. People heard what they expected to hear. She repeated these explanations while drinking coffee in the staff room, each one becoming less persuasive by the time she reached the end of the cup. Before leaving Ashcombe House, Evelyn went to the records office. The home had changed computer systems twice during her 19 years there, but old voicemail backups remained on an archive server because families sometimes requested recordings after a resident died. Birthday greetings. Messages from grandchildren. Small pieces of a person that seemed unimportant until there would never be another. Evelyn searched for Margaret Bell. 37 files appeared. She opened the oldest. A church organ played faintly in the background. Someone laughed. Then Caroline Bell said, "Mum, call me when you get this." Silence followed. The waveform continued. There should have been Margaret's saved reply. Nothing. Evelyn opened another. A nurse's voice asked Margaret whether she wanted tea. A pause. Then the clink of a cup being placed on a table. Margaret's answer was missing. Evelyn searched Arthur Pritchard. His files were the same. Traffic could be heard behind one recording. Another captured a television quiz show. In one, his son Daniel laughed at something Arthur had apparently said. Arthur himself made no sound. Not static. Not distortion. Absence. As though someone had carefully removed only him. Evelyn tried Gerald Ames. Alice Monroe. 5 more residents from the notebook. Every recording preserved rooms, machines, visitors, rain, cutlery, televisions, coughing from neighboring beds. The dead had become silent. Evelyn sat staring at the screen until the automatic lights switched off around her. A voice behind her said, "You look disappointed." She turned so sharply, the office chair struck the desk. The man in black stood in the doorway. He had removed his hat. His hair was dark, combed neatly back, though silver threaded the temples. His face seemed neither young nor old. Evelyn had the strange impression that age had touched every part of him, but had failed to settle anywhere. "You can't be in here." "I hear that often." "Who are you?" He looked toward the computer. "You have been very diligent." Evelyn stood. "If you're connected with one of our residents, I need your name." The man smiled. "Aubrey Harcourt." She repeated it silently, fixing it in memory. "I'll check the visitor register." "You will not find me there." "Then you're trespassing." "Technically, Mrs. Marsh, I was invited long before either of us arrived." The use of her name chilled her more than the words themselves. Evelyn reached toward the telephone. Harcourt did not move. "I would prefer that you didn't summon anyone," he said. "Not because I mean you harm. Quite the opposite." "What do you want?" "To thank you." The room seemed to contract around the question. "For what?" Harcourt glanced past her, toward the chapel corridor. "For making the work so plentiful." Evelyn felt anger cut through her fear. "People have died." "Yes." "You were there." "Often." "What did you do to them?" His expression softened in a way that almost resembled pity. "Less than you did." Evelyn stared at him. Harcourt stepped into the office. No sound came from his shoes. "You confuse cruelty with discomfort," he said. "That has always made you useful." "I don't know what you're talking about." "No?" He tilted his head. Then, in Margaret Bell's exact dying cadence, he said, "Your daughter rang this afternoon. She said she's thinking of you." Evelyn stopped breathing. Harcourt continued. Different sentence. Different voice. "Michael said to tell you he forgives you." Another. "Your sister asked me to make sure you were eating." Another. "Your son said the children have kept him terribly busy." Evelyn backed against the desk. The voices changed with every sentence. Old women, frightened men, residents long buried, residents whose names she had nearly forgotten. "You've done this before," she whispered. Harcourt smiled faintly. "No, Evelyn." He began reciting them faster now. 19 years of bedside mercies. 19 years of softened absences. Every comforting lie. Word for word. "You have." After Harcourt left the records office, Ashcombe House seemed to lose its ordinary noises. Not all at once. The lift still opened. Medication carts still rattled. Staff shoes still crossed the tiled corridors. But after dark, the building became unnaturally careful. Radiators stopped knocking. Floorboards no longer settled. Even residents who usually called through the night seemed reluctant to speak. The silence felt inhabited. Evelyn began noticing the telephones. The first rang in room 12, Margaret Bell's old room, which had remained empty since her death. Evelyn unlocked the door. The telephone stopped. The room smelled faintly of Margaret's hand cream, despite having been cleaned twice. There was condensation on the window. Not outside. Inside. Evelyn wiped it away with her sleeve. The glass fogged again beneath her hand. The next night, the telephone in Arthur Pritchard's former room rang 7 times. Then Alice Munro's. Then Gerald Ames's. Always vacant rooms. Always after dark. Whenever Evelyn answered, she heard only breathing. Slow. Patient. Sometimes several breaths overlapped, as though a crowd stood silently at the other end. She stopped answering. That was when Harcourt began appearing beside the occupied beds. Never dramatically. Evelyn would pass an open doorway and glimpse him sitting in the visitor's chair, hat resting across his knees. Once he sat beside Nora Finch, whose daughter had promised to drive from Cardiff but had canceled because of work. Another night, he appeared beside Leonard Shaw, whose 2 sons had spent 3 weeks arguing about which one should come. Harcourt never touched them. He simply waited on the empty side of the bed. Evelyn confronted him outside Leonard's room. Leave him alone. Harcourt looked up. You assume I arrived first. You know what happens when you sit there. So do you. She stepped between him and the bed. Leonard slept behind her, oxygen whispering beneath his nose. He isn't dying tonight. Everyone is dying tonight. That isn't an answer. No, Harcourt said. It is merely a fact you dislike. Evelyn hated the calmness in his voice. You take something from them. Harcourt's gaze moved toward Leonard. I take what no one else comes to claim. The next morning, Leonard's eldest son arrived unexpectedly. He sat beside his father for nearly 3 hours. Evelyn passed the room several times. At one point, she heard the son crying. I should have come sooner. Leonard reached for his hand. You came now. Nothing supernatural happened. No telephone rang. No glass misted. And Harcourt did not return. Evelyn began watching more carefully. Mrs. Patel died 2 nights later with both daughters beside her, each holding one hand. They spoke to her until her breathing stopped. Harcourt never appeared. George Renshaw deteriorated quickly the following week. His estranged brother arrived near midnight after 12 years without contact. They argued first, then apologized, then laughed about something. Evelyn could not hear from the corridor. Harcourt did not come. But when relatives failed to arrive, he was there, always on the empty side. Evelyn understood at last that he was not drawn simply to death. He was drawn to absence. That realization changed the way she saw every empty chair in Ashcombe House. For years, Evelyn had believed she filled those chairs with words. Your daughter called. Your son is thinking of you. They love you. She had imagined herself closing wounds. Now she wondered whether she had merely covered them. That night, a storm crossed Bath. Rain struck the old windows hard enough to make residents restless. Near the chapel, one telephone began ringing. There was no telephone there. Evelyn followed the sound. It stopped when she reached the double doors. The glass panels were clouded white. Her own reflection barely showed through. Then a clear line appeared in the condensation. A letter. Then another. Words formed slowly, as though someone on the other side were writing with a fingertip. Evelyn could not move. She recognized the sentence before it was finished. not because anyone had ever spoken it. Because for 23 years she had silently rehearsed saying it into a telephone that she had refused to answer. 4 words appeared on the chapel glass. "Mom, please forgive me." The words remained on the chapel glass until Evelyn touched them. "Mom, please forgive me." The condensation collapsed beneath her fingertips and ran down the pane in thin streams. Behind the door, someone whispered her name. Not Harcourt. A woman. Evelyn. She stepped inside. The chapel was dark, except for storm light, filtering through the high windows. Rain moved in silver sheets beyond the glass. The rows of chairs faced the small altar, each one empty. Evelyn. This time the voice came from the left. The disused vestry. Ashcombe House had stopped using it years ago after damp damaged the plaster. Cleaning equipment and broken furniture were stored there now. Evelyn had been inside dozens of times. There had never been anything beyond the back wall. She opened the vestry door. The smell struck first. Dust. Cold stone. And something faintly sweet, like flowers left too long in water. A shelving unit stood crooked against the far wall. Behind it was a narrow gap. Evelyn stared. She knew the dimensions of this room. She had once helped maintenance measure it after a leak. There should have been solid Georgian brick behind those shelves. Evelyn. The voice came through the gap. She pulled the unit aside. A wooden door waited behind it. No handle. Only a small iron keyhole. Evelyn thought of calling someone. Instead, she pressed her palm against the wood. The door opened inward. Cold air climbed past her face. Stone steps descended into darkness. They were older than Ashcombe House. The Georgian building ended several feet above them. Below lay rough masonry darkened with centuries of moisture. Evelyn switched on her phone light and went down. The voices grew louder. At first, they overlapped too completely to understand. Then individual sentences separated from the murmuring. "I should have told you. I wasn't angry anymore. Please don't remember me like that. I loved you even when I stopped saying it." Evelyn reached the bottom. Her light found glass. Hundreds of jars. They filled wooden shelves stretching through a vaulted chamber beneath the chapel. Small jars. Large jars. Bottles sealed with wax. Preserving jars with rusted metal clasps. Apothecary vessels clouded by age. Each contained nothing visible. Yet each whispered. Evelyn approached the nearest shelf. A yellowing label had been tied around one jar with string. Margaret Bell. Her hand shook as she lifted it. A woman's voice emerged from inside. Young. Clear. "Caroline, I'm sorry I made you responsible for my loneliness." Evelyn almost dropped the jar. Beside it stood another. Arthur Pritchard. "I knew why you boys stopped coming. I made your mother afraid of me." Another. Gerald Ames. "I never told you that I read your letter. I was ashamed because you were right." The chamber was not filled with final words. It was filled with the words people had failed to say. Love. resentment. Apologies delayed until delay became permanent. Forgiveness withheld because pride had seemed more urgent than mortality. Some jars cried. Some laughed. Some contained only names spoken again and again. Evelyn moved deeper between the shelves. The voices changed as she passed. Some sounded elderly. Others sounded middle-aged. A few were children's voices emerging from jars, labeled with people Evelyn remembered dying in their 90s. The younger the voice, the older the regret seemed to be. At the chamber's center stood a wooden table. A ledger rested upon it. Evelyn did not touch it. Not yet. Beyond the table, the shelving changed. These jars were arranged more carefully. Their labels were newer. Evelyn lifted her light. The first shelf bore a handwritten card. Evelyn Marsh, Kinnesses. Her stomach tightened. The shelf below read, Evelyn Marsh, Reassurances. Then, Evelyn Marsh, Repalaces. Dozens of jars stood beneath each heading. Perhaps hundreds. Some labels carried names she recognized. Others belonged to residents she had nearly forgotten. And on the lowest shelf, separated from all the rest, were several empty jars. Each had already been labeled. Not with residents' names. With hers. Evelyn Marsh. For several seconds, Evelyn could only stare at her own name. The empty jars on the lowest shelf were clean enough to reflect her phone light. Their glass distorted her face into narrow, pale fragments. Evelyn Marsh. No dates. No explanation. Only space waiting to be filled. Behind her, the other jars whispered continuously. She forced herself to turn toward the wooden table. The ledger was larger than it had seemed from a distance. Its leather cover had darkened almost to black, polished smooth where countless hands had touched it. The brass clasp opened without resistance. The first pages were brittle. Dates stretched back more than a century. Ashcombe House had not always been a retirement home. Before that, the building had served as a private convalescent residence, and before that, according to the entries, a charitable house for widows and the chronically ill. Every page followed the same structure. A name. A date of death. Who had been present. And beneath that, a final category. Farewell, spoken. Farewell withheld. Farewell interrupted. Farewell replaced. Evelyn turned pages faster. Some entries contained short notes. Daughter arrived. Reconciliation completed. Nothing retained. Brother remained absent. Apology unsaid, preserved. Wife refused bedside visit. Final affection unexpressed, preserved. Then she saw another phrase. Replaced by reassurance. Her breathing changed. She continued. The phrase appeared rarely in older records. Once every few years. Then more frequently as the decades advanced. A nurse had told a dying man that his estranged son had sent love. A matron had assured a woman that her sister had forgiven her. A priest had invented comforting words from a husband who never came. Each entry ended the same way. Original farewell preserved. Evelyn looked toward the shelves. The jars seemed louder now. She understood. The lies had not merely covered the silence. They had sealed it. A person approaching death might still rage, call, confess, demand, plead. A family might still arrive because discomfort forced them to. Someone might say the thing they had avoided for 20 years simply because there was no longer time left not to say it. But Evelyn had offered endings. Neat ones. Gentle ones. False ones. She had given dying people permission to stop waiting. And whatever remained unsaid afterward had nowhere to go. Her hands trembled as she reached the section corresponding to her first year at Ashcombe House. There she was. Evelyn Marsh, night care assistant. The first entry was small. Resident, Thomas Vale. Family absent. Reassurance supplied by E. Marsh. Original farewell preserved. Evelyn remembered Thomas. Barely. A retired gardener with swollen hands. She had told him his daughter had telephoned. The next entry came 4 nights later. Then another. Months passed. Her name appeared again and again. As assistant. Then caregiver. Then senior caregiver. The language of the records changed around her. Effective replacement. Residents ceased requesting family. Unspoken material unusually strong. Clean preservation. Evelyn felt sick. She had thought she was easing suffering. Page after page showed something else. She had been making silence permanent. A shadow moved across the shelves. You found the arithmetic. Harcourt stood at the far end of the chamber. Evelyn did not flinch this time. You kept records. I value accuracy. You collected these. I preserved what was offered. No one offered you anything. His expression remained calm. They withheld it from one another. That is a different form of offering. Evelyn struck the ledger with her palm. I didn't know. No. You used me. Harcourt approached slowly. You require villains too quickly, Mrs. Marsh. People died believing lies. They often preferred them. That doesn't make it right. No. For the first time, Harcourt's smile disappeared. That is what makes it useful. Evelyn turned another page. Near the back, the handwriting became newer, neater, more personal. There was a section headed, Keepers of Silence. Only 6 names appeared beneath it across nearly 2 centuries. 3 were nurses. 1 was a chaplain. 1 a physician. The final name was hers. Beside each name was a number. Evelyn's was larger than all the others combined. She read the note underneath. Exceptional instinct for substitution. Converts abandonment into comfort before reconciliation can occur. Families seldom recalled. Residents frequently die content. Yield consistently high. At the bottom of the page, Harcourt had added one final line. Evelyn Marsh, the most productive keeper of silence Ashcombe House has ever provided. Evelyn read the final line again. The most productive keeper of silence Ashcombe House has ever provided. The words should have made her angry. Instead, they made her tired. 19 years of night shifts seemed to gather around her at once. Hundreds of rooms, hundreds of beds, hundreds of hands she had held while saying things she believed kindness required. She looked at Harcourt. "What are you?" He considered the question almost politely. "You already have a word for me." "A vampire?" "Yes." Evelyn laughed once, without humor. "You don't drink blood." "Sometimes." The answer unsettled her more than denial would have. Harcourt moved between the shelves, running one finger along the glass jars without touching their labels. "Blood is terribly overrated," he said. "It contains life, certainly. But life is already leaving the body when creatures like me take it. There is very little in blood that the dying are not already surrendering." A jar beside him whispered a woman's name. Harcourt closed his eyes briefly. "What lasts," he continued, "is attachment." Evelyn stared at him. "Love?" "Love, hatred, shame, forgiveness, apology, gratitude, even resentment if it remains unfinished." He stopped beside Margaret Bell's jar. "Human beings spend extraordinary amounts of themselves preparing words they never say." Margaret's young voice murmured inside the glass. Harcourt listened with something close to hunger. "A goodbye spoken reaches its destination," he said. "It changes the listener. Sometimes it changes the speaker. Once given, it becomes memory. And if it isn't spoken, it remains potential." His fingertips hovered over the jar. Concentrated, unspent. Evelyn understood why the voices inside the jars sounded younger. They were not merely final thoughts. They were carrying years. Whole decades of withheld sentences compressed into the moment when there would never again be an opportunity to say them. You feed on that. I survive through it. You steal it. Harcourt looked at her. No, I collect what people choose not to give. That's a convenient distinction. Humans are fond of convenient distinctions. The cruelty of the answer landed because it sounded like something Evelyn herself might once have said about lying to residents. She looked toward the shelves, bearing her name. I made this easier for you. Yes. I stopped them waiting. Yes. I thought I was helping. I know. For the first time, Harcourt sounded almost gentle. That frightened her. Evelyn remembered Leonard Shaw's son arriving unexpectedly. The apology. Leonard's hand closing around his. Harcourt had vanished that night. Because the gap had closed, honestly. What would have happened if I hadn't lied? Sometimes nothing. Harcourt leaned against the table. Families still fail. Children still stay away. Pride survives funerals remarkably well. And this isn't all because of me. No. The relief came too quickly. Harcourt saw it. But discomfort is useful, Evelyn. Her relief disappeared. A dying woman asking for her daughter creates pressure. A father calling his sons creates shame. An unanswered telephone may ring again. A nurse telling a family, he keeps asking for you, may force someone into a car at midnight. He gestured toward the jars. You removed that pressure. Evelyn saw the pattern with terrible clarity. Every reassurance had been a little bridge placed across an emotional gap. Except no one had actually crossed it. She had made abandonment comfortable enough to continue. They thought they had more time, Evelyn whispered. Most people do. And I told the residents what they wanted to hear. You completed the conversation for both sides. Harcourt smiled faintly. A remarkably efficient arrangement. Evelyn looked at his face. Suddenly she saw something beneath its smooth composure. Fatigue. Not human fatigue. Age. A depth of exhaustion hidden beneath borrowed youth. How old are you? Harcourt looked toward the oldest shelves. When this house first received the dying, Bath still smelled more strongly of coal smoke than motor cars. Evelyn waited. Nearly 2 centuries, he said. The chamber seemed colder. And all this time? Not here exclusively. Hospitals, workhouses, military wards, private homes, anywhere farewells failed. His eyes returned to her. But the modern world has been generous. Evelyn felt sick. Harcourt stepped closer. You should understand the scale of your kindness. His voice became almost reverent. I have survived nearly 200 years, Evelyn. He glanced toward the shelves bearing her name. Almost half the strength presently keeping me alive came from your 19 years at Ashcombe House. Evelyn looked from Harcourt to the shelves bearing her name. Half his strength. The number did something accusation had not. It made 19 years tangible. Not shifts. Not residence. Food. She turned away from him and climbed the stone stairs without answering. In the chapel, the storm had weakened to a steady rain. The telephone that did not exist beneath the altar began ringing again. This time, Evelyn followed the cable. Behind an oak panel in the vestry, she found an old telephone exchange, probably abandoned when Ashcombe House modernized decades earlier. Cloth-wrapped wires disappeared into the walls beside newer network cables. One line still carried a faint current. Evelyn understood almost nothing about old exchanges. But she understood Ashcombe House. She knew which maintenance cupboard held spare connectors. She knew where the modern telephone distribution cabinet had been installed. She knew which administrator kept passwords written beneath a desk calendar because remembering them was inconvenient. By dawn, she had built something crude, not elegant. A bridge. Old copper to modern lines. Chapel to switchboard. Past to present. Harcourt watched from the doorway. You cannot return years, he said. No. Evelyn tightened the final connector. But perhaps I can return a sentence. She went below. The first jar she opened belonged to Margaret Bell. The wax seal cracked beneath her thumb. Nothing emerged physically. Then every telephone in Ashcombe House rang. At once. Residents woke. Staff shouted from the corridor. Evelyn heard Margaret's voice leave the jar, not loudly but everywhere, traveling through walls and wires. Caroline, I'm sorry I made you responsible for my loneliness. Somewhere beyond Ashcombe House, another telephone began to ring. Evelyn opened Arthur Pritchard's jar. Then Gerald Ames's. Then Alice Munro's. Each open jar became silent. Above them, the building came alive with ringing. Landlines. Care station phones. Mobiles. The old telephone in the chapel. Across Britain, impossible calls found numbers that had changed, homes that had been sold, children who had become old themselves. Some calls reached voicemail. Some were answered. Some rang in dark kitchens where people had not heard the dead speak for decades. Harcourt staggered. Evelyn turned. His black hair had begun whitening at the temples. "You should stop." She opened another jar. A woman's voice cried, "I forgave you years before I knew how to say it." Harcourt gripped the shelving. His skin loosened around his eyes. "You think confession repairs consequence?" "No." Another seal broke. "You think hearing the dead absolves the living?" "No." Another. His shoulders bent. Evelyn carried jars upstairs by the armful. Staff gathered in the chapel, frightened and confused. The manager demanded an explanation. Evelyn gave one. "Not all of it. Enough." She told them she had lied to residents for years. She gave names. She described invented telephone calls, invented messages, invented forgiveness. She told them that kindness had become an excuse for deciding what dying people were allowed to know. Someone began recording her on a phone. Evelyn saw it and continued. "I thought pain was something I had the right to edit," she said. "I was wrong." Below them, glass began breaking. Not from Evelyn's hands. The shelves themselves were trembling. One jar fell. Then another. The chamber erupted with voices. Hundreds. Goodbyes rose through the chapel floor like air escaping a buried city. Every telephone rang until the sound became almost unbearable. Harcourt screamed. It was the first uncourteous sound Evelyn had heard him make. She descended again. He lay beside the ledger. His suit hung from a body that had become impossibly thin. His face had collapsed inward. Liver spots covered his hands. His white hair clung to a scalp marked by veins like blue thread. He looked older than any resident Evelyn had ever cared for. Perhaps older than anyone had a right to become. Around him, jars shattered one after another. Their voices escaped. Harcourt reached weakly toward the lowest shelf. Only one jar remained intact. It was small, older than the others. There was no resident's name on its label. Evelyn moved toward it. Harcourt seized her wrist with astonishing desperation. "Please." His voice was barely more than breath. Evelyn looked down at him. For the first time, Aubrey Harcourt appeared afraid. "Leave that one sealed." Harcourt's hand remained around Evelyn's wrist. It had almost no strength left, yet the fear in his face held her more effectively than force. "Please," he whispered again. The final jar sat on the lowest shelf. Unlike the others, it was made of thick greenish glass, bubbled with age. The wax sealing its mouth had gone nearly black. No name had been written on the label. Only one word. "First." Evelyn looked at Harcourt. "Whose is it?" He closed his eyes. For a moment, the chamber filled only with the distant ringing of telephones upstairs and the last scattered whispers escaping from broken jars. Then he said, "Mine." Evelyn stared at him. Harcourt's fingers loosened, I was not always this. His voice had changed again. The cultivated smoothness was gone. He sounded like an exhausted old man being forced to remember something he had spent centuries refusing to name. There was a woman, he said. My wife. Evelyn said nothing. She became ill during a winter when physicians could do very little except visit, charge money, and leave solemnly. His mouth twisted. She knew she was dying. I knew it too. The jar gave a faint click. Something inside it breathed. I could not say goodbye, Harcourt whispered, because saying it would have made her death real. Evelyn understood before he continued. So you left. I told her I would return in the morning. His eyes opened. I did not. The first farewell. Not taken from a stranger. His own. What happened to her words? I heard them after she died. The fear in his expression deepened. They followed me, at night, in mirrors, through walls. I thought they were punishment. Then I discovered I could consume what had never reached me. And it kept you alive. At first, only a little longer. He looked around the chamber. Then I learned how much human beings leave unfinished. Evelyn lifted the jar. Harcourt made a broken sound. If you open it, there will be nothing left of me. That's what you've been asking everyone else to accept. I never asked them. No. Evelyn looked at the shelves. That was the problem. She broke the seal. The sound that emerged was not a scream. It was a woman laughing softly. Young. Warm. Then a voice said, Aubrey, I knew you were frightened. Harcourt collapsed. The voice continued. I was frightened too. His face changed as Evelyn watched. Not aging now. Emptying. Whatever unnatural tension had held 2 centuries together simply released. I wish you had stayed, the woman said. Harcourt began to cry. I would have forgiven you for being afraid. He reached toward the jar. Too late. The last words left the glass. And I loved you when you left. Harcourt exhaled. This time he did not breathe again. By morning, Aubrey Harcourt was only an extraordinarily old dead man in an outdated black suit. There were investigations. Questions. Ashcombe House closed temporarily, then permanently after the owners failed to explain the chamber beneath the chapel or the remains found inside it. Evelyn resigned before anyone could dismiss her. She gave statements. She admitted the lies. Some families forgave her. Others did not. She accepted both. Months later, living alone in a small rented flat overlooking a wet Bath Street, Evelyn woke to the sound of her telephone ringing. The number displayed was the Bristol hospital where her mother had died 23 years earlier. Evelyn answered. No one spoke. She heard a hospital room. The soft rhythm of a machine. Sheets moving. And breathing. Her mother's breathing. Weak. Waiting. Evelyn closed her eyes. For 23 years, she had imagined needing the right words. There were none. Only the true ones. Mum, she whispered. I was angry. I was proud, and I was afraid you'd leave before I could stop being angry. The breathing continued. I'm sorry I didn't answer. Her voice broke. I love you. A long silence followed. Then, Evelyn said the things she had spent half her life replacing for other people. Goodbye. The line went quiet. Far beneath the locked, abandoned chapel at Ashcombe House, hundreds of empty jars stood clear and silent in the dark. All but one. For a few seconds, a jar on the lowest shelf clouded from within with the warmth of a single breath. Then the glass cleared and remained still. Perhaps the most dangerous goodbyes are not the ones spoken badly, but the ones we keep postponing because silence feels safer. Evelyn spent years trying to protect dying people from abandonment, yet every comforting lie also protected the living from facing what they had left unfinished. Harcourt survived because human beings kept believing there would always be another call, another visit, another chance to say the difficult thing. Evelyn cannot undo what she did, but she finally stops replacing truth with comfort. If you knew there would be no tomorrow, what would you still need to say tonight? Story 5. By the time Luc Moreau reached Chateau de Vérac, the rain had stopped, but the castle was still dripping. Water slid from broken gargoyles and gathered in the joints of the limestone walls. Ivy hung black and heavy from the western tower. One of the roofs had collapsed inward years ago, exposing rafters the color of old bone. From the road below, Vérac looked less like a building than the remains of an animal too large to bury. Luc parked beside a temporary site office and sat for a moment with both hands on the steering wheel. He had spent 22 years being paid to decide whether structures could be saved. Most could not. That was what developers liked about him. He took his equipment from the boot: laser measure, crack gauges, moisture meter, camera, chalk, tablet. Everything clean, calibrated, rational. He preferred buildings before people arrived to explain what they meant. Stone did not exaggerate. Timber did not negotiate. A wall either carried a load or it did not. At the gate, a woman in a yellow site coat raised a hand. Luc Moreau? Unfortunately. She smiled. Camille Arnaud, project architect. She was younger than he expected, perhaps 35, with rain-dark hair tucked behind one ear. Behind her stood a printed rendering of the future hotel fixed to a plywood board, restored towers, glass-roofed courtyards, terraces full of white umbrellas. The chateau in the image looked polished, weightless, almost innocent. 6 months until stabilization, Camille said. Then interiors. The investors want the old damage retained where it looks romantic. Luc glanced up at the real walls. Damage rarely stays where it looks romantic. That made her laugh, though he had not meant it as a joke. Inside, the air smelled of wet stone, dust, and something faintly metallic. Their footsteps moved through a vaulted entrance hall where scaffolding rose 3 levels toward a ceiling painted with smoke-darkened saints. Red survey marks had already been sprayed beside several fractures. Camille led him to the south gallery. This is the one worrying everyone. The crack began near the floor, behind a fallen section of paneling, and climbed diagonally across the wall for nearly 6 meters. It was thick enough at shoulder height to take the edge of Luc's little finger. He crouched beside it. Movement records started 3 weeks ago. She handed him a folder. The gauges showed something strange. Luke read them twice. The fracture had narrowed. Not much. Less than a millimeter. But masonry cracks in an unheated ruin did not normally close in damp summer weather. Certainly not one under this kind of uneven foundation loading. Gauge error, he said. We replaced it. Then installation error. We replaced the person who installed it. Luke looked at her. Camille shrugged. The client was nervous. He marked the width himself, photographed it, then pressed 2 fingers against the stone. Cold moisture beaded under his fingertips. From somewhere deep in the chateau came a dull sound. Not a bang. A bell. One soft note, so low he felt it first in the wall. Camille did not react. Did you hear that? Hear what? Luke waited. Nothing followed. He told himself it had been scaffolding settling. They continued the survey until late afternoon. Most of Veyrac behaved exactly as a ruin should. Rotten joists sagged. Mortar had washed out of joints. One stair tower leaned 4 centimeters toward the courtyard. Luke found no mystery in any of it, only neglect with a budget attached. Then his phone vibrated. A news alert from the Regional Heritage Bulletin showed a photograph of demolition machinery tearing into the remains of the old St. Aubin Textile Hospital, 40 kilometers east. Luke remembered the building vaguely from a preservation dispute. 19th century. Structurally compromised. Appeals exhausted. He put the phone away. Behind him, stone made a sound like teeth meeting. Luke turned. The long crack in the south gallery was closing. Not quickly. Not enough to see movement in the ordinary sense. Yet the chalk line he had drawn across the fracture had buckled, its 2 halves pushing together. He stepped closer. Dust whispered from the seam. Then the gap tightened around his metal gauge until the tool fell free and struck the floor. For several seconds, Luke did not move. Through the narrowing fissure, where darkness should have been, he saw a strip of pale green wall. Wallpaper. A narrow corridor beyond it. And someone in a white hospital gown walking slowly past. Luke remained beside the crack until Camille called his name from the gallery entrance. By then, the pale green corridor had vanished. The fracture was narrow again, filled only with darkness and powdered mortar. Luke crouched, angled his flashlight into it, and saw perhaps 12 centimeters of rough limestone before the beam died against another stone. No corridor. No wallpaper. No patient. He photographed the opening anyway. Problem? Camille asked. Luke slid the metal gauge back into his case. Movement. Worse. Different. It was the sort of answer engineers gave when they wanted more measurements before admitting they had no explanation. The next morning, Luke established a temporary workspace in an unused servant's room overlooking the valley. From there, he could see the village of Saint-Véran spread along the narrow road below Veyrac. Pale houses with terracotta roofs, a bakery, a church, 2 cafes, and a line of plane trees bordering the square. From the chateau, it looked permanent. By lunchtime, Camille had shown him that it was not. She unfolded the development master plan across his desk. The hotel itself occupied only the central portion. Everything around it had been shaded. "Service road here," she said, running a finger through a cluster of houses. "Staff accommodation along the eastern approach. Spa complex here. Landscaping through the lower vineyards." Luke studied the legend. "Those are occupied properties. For now." "How many?" 38 parcels in the first acquisition phase. "And afterward?" Camille hesitated. Luke looked at her. 63, potentially. He leaned back. "That is most of Saint Véran. The investors call it integration. They usually do." She gave him a tired smile, but he did not return it. The documents used familiar language. Asterisk rationalization, clearance. Structural incompatibility. Necessary removal, asterisk. Words that turned homes into obstacles. Luke had written them himself. For 2 decades he had considered that precision a virtue. A structure had no moral status, merely because someone remembered learning to walk inside it. Sentiment did not strengthen foundations. Nostalgia did not stop timber rot. People confused buildings with lives. Luke had built a career separating the two. 9 years earlier, in Limoges, an apartment block on Rue Delorme had partially collapsed after weeks of heavy rain. The rear stairwell separated from the main structure. 2 floors tilted toward an alley. Luke had been called before dawn. Firefighters had evacuated everyone on the register. Almost everyone. An elderly tenant named Adrienne Valix had not been located. Her daughter insisted she was still inside. The fire commander believed she might have left before the evacuation. Her coat was gone. Her handbag was gone. No one had seen her in the building since the previous afternoon. Luke had inspected the exposed supports. Another collapse was possible. The safest option for the crews was controlled demolition. He signed the recommendation. Adrienne was never found. Neither was a body. For years, Luke had repeated the same sentence whenever the memory returned. There was no evidence she had been inside. It was technically true. Technical truth had served him well. That afternoon, he worked through VARAC room by room, fixing gauges beside fractures and recording moisture levels. Yet the village plan stayed in his thoughts. Near the western stair tower, he discovered red marks on the stone that he initially assumed belonged to Camille's team. 3 short vertical strokes. A horizontal line beneath them. His own notation. Luke stared at it. He used that mark before destructive intervention. Remove, expose, inspect behind. "Camille?" Her voice answered from somewhere downstairs. Luke touched the paint. Dry. Old, judging by the dust settled into it. He scraped one edge with his thumbnail. Beneath the red pigment lay another layer. And another. The same mark had been painted there repeatedly. He stopped counting after 6. That evening, rain returned over the valley. Camille left for the village, but Luke remained to compare the day's measurements. The south gallery crack had widened again. This time, he did not call anyone. He approached it alone. The gap opened by degrees as rain tapped against the boarded windows. Pale green appeared beyond the stone. Then fluorescent light. A hospital corridor. Luke smelled disinfectant. A bell sounded somewhere impossibly far inside the wall. One note. Then another. A figure stood at the end of the corridor. Not the patient from before. A woman. Small. Elderly. Her face remained hidden in shadow, but one hand rested against the green wall, as though she were too tired to continue walking. Luke's mouth had gone dry. "Madame?" The woman lifted her head. Behind her, other doors began opening. She looked directly through the crack and said very softly, "Veyrac." Luke stepped backward. The woman came closer. "No," he whispered. Her fingers touched the other side of the stone. Then she said it again. "Veyrac." This time, every voice behind every opening door repeated it with her. By morning, Luke had convinced himself that the voices had been an acoustic effect. The explanation was weak, but weakness did not make it impossible. Old masonry carried sound unpredictably. Rain moved through cavities. Metal scaffolding transmitted vibrations across rooms. Exhaustion distorted perception. The woman had been harder to explain. So Luke did what he had always done with things he could not explain. He measured them. He began with the south gallery. The internal length from the east wall to the western arch measured 21 millimeters, longer than it had the previous afternoon. Luke checked the laser. Reset it. Measured again. 21 millimeters. He moved outside and measured the corresponding exterior wall. No change. He returned inside. 21 millimeters longer. A room could not increase in internal dimension without either expanding externally or losing material from its walls. Neither had happened. Luke marked the measurement in his notebook without comment. By midday, 3 more rooms had changed. 9 millimeters in the old library. 14 in the north bedchamber. 32 in a ground floor storeroom beneath the collapsed roof. The differences were insignificant to anyone who did not understand buildings. To Luke, they were obscene. He asked Camille for the complete laser scan from the initial architectural survey. She brought him the files and watched as he compared them. "What are you looking for?" "Error." "In our scan?" "In mine." "And?" Luke enlarged the floor plan. No. He did not tell her more. Instead, he returned to the storeroom, where the dimensional change was greatest. Something pale protruded from the medieval wall beside an old fireplace. At first, Luke thought it was mineral bloom. He brushed away the dust. A glazed ceramic tile emerged. Green. The same institutional green he had seen through the crack. Luke used a small chisel to clear the mortar around it. The tile was not attached to the surface. It continued into the wall. He exposed another beside it. Then another. A neat row of hospital tiles lay embedded behind limestone blocks laid 6 centuries earlier. He stopped. Under his glove, something cold touched his wrist. A stainless steel handrail had appeared where the wall met the floor. Luke recoiled. It extended less than half a meter before disappearing directly into solid stone. There were scratches along its underside. Not corrosion. Fingernail marks. He photographed everything. Then he searched regional demolition records. St. Aubin Textile Hospital had been partially demolished the day before. Photographs of its interior showed pale green tiles and identical steel handrails running along patient corridors. Luke stared at the images until the screen dimmed. That should have been enough to make him leave. Instead, he became methodical. Over the next 2 days, he cross-referenced every unusual material he found inside Veyrac with demolition permits from surrounding departments. A fragment of blue floral wallpaper appeared inside the North Tower hours after an abandoned boarding house outside Albi was cleared. A strip of terrazzo flooring surfaced beneath a medieval stair after a municipal clinic near Béziers was dismantled. Most disturbing was a section of carved sandstone that pushed slowly through the chapel wall like bone through infected flesh. Luke recognized Romanesque tooling. He searched preservation notices. A former Benedictine priory near Cahors had lost its final standing cloister that same week after storm damage made emergency demolition necessary. The stones appearing in Veyrac matched photographs of the cloister arcade. Not approximately. Exactly. One block even retained half of a mason's cross visible in the archive photograph. The castle was not repairing itself. It was importing ruins. That phrase formed in Luke's mind, and he immediately hated it. That evening, he followed a trail of fresh limestone dust into a corridor behind the former kitchens. The passage ended at a wall he had inspected on his first day. Except now it did not. There was a doorway there. Narrow. Plastered. Painted cream. Its frame looked 20th century, entirely wrong against the blackened medieval stone surrounding it. Luke raised his flashlight. Beyond the doorway was darkness and the stale smell of closed rooms. A small enamel plaque had been screwed above the frame. White background. Black lettering. Not a room number. An address. Luke read it once. Then again. Asterisk 14 Rue des Ormes, Montauban. Back in the site office, he searched the address. The building had been a residential home for retired railway workers. It had been demolished after a fire 32 years ago. Luke looked toward the doorway. From somewhere beyond it came the slow scrape of a chair being pulled across the floor. Luke did not enter the doorway at 14 Rue des Ormes. Not that night. He photographed the enamel plaque, measured the opening, marked its position on the chateau plan, and then sealed the corridor with temporary barrier tape as if a strip of plastic could make the impossible respect procedure. By morning, he had prepared 5 explanations. Subsidence. Reused masonry. Incorrect historic plans. Undocumented restoration work. Survey drift caused by moisture and temperature changes. Each explanation survived for approximately an hour. The first failed when he compared foundation levels. Veyrac was moving, certainly, but not in any direction that could explain rooms becoming larger without altering exterior dimensions. Reused masonry was more plausible. Medieval estates had scavenged stone constantly. Churches became barns. Roman walls became houses. Noble families stripped abandoned monasteries to decorate their properties. But no medieval builder had reused stainless steel hospital handrails. No 18th century renovation contained synthetic wallpaper manufactured after the war. Luke requested the chateau's conservation archive from the Departmental Heritage Office. 2 boxes arrived that afternoon. Camille found him surrounded by photographs, plans, estate inventories, restoration proposals, and brittle correspondence. "You look happier," she said. "I'm not." "That usually means you've found something." Luke pushed an aerial photograph toward her. "Look at the West Tower." She frowned. "What about it?" "Count the windows." She did. 4. He placed a recent photograph beside it. 5 windows. Restoration? No permit, no masonry record, no structural intervention. Camille leaned closer. "When was this taken?" 1971. He produced another. 1956. The tower had 3 windows. Another photograph, dated 1928, showed only 2. Camille stared at the sequence. Maybe they were blocked and reopened. Luke had already considered that. The stone courses don't support it. He pointed to the surrounding masonry. No infill, no altered lintels. Each photograph shows the windows as though they were part of the original construction. They spent the rest of the day checking. The chateau had not merely been repaired over time. It had changed shape. A buttress appeared sometime between 2 surveys conducted 12 years apart. A small room beside the chapel existed in an estate inventory from the 1930s, vanished from plans after the war, then reappeared decades later with different internal dimensions. A staircase had gained 7 steps without becoming taller. The oldest stable floor plan showed a wall where Luke now knew there was an entire corridor. That evening, Luke created a second spreadsheet. 1 column listed documented demolitions within roughly 100 kilometers of Veyrac. Another listed changes visible in the chateau's historic records. The pattern was imperfect at first. Then he narrowed the search to significant structures. Hospitals, monasteries, schools, estates, residential institutions. The pattern sharpened. A convent near Figeac was demolished after a fire in 1962. Within months, photographs showed Veyrac's chapel buttress repaired, despite no recorded work. A tuberculosis sanatorium was cleared in 1979. The chateau's north wing, previously described as unsafe, was suddenly listed as structurally stable the following year. A 19th century orphanage came down in 1994. Soon afterward, surveyors noted unexplained strengthening in Veyrac's eastern foundations. Luke sat motionless before the screen. Every loss elsewhere corresponded to an improvement here. Not metaphorically. Structurally. The castle was conserving itself through destruction. Camille stood at the window overlooking Saint Véran. "Luke." He did not answer. They approved another acquisition package. He looked up. "For the village?" She nodded. 21 properties. Below them, Lights were coming on inside houses, whose occupants probably still believed negotiations could fail. Luke looked back at his spreadsheet. His phone refreshed an alert. A small 19th century hospice outside Rodez had been demolished that afternoon. He took his laser measure and went directly to the south gallery. The major crack had narrowed by nearly 3 millimeters. 3. Luke pressed his palm against the wall. Warm. For the first time since arriving, the stone felt warmer than his skin. Later, alone in the archive room, he continued through a box of photographs donated by a former Veyrac groundskeeper. Near the bottom was a black and white image dated 1948. It showed restoration workers standing inside the western wing. Behind them was a corridor. Smooth walls. Low ceiling. Metal handrails. A strip of institutional flooring. Luke knew it immediately. He had studied photographs of that corridor only hours earlier. It belonged to the Sainte-Madeleine Rehabilitation Hospital near Toulouse. The problem was not architectural similarity. Luke found the identifying detail in the background, a ceramic mural of 3 blue birds above a drinking fountain. The Sainte-Madeleine corridor had not been demolished until 1986. Luke brought the photograph closer to the lamp. 38 years before its original building was destroyed, its corridor was already inside Chateau de Veyrac. And at the far end of it, blurred by motion, stood a woman in a hospital gown, looking directly at the camera. Luke did not sleep. He spent the night enlarging the photograph from 1948 until the grain dissolved the restoration workers into pale blocks. The woman remained. She stood at the far end of the impossible hospital corridor, one hand against the wall, her head turned toward the camera. Toward him, Luke thought, although the idea was ridiculous. At dawn, he found limestone dust across the floor outside his room. Not scattered. Footprints. Bare human feet had crossed the corridor, begun at one wall and ended at another. Luke followed them into the western wing. The first figure appeared shortly after sunrise. An elderly man in a striped hospital robe stepped through a limestone partition without disturbing it. There was no flash, no mist, no theatrical change in the air. His shoulders simply emerged through solid stone, followed by his chest and bare legs. For a moment, the wall seemed to pass through him like water. Luke froze. The man glanced at him. His expression was not frightened. It was exhausted. "Veyrac," he said. Then he crossed the gallery and disappeared through the opposite wall. Luke stood there until Camille called from the courtyard. He did not answer. More came during the morning. A monk appeared on the chapel stairs carrying a candle that gave no light. His habit was stained with dust. He paused beside Luke and whispered the same name. Veyrac. 2 children emerged, hand in hand, from behind a fireplace in the north wing. Their clothes belonged to another century. One had soot across her cheek. They stared at Luke with open hatred. Veyrac. A woman carrying folded bedsheets walked through the library. A man in a railway uniform crossed the ruined ballroom. A family of 4 appeared beside the collapsed tower, dressed in clothes Luke recognized from photographs of displaced agricultural workers in the 1950s. None behaved like ghosts from stories. They did not moan. They did not threaten him. They simply passed through Verac as if continuing routines interrupted elsewhere. And each recognized him. By afternoon, Luke had stopped correcting them. He searched the archive instead. The chateau's earliest surviving plans were incomplete, but one name appeared repeatedly in 18th century copies of older estate documents. Asterisk Gaspard de Verac. Architect. Surveyor. Estate administrator. The man credited with expanding a defensive medieval structure into the chateau that later generations inherited. A charcoal portrait survived in one inventory photograph. Luke found a reproduction online. Gaspard looked nothing like him. Thin face. Heavy eyelids. Long nose. A scar beneath the left eye. Luke almost laughed with relief. Whatever the dead thought they recognized, it was not a physical resemblance. The relief lasted less than an hour. He was checking the southern foundation wall when he saw red paint. 3 vertical strokes. 1 horizontal line. His demolition notation. A woman stood beside it. She had appeared without Luke noticing. Her dress was old-fashioned dark wool with a white collar. Dust covered her sleeves. She pointed at the mark. "You still use it." Luke's throat tightened. "What?" She rubbed her thumb over the red lines. "This sign." Her accent was regional, but the words were clear. "You put it on our kitchen wall." "I did not." The woman looked at him with something colder than anger. "You always say that afterward." She stepped backward into the stone. Luke moved toward her. "Wait." Her face disappeared. Only one hand remained visible. Then that vanished too. By evening, Luke had found 8 versions of his mark throughout the chateau. Some lay beneath plaster installed centuries before his birth. Others had been carved directly into stone. The oldest appeared in the foundation passage beneath the eastern tower. 3 vertical cuts. 1 horizontal cut. The same instruction. Remove. Expose. Inspect behind. Luke stared at it until the line stopped looking like professional notation and began to resemble a barred gate. Then someone behind him said his name. Not Verac. "Luke?" He turned. An elderly woman stood at the end of the passage. Small. Gray-haired. Wearing a beige cardigan buttoned incorrectly over a flowered blouse. For several seconds, his mind refused to place her. Then she lifted one hand. Luke remembered a photograph from a missing person file. A daughter crying beside emergency fencing. A handbag listed as absent. An apartment block leaning toward an alley. A signature at the bottom of a demolition authorization. The woman walked closer. "You marked the wall," she said. Luke could no longer breathe properly. 9 years of careful language collapsed at once. Not missing. Not unaccounted for. Not presumed absent. Her name was Adrian Valex. Adrian did not vanish. That frightened Luke more than if she had. She turned away from him and walked deeper into the foundation passage, moving with the slight stiffness of an elderly woman protecting one painful hip. Her shoes made no sound on the stone. Adrienne. She kept walking. Luke followed. The passage should have ended after 12 meters. His survey showed solid foundation beyond that point. Instead, Adrienne reached the wall and passed through it. Luke stopped. For several seconds, he stared at the limestone, breathing through his mouth. Then a vertical seam appeared. Dust loosened. The stones parted inward. Behind them descended a staircase tiled in pale green ceramic. Hospital tile. Luke raised his flashlight. Adrienne? Her voice came from below. You wanted to inspect behind. The red demolition mark had been painted beside the opening. Luke descended. After 14 steps, the medieval foundation ended. The staircase continued. The walls became plaster, then brick, then glazed tile. At the bottom was a hospital corridor, not a fragment embedded in Veyrac. A complete corridor. Doors stood on both sides. Metal handrails ran beneath fluorescent fixtures that hummed without electricity. Luke recognized the St. Aubin colors immediately. One door opened as he passed. Inside, an empty ward contained 6 iron beds. Dust lay over everything except the mattresses. They were still indented by the shapes of people. Adrienne waited at the far end. Luke followed her through another doorway. The world changed again. He entered a stone cellar filled with wine racks. Through the ceiling came the faint sound of footsteps and cutlery. A house. Destroyed, perhaps, but still inhabited below Veyrac. Another door led into a kitchen with yellow wallpaper and a blackened stove. Plates sat drying beside a sink. Steam rose from a kettle, although the burner beneath it was cold. Beyond that came a narrow bedroom. Then a school corridor. Then a monastery cloister. Then a stairwell lined with soot. Luke stopped trying to determine direction. The spaces did not fit beside one another. Some rose. Some descended. Some seemed to tilt while his body remained upright. He passed through decades as though they were rooms. A nursery with iron cots. A servant's hall. A tiled hydrotherapy room. A railway waiting room with a clock that had no hands. Everywhere there were people. Not crowds. Remnants. A nurse smoothing a sheet. A monk kneeling before an absent altar. A child drawing on a wall with charcoal. A woman setting 4 places at a table. They rarely looked at Luke. Those who did used the same name. Veyrac. Luke no longer corrected them. Adrienne led him downward through increasingly older spaces. Modern plaster gave way to rough masonry. Paint disappeared. Timber beams thickened. Finally, even the ghosts became fewer. They reached a staircase cut directly into bedrock. Cold air rose from below. Adrienne stopped. I did not come this far before. Luke looked at her. Before what? Before your wall came down. He swallowed. I didn't know you were inside. She regarded him quietly. No, you knew I might be. Luke opened his mouth. Nothing useful came. Adrian turned away. That is different. They descended. At the bottom stood a chamber, far older than the chateau above. The ceiling was low and barrel-vaulted. Massive limestone blocks formed the walls, their surfaces polished by age. Luke approached the nearest one. Something had been carved into it. Letters. Numbers. Street names. Addresses. Thousands of them. Some written in archaic French. Some in Latin. Some modern. Luke moved along the wall, reading. Farmhouses. Hospitals. Convents. Tenements. Schools. Factories. Entire streets. Buildings reduced to locations after the people inside them were gone. He found Rue Delorme. His stomach tightened. Adrian stood beside him. Her address had been carved deeply enough to shadow the stone. Luke touched it. The chamber answered with a low bell. One note. Dust fell from the ceiling. Then another stone scraped somewhere nearby. Luke turned. At the end of the chamber, a fresh line was appearing by itself. Not carved by a visible tool. The limestone simply darkened, split, and formed letters. Luke moved closer. He read the first word. Then the second. His flashlight trembled in his hand. It was not one house. It was the village below. Asterisk Saint-Ferrand. Underneath, more letters were still forming. The carving did not stop at Saint-Ferrand. Luke watched more words form beneath the village name. Rue de l'Église. Place des Tilleuls. Chemin du Moulin. Individual properties followed. The bakery. The old schoolhouse. The municipal office. Even the small cemetery beyond the vineyards. Each name appeared with the patient certainty of something copying from an existing list. This hasn't happened yet, Luke said. Adrian looked at him. Does that matter to this place? The bell sounded again. This time Luke understood what it marked. Not death. Acquisition. He left the foundation chamber carrying photographs of every carved surface he could reach. Adrian did not follow him back. When he turned at the staircase, she was standing among the addresses with one hand resting over Rue Delorme. You should find out who taught it your language, she said. By the time Luke returned to the chateau above, night had settled over Saint-Ferrand. He went directly to the archive room. The oldest estate documents had seemed almost useless before. Inventories of timber, rents, quarry rights, livestock, chapel repairs. Now he searched for anything connected to Gaspard de Veyrac. Near the bottom of a worm-damaged ledger, he found an entry dated more than 3 centuries earlier. Not construction costs. Acquisitions. Stone from the demolished priory of Saint-Radegonde. Roof beams from a plague hospice outside Figeac. Limestone salvaged from 12 abandoned farmhouses. Paving stones from a hamlet removed after a land dispute. Gaspard had not merely designed Veyrac. He had assembled it from places that no longer existed. Luke turned pages faster. Later entries became stranger. One steward noted that the eastern wall had settled favorably after a convent was dismantled. Another described cracks in the chapel closing during the week a nearby manor was cleared. A 19th century owner had underlined a sentence twice. Asterisk, what is lost elsewhere is retained here. Asterisk. Luke sat back. The idea was impossible. The records continued anyway. By the 1800s, the Veyrac family had stopped pretending the pattern was accidental. They kept inventories. Buildings condemned. Buildings burned. Buildings dismantled for roads, railways, reservoirs. Beside many entries were measurements of the chateau taken afterward. Wall thickness. Foundation depth. Load capacity. Rooms added without construction. One owner called the process inheritance. Another called it architectural preservation. A third used a colder phrase. Asterisk transfer of useful remains. Luke found references to the dead as well. Servants complained about unfamiliar people appearing in rooms after demolitions. A priest wrote that the chateau had become crowded with those whose houses were taken before their grief was finished. In 1911, an engineer reported voices inside a newly strengthened retaining wall. His recommendation had been simple. Do not open it. Luke read that line several times. The castle was not haunted by people who had died inside it. It was haunted by people whose places had died. The distinction made everything worse. He opened the modern project files. Camille had given him access to structural plans, but he had ignored the commercial folders. Now he searched all of them. Land acquisition. Infrastructure. Expansion. Operational phases. The language was contemporary, polished, bloodless. Saint-Véran appeared first as surrounding development opportunity, then as controlled landscape zone, then as parcels identified by number. Luke opened a restricted planning appendix. A diagram of Veyrac filled the screen. Phase 1, stabilization. Phase 2, interior conversion. Phase 3, service expansion. Then a shaded area swallowed the village. Phase 4. Luke zoomed in. The proposed access road was secondary. The spa complex was secondary. Staff housing was secondary. Beneath the visible development plan lay another structural drawing. Lines extended from the chateau foundations towards Saint-Véran like roots. Each condemned property was linked to a corresponding section of Veyrac. Bakery to West Tower. Schoolhouse to chapel. Municipal office to central foundations. Private homes assigned to guest wings. Someone had already mapped how the village would be consumed. Luke felt the old instinct rise in him. Verify before accusing, measure before concluding, distinguish intent from interpretation. Then he saw the document classification printed at the bottom of the plan. Not heritage assets. Not compulsory acquisitions. Not demolition parcels. 3 words. Asterisk PH4 constructural material. Outside the archive window, the lights of Saint-Véran glowed beneath the chateau. And somewhere below Luke's feet, stone began to ring like a bell. The bell beneath the chateau kept sounding after Luke closed the project file. Not loudly. Not urgently. It rang at long intervals, each note traveling through the stone, as though the castle were counting something beneath him. Luke stared at the words on the screen. *4 in structural material. The phrase was horrifying because he understood it perfectly. He had used its relatives throughout his career. Unsafe fabric. Non-viable structure. Necessary clearance. Acceptable loss. Different vocabulary. Same conversion. A lived place became material the moment someone found language cold enough to remove the people from it. Behind Luke, the archive wall sighed. He turned. Adrian stood in the doorway. "You found it." Luke rose. "Why do they call me Veyrak?" She watched him for several seconds. "They do not call you that because they think you are him." Luke felt something inside him loosen and tighten at once. "Then what does it mean?" Adrian crossed the room and touched one of the red survey marks on the wall. Gaspard was the first man here who could look at someone's home and see stone. Her finger moved across the paint. He could look at a chapel and see beams, a hospital and see windows, a village and see foundations. Luke said nothing. He taught this place that disappearance could be called improvement. The bell sounded below them. Adrian looked toward the floor. Others came after him. Owners? Engineers, surveyors, officials, men who signed papers, men who said buildings had no feelings. Luke flinched. Adrian saw it. "That sentence is older than you." He remembered Rue de l'Orme. The rain. The leaning rear wall. Adrian's daughter outside the barrier, insisting her mother was still upstairs. Luke had not ordered Adrian to remain inside. He had not caused the structural failure. He had followed emergency procedure. All true. None complete. "I didn't know," he said. Adrian's expression did not change. "You knew there was a chance." Luke looked away. "And you decided the chance was small enough to remove." The word struck harder than demolition. Remove. His own notation. His own mark. 3 vertical strokes. 1 horizontal line. Luke understood then why the same symbol existed beneath centuries of plaster. It was not his mark. He had inherited it. Not as a design, as a way of thinking. "Veyrak isn't a person," he whispered. Adrian shook her head. "Not anymore." The archive door opened behind her. No one touched it. Beyond it was not the corridor Luke had entered through. A hotel stretched away instead. Finished. Warm lighting washed over cream walls. Brass room numbers gleamed beside polished doors. Thick carpet softened the floor. Framed photographs of the restored chateau hung beneath discreet lamps. The future. Luke stepped through. The air smelled faintly of new paint and lavender cleaner. At the far end, glass doors overlooked landscaped terraces, where Saint Véran should have been. There was no village. Only gardens. Luke began opening guest room doors. The first contained a hotel bed, but one wall belonged to the village bakery. Flour still dusted the shelves. A cooling rack stood beside the window. The next room contained half a bedroom from a house on Rue de l'Église. Family photographs remained above a chest of drawers. Luke recognized the house from the acquisition plans. Another door opened onto a child's room. Model airplanes hung from the ceiling. A school jumper lay across a chair. The bed was unmade. These were not abandoned objects. They were current lives, still being lived. Luke heard voices. A family speaking somewhere behind the wallpaper. Someone washing dishes. A television playing. A dog barking twice. The castle had already made space for them. The reinforced hotel chambers were not restoration. They were empty stomachs. Luke moved faster. Every guest room contained part of Saint Véran. Kitchens, bedrooms, dining tables, wedding photographs, medicine cabinets, shoes beside doors. Not ruins. Not yet. At the end of the corridor stood a final room. Its door was open. Inside, Luke saw his temporary survey office exactly as he had left it. His coat hung over the chair. His notebook lay open on the desk. Across the page, in handwriting that looked disturbingly like his own, someone had written, "Asterisk acceptable loss, confirmed." Below it was a red mark. 3 vertical strokes. 1 horizontal line. And beneath that, the castle had written the next thing it expected him to remove. Luke did not destroy the note. He photographed it. Then the hotel corridor vanished. One moment he was standing between polished guest room doors containing pieces of Saint Véran. The next he was back inside the archive room, one hand braced against cold medieval stone. His notebook lay on the desk. The page was blank. Luke checked his phone. The photographs remained. That was enough. By sunrise, the project documents had been copied to every place he could think of that might make them difficult to bury. Regional heritage authorities. Local journalists. The mayor of Saint Véran. 2 preservation organizations. An attorney who had represented residents fighting compulsory acquisition. Luke attached photographs of the hidden plans, the phrase *P4 constructural mysterial*, and scans of the old Veyrac ledgers. He did not attach the photographs of the dead. Some truths required evidence. Others required belief. Saint Véran woke angry. By mid-morning, people were gathering outside the municipal office. Camille arrived at the chateau, pale and furious, still holding her phone. "You sent everything." "Yes. They're saying the development company may suspend the project. They should abandon it." "You realize what they'll say about you?" Luke looked toward the village. "I know." Camille lowered her voice. "Luke, some of those files were restricted. So was the foundation chamber." She stared at him. He almost smiled. Almost. Then he went down to Saint Véran. The meeting was held in the old school gymnasium because the municipal office was too small. Residents shouted about contracts, valuations, compulsory purchase powers, environmental assessments. Luke waited until they quieted. Then he told them about Rue de l'Orme. Not the castle. Not yet. Adrian. He described the partial collapse, the missing resident, the emergency recommendation. the signature. For 9 years, he had said there was no evidence she remained inside. Now he said the sentence he should have used from the beginning. I allowed the building to be demolished while there was still a chance someone was inside. The room became very still. No one absolved him. He was grateful for that. That evening, he returned to Veyrac alone. Ordinary demolition was impossible. The records had made that clear. Burn a building, dismantle it, crush it, clear it, and Veyrac inherited the loss. To destroy the chateau as another condemned structure might only feed it with itself. Luke believed the answer lay deeper. Not the walls. Not the towers. The first foundation. The chamber where Burt had taught the castle what disappearance meant. Luke had spent his career understanding how structures transferred force. He knew foundations were not merely what buildings stood upon. They were where weight became accepted. He descended through the hospital corridor, the kitchen, the monastery passage, and the handless railway clock. Adrian waited at the bottom. You came back. Yes. To inspect? Luke shook his head. To stop approving. For the first time, something changed in her face. Not forgiveness. Recognition. Luke carried demolition charges, supplied through the emergency structural team, after he reported an imminent foundation failure. He placed them only where he believed the original chamber joined the oldest surviving load path. No calculation felt adequate. No procedure covered a building that remembered other buildings. When he finished, the addresses carved into the stones had begun changing. Saint-Véran was deeper now. Darker. Nearly complete. The castle knew what he was doing. Above him came doors slamming. Hundreds. Then thousands. The grafted corridors filled with voices. Patients. Monks. Children. Families. Some screamed. Others laughed. Many simply repeated one word. Veyrac. Luke stood in the foundation chamber holding the trigger unit. Adrian remained beside Rue Delorme. What happens to you? He asked. She looked around at the addresses. What happens to a room when the house is gone? Luke had no answer. He climbed. The chateau shook as he crossed the courtyard. Stone dust poured from windows. Ghosts moved through walls in every direction, no longer following old routines. They were leaving. Or trying to. Luke reached the outer gate. Behind him, Veyrac rose black against the evening sky. For 1 second, he thought of the word preservation. Then he pressed the trigger. The ground struck upward. A deep concussion rolled through the valley. Windows shattered in Saint-Véran. The western tower folded inward and stopped. There was no collapse. No falling masonry. No dust cloud. Chateau de Veyrac simply ceased to be there. Where the castle had stood, the evening sky was empty. For several seconds after the detonation, Luke could hear nothing except his own breathing. Then the valley returned. Dogs barking. Car alarms in Saint-Véran. Someone shouting from the road. Pebbles rolling down the slope. But there was no sound of collapsing stone. No secondary impact. No tower striking the courtyard. The chateau was gone. Not ruined. Gone. Where Veyrac had stood for centuries, the hilltop had become an open wound of pale earth and fractured bedrock. The outer walls, towers, chapel, scaffolding, archive room, even the temporary barriers had disappeared. Luke walked toward the edge of the scar. The oldest foundation chamber was gone too. So were the addresses. Camille reached him from the access road with several villagers behind her. She stopped. No one spoke. The castle did not disappear quietly enough to leave grass standing 10 meters away. Yet Veyrac had. By morning, emergency crews had sealed the site. Investigators arrived from Toulouse, followed by heritage officials, police, structural specialists, and representatives of the development company. They found blast residue. They found the holes where Luke had placed the charges. They found evidence that something enormous had occupied the hill. What they did not find was debris. Not one medieval roof tile. Not one carved block. Not one fragment of window glass. The official explanations began almost immediately. Unauthorized explosives. Professional misconduct. Acute psychological distress. The project company denied knowledge of the phrase *Phase 4 structural material *, claiming it referred to recycled aggregate intended for future construction. The restricted plan vanished from their internal system. Luke's copies remained, but lawyers called them manipulated. The historic ledgers were missing from the archive. Camille confirmed having seen them. That only gave investigators 2 unreliable witnesses instead of 1. Saint-Véran survived. The acquisition proceedings were suspended, then canceled. For Luke, that should have been enough. It was not. He thought of Adrian, of the monk with the unlit candle, the children covered in soot, the thousands of rooms beneath Veyrac. Had he freed them? Destroyed them? Moved them? He had no language precise enough to know. The following morning, Luke was in a hotel outside Toulouse when Camille called. She did not greet him. Turn on the television. Every channel showed Paris. At first, Luke thought the footage was old. Then he saw the tower. It stood beyond the familiar roofs, like something inserted into the city during the night. Medieval limestone. Narrow lancet windows. A steep crown of battlements. Far too tall for any genuine medieval structure. It occupied a parcel near a major redevelopment zone where several post-war buildings had recently been approved for demolition. No construction company claimed responsibility. No crane had been recorded. No foundation excavation existed. Yet the tower had appeared complete. Luke knew its shape. He opened the photographs he'd taken from Veyrac's archive before the documents disappeared. There, Gaspard de Veyrac's rejected expansion scheme. A tower his patron had refused because the foundations could never have supported it. A tower never built. Until now. Luke enlarged the drawing. At the bottom, beneath Gaspard's handwriting, was a note Luke had overlooked. *A structure survives best where loss is plentiful. *. His phone rang again. Camille. There's something else. She sent him live footage from a news helicopter. The camera passed the tower's upper levels. Luke paused the image. One window was open. Behind it stood figures. A nurse. A child. A monk. And an elderly woman in a beige cardigan. Adrian. She was not looking at the helicopter. She was looking downward. Luke followed her gaze to the street below. Demolition crews had begun fencing another condemned building. Red markings covered its entrance. 3 vertical strokes. 1 horizontal line. A drill struck concrete. High above Paris, a hairline fracture appeared across the impossible tower. Dust trembled along it. The machinery below struck again. The crack narrowed, then quietly closed. Buildings are easy to call empty once the people inside them become inconvenient. Veyrak's horror was never only that it stole stone from demolished places. It learned something human. Destruction becomes easier when loss is translated into technical language, when homes become parcels and people become risk calculations. Luke finally refused that language, but he misunderstood one thing. He thought evil belonged to a location. Veyrak understood better. A castle does not need an ancestral hill when an entire world keeps producing ruins. And perhaps the most dangerous structures are not the ones that refuse to die, but the ones that always know where progress will feed them next. Story 6. The first thing Imogen Reed noticed about Train 417 was that someone had cleaned the windows, not the cab glass. That was expected. The locomotive windshield had been polished until the black pines ahead appeared unnaturally sharp beneath the headlight beam. It was the side windows that bothered her. The narrow panes in the crew compartment, the inspection car, even the little square of reinforced glass in the rear door. Freight crews rarely cared what those windows looked like. In winter, they collected grease, frost, fingerprints, and the gray dust that came off brake shoes. Tonight, every pane was clear. Imogen stood beside the locomotive at Hallow Creek Yard while snow moved through the floodlights in thin horizontal lines. Beyond the yard, northern Ontario had already vanished into darkness. 2,000 kilometers of forest, rock, frozen lakes, sidings, tunnels, and maintenance towns lay west of them before the route descended toward the prairies. "Someone expecting scenery?" she asked. Graham Pell, the engineer, glanced at the glass. Mechanical washed her. "All of it?" He shrugged. "You wanted the train as close to 417B as possible." That was true, though Imogen had not asked for clean windows. 6 months earlier, 417B had departed Hallow Creek with 3 crew members and a nearly identical consist: 2 locomotives, 48 covered hoppers, 12 refrigerated cars, 6 sealed intermodal cars, and a telemetry wagon at the rear. It passed Red Birch at a little after 11 in the evening. It never reached Kettle Junction. The train itself was found 11 hours later, standing on the main line with its engines idling. No footprints left the cab. No blood. No damaged doors. No missing equipment. Only 3 empty seats and a pot of coffee burned down to black residue. Imogen had spent 4 months leading the investigation. The official conclusion remained open. The unofficial conclusion was that she had missed something. She climbed aboard. Besides Graham, the train carried conductor Elise March, signal technician Owen Kells, and Dr. Farah Sen, a fatigue specialist retained after the disappearance. Imogen disliked the last addition. Fatigue specialists existed to explain impossible things with sleep debt and microsaccades. And there were parts of the 417B file she preferred explained by neither. They rolled out of Hallow Creek beneath a sky without stars. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened. The locomotive rocked with the heavy, predictable rhythm of jointed rail. Cab heaters breathed warm metallic air. The radio muttered distant dispatch calls. Outside, spruce trunks appeared and vanished in the side glass like vertical scratches on film. Imogen reviewed the old timeline on her tablet. Red birch detector. Mileage post 603. North Wolf Tunnel. Telemetry interruption. Then nothing. Her thumb stopped above the line marked radio irregularity. The entry had been shortened in the final report. She had shortened it. "No, cold?" Farah asked from across the compartment. Imogen realized she was rubbing the inside of her left wrist. "No. You do that when you're stressed. We met 3 hours ago. You've done it for most of those 3 hours." Imogen lowered her hand. At 11:15, they passed Red Birch. The detector announced their axle count in a calm, synthetic voice. Graham repeated the number. Elise wrote it down, exactly as the missing crew had done. Imogen looked toward the side window. Her reflection floated over the forest. Pale face, dark hair tied back, orange safety vest, railway badge clipped high on her chest. For a moment, another reflection seemed to stand behind her. A man in an old-fashioned dark blue rail jacket. She turned. No one was there. When she looked back, only her own reflection remained. "North Wolf in 20 minutes, Graham said. Imogen stared at the glass. There was a handprint on the outside. 5 long fingers pressed flat against the window. The train was moving at 90 kilometers an hour. Snow struck the glass around the print, but did not touch it. Then, far beyond the window, between the black trunks, a second set of headlights appeared. Not ahead of them. Beside them. Keeping pace. Imogen watched the second headlights for 12 seconds before speaking. They were low and white, separated by exactly the width of a locomotive, appearing and disappearing behind the trees as train 417 followed the curve north. Graham. Something in her voice made him look immediately. 2 lights, right side, parallel to us. Graham leaned across the controls. The headlights vanished. Not gradually. There was no curve in the terrain, no embankment, no stand of trees thick enough to hide them. They simply ceased to exist. What am I looking for? Imogen moved closer to the glass. Nothing but snow. They were keeping pace. Maintenance road? At 90 kilometers an hour? Graham gave her a cautious glance. Behind them, Farah had stopped typing. Imogen hated that expression. She had seen it during witness interviews. The moment someone stopped listening to the evidence and began evaluating the person describing it. They were there. "I believe you saw something," Farah said. That was worse. Imogen turned back toward her tablet. The old investigation timeline waited on the screen. 6 months earlier, Train 417B had reached this same stretch shortly before its first abnormal radio transmission. She opened the archived transcript. The version approved for the final report contained only 3 lines. 417B, possible signal irregularity east of North Wolf. Dispatch, confirmed signal aspect. 417B, unable to confirm. Continuing west. Clean. Professional. Harmless. And false. Imogen had listened to the original recording 19 times before authorizing the transcript. She knew exactly what had been removed. Outside, something pale moved between the trees. She looked. The headlights were back. This time she said nothing. They ran beside train 417, perhaps 60 meters away, though there were not supposed to be tracks there. Imogen knew the subdivision maps. She had walked sections of this corridor after the disappearance. Beyond their right-of-way was granite, forest, and an old logging cut abandoned decades earlier. No railway. She quietly raised her phone and recorded the window. On the screen, there were only trees. She lowered the phone. The headlights remained. Imogen felt cold despite the heater. Elise. The conductor came forward. Stand here. Elise did. Look through that window. At what? Imogen kept watching the lights. Just look. Elise leaned closer. The instant her face approached the glass, the headlights disappeared. Imogen stepped back. They returned. A pulse began behind her right eye. Did you see anything? Snow. Imogen said nothing. North Wolf Tunnel was 14 minutes away. Exactly 14 minutes. Before the tunnel, 6 months earlier, engineer Malcolm Avery had made the transmission Imogen later altered. She remembered his voice better than she remembered his face. Not frightened. Embarrassed. That had been what disturbed her. Men like Avery reported mechanical failure easily. Reporting something impossible was different. They softened their language. Laughed at themselves. Apologized for wasting dispatch time. The original recording had begun with Avery saying, "There's another train out here." Imogen closed the transcript. Her wrist had started hurting. She was rubbing it again. Farah noticed. Imogen. I'm fine. No one said you weren't. The radio crackled. All 4 of them looked toward it. Static breathed from the speaker. Then silence. Graham adjusted the channel. Dispatch, 400 Sen, radio check. Nothing. The static returned. Imogen heard something beneath it. A rhythm. 3 short bursts. Pause. 2 longer bursts. Her stomach tightened. That pattern had appeared on the original recording immediately before Avery reported the other train. She reached for the radio controls. Don't. The word came out too sharply. Graham withdrew his hand. Why? Imogen could not answer, without answering several other questions first. The static grew louder. For a moment, it resembled steel wheels grinding around a distant curve. Then a voice emerged. Thin, compressed, almost buried beneath electrical noise. Read. Imogen stopped breathing. Elise looked at her. Did that say your name? The speaker hissed. Graham keyed the microphone. Identify transmitting unit. No reply. Imogen stared at the radio. 6 months earlier, after Avery reported the impossible headlights, dispatch had transferred the call to her because she was already supervising a signal integrity review farther west. She had been the one who answered. She had been the one who decided the report could wait. The headlights appeared again beyond the glass. Closer now. The radio clicked. This time the voice was unmistakable. Malcolm Avery. Missing for 6 months. Imogen Reed. Then, in exactly the tired tone with which he had spoken to her that night, Avery repeated the instruction she had given him before train 417B disappeared. Continue west. Do not stop the train. For several seconds after Malcolm Avery's voice died beneath the static, nobody moved. Only the locomotive moved. Steel complained beneath them as train 417 entered a long descending curve, its headlights sweeping across frozen rock and walls of spruce. The radio returned to ordinary static, as though a dead man had not just spoken through it. Graham reached for the microphone. Dispatch 417. Confirm last transmission. Imogen caught his wrist. He looked down at her hand. She released him immediately. Ask about traffic first. What traffic? The train beside us. Elise stepped toward the window. The headlights vanished again. Imogen almost laughed. Not because anything was funny. The sound simply rose in her throat and had nowhere else to go. Move back, she said. Elise frowned. Just move. When Elise retreated, the 2 white lights returned between the trees. Farah watched Imogen rather than the window. You're seeing them now? Yes. Still? Yes. Graham called dispatch. The dispatcher answered immediately this time. Imogen listened while Graham gave their mileage and asked whether any eastbound or westbound movement occupied an adjacent track. A pause followed. There is no adjacent track through your current section. Graham looked at Imogen. Confirm. Single main from Red Birch through North Wolf. Nearest siding is 17 kilometers west of you. Imogen knew that already. She also knew what she could see. The forest began thinning. For the first time, moonlight reached the ground between the trees. And something silver appeared beneath the impossible headlights. Rail. 2 polished lines running perfectly parallel to their own. Owen pressed his face near the opposite window. I don't see anything. Of course you don't, Imogen whispered. What? Nothing. The second locomotive emerged from behind the trees. It did not approach them. It was simply there, as though enough of it had finally entered the world to become visible. Black locomotive body. Yellow safety striping. Snow along the pilot. Number plates darkened by grime. Train 417B. Imogen knew the damage above the left ditch light. She had photographed that dent herself after the abandoned train was recovered. But 417B had been sitting inside a secured maintenance compound for 6 months. She had seen it there 3 days ago. The impossible train ran perhaps 20 meters away. No embankment separated them now. No forest. 2 tracks crossed the same frozen clearing beneath the same white sky. Yet no one else reacted. Graham kept watching his controls. Elise was checking the radio log. Owen rubbed condensation from a window through which there was nothing, apparently, to see. Farah stared at Imogen. "You've gone pale." Imogen stepped toward the glass. The other locomotive's cab was illuminated. 3 people stood inside. Malcolm Avery was nearest the window. He looked exactly as he had in his personnel photograph. Broad shoulders, thinning fair hair, deep crease beside the mouth. No frostbite. No starvation. No sign that 6 months had passed. Beside him stood conductor Miriam Pike. Behind her was Louis Dacre, the trainee brakeman whose mother had called Imogen every Thursday for 3 months after the search was suspended. All 3 were smiling. Not wide smiles. That would have been easier. They smiled the way railway employees smiled when passing co-workers across a yard. Familiar. Casual. Malcolm lifted one hand. He waved. Imogen's knees weakened. Miriam waved next. Then Louis. Their movements were slightly delayed from one another, as though each had waited to see how the previous person performed the gesture. "Stop the train," Imogen said. Graham turned. "What?" "Stop. We're approaching North Wolf." "I know. You specifically ordered us not to stop before the tunnel." The words struck harder than they should have. "Continue west. Do not stop the train." Her own instruction returned after 6 months. Outside, Malcolm lowered his hand. He said something to Miriam. Miriam nodded and disappeared deeper into the cab. A moment later, she returned holding a folder. Personnel blue. The same kind used in Hallow Creek's operations office. She removed a photograph. Imogen stepped so close to the window that her breath clouded the glass. Miriam passed the photograph to Malcolm. He pressed it against his window. Imogen recognized the picture immediately. Her railway identification portrait. Taken 7 years earlier. Below her face, something had been written in black marker. Malcolm pointed toward it. Imogen could not read the words from this distance. Then he turned the photograph around. On the back was a single handwritten question. How long does it take to become you? Imogen was still staring at the question on the back of her personnel photograph when Graham spoke. Tunnel in 60 seconds. The impossible train remained beside them. Malcolm Avery lowered the photograph, but his smile did not change. Ahead, North Wolf Tunnel appeared as a black opening cut into granite, rimmed with ice. The railway headlight struck its mouth and seemed to flatten there, swallowed rather than reflected. Imogen knew the tunnel measurements from the investigation. 912 meters. At their current speed, approximately 18 seconds inside. 6 months earlier, Train 417B's telemetry had failed for those same 18 seconds. "Slow us down," she said. Graham shook his head. "Not inside. I'm not asking you to stop. You told dispatch we'd reproduce the original speed profile exactly. That was before another train appeared." "To you," Farah said quietly. Imogen turned. Farah's expression held no mockery, which somehow made it worse. The second train was less than 15 meters away now. Its wheels ran on rails no map acknowledged. Its windows were perfectly clean. Imogen suddenly understood why. They needed to see through them. "Everyone away from the windows," she said. Owen looked up from his equipment case. "Why?" "Just do it." The tunnel mouth expanded. Elise moved first. Farah followed. Owen hesitated. "I'm supposed to monitor the signal repeater through North Wolf. Do it from the console." "The external pickup?" "Console, Owen." Her tone ended the argument. He stepped away from the side glass. Both trains entered North Wolf Tunnel together. The world became noise. The locomotive headlight illuminated wet stone for less than a second before every light in the cab failed. Not dimmed. Failed. Controls. Ceiling fixtures. Emergency strips. Imogen's tablet. Absolute darkness filled the compartment. Someone swore. Steel thundered beneath them. Imogen reached for the seat beside her and found nothing. "Graham?" "Graham." "Here." "Elise?" "Here." "Farah?" "Yes." "Owen?" No answer. The train hammered forward. Imogen counted without meaning to. 4, 5, 6. "Oh, when?" Something brushed her shoulder. She caught an arm. Farah gasped. "It's me." 8, 9. Then another sound joined the wheels. Knocking. From the right side of the cab. 3 knocks against the window. Pause. 3 more. Imogen pictured fingers tapping the glass from outside, while both trains raced through solid rock. 11. 12. "Owen." A voice answered from very close to her. "Yes." Relief loosened something in her chest. Then the voice said, "Sorry, wrong one." Imogen stopped counting. The lights returned. Train 417 burst from North Wolf into falling snow. Graham was at the controls. Elise crouched beside the rear bulkhead. Farah stood gripping Imogen's sleeve. Owen was gone. His equipment case remained open on the floor. A voltage meter was still connected to its leads. "Owen?" Elise checked the passageway. Farah opened the washroom. Graham shouted his name toward the inspection car. There was nowhere aboard the locomotive for a man to vanish. Imogen turned toward the window. The other train emerged from the tunnel beside them. Someone new sat in its engineer's seat. Owen Kells. He wore a railway uniform Imogen had never seen him own. The jacket was faded at the elbows. The reflective strips were scratched and dull. A stitched name patch read O.K. Else but beneath it hung qualification badges issued only after years of locomotive service. Owen had been a signal technician for 4 years. He had never qualified as an engineer. Yet his hands moved across the other locomotive's controls with practiced familiarity. He adjusted the throttle, checked a gauge, touched the brake stand without looking. Then he turned toward Imogen. There were gray strands in his hair that had not been there 18 seconds earlier. She stepped closer to the glass. The other Owen did the same. He smiled. Not quite Owen's smile. A rehearsal of it. Imogen whispered, "That isn't him." Across the gap, Owen's lips moved. Imogen had not spoken loudly enough for him to hear. But she understood the words anyway. "That isn't him?" Her mouth went dry. She began to say, "It learned." The Owen beside the parallel window formed the entire sentence before the first word left her lips. It learned him in the tunnel. Imogen never finished saying the sentence. Across the parallel gap, the thing wearing Owen Kells's face already had. For several seconds, she could only watch him. Then the railway curved left. Their locomotive leaned into the bend. The other train did not. It should have disappeared behind them, continuing straight into the forest where its impossible rails seemed to run. Instead, it remained beside train 417 at precisely the same distance, rotating through the landscape with them. Trees passed between the trains without blocking Imogen's view. For an instant, she saw spruce trunks occupying the same space as the other locomotive. Then the trunks were behind it. Farah whispered, "What are you looking at?" Imogen did not answer. She watched Owen. The copy adjusted his collar. The real Owen had done that repeatedly since Hallow Creek whenever nervous, 2 fingers beneath the left side, pulling once, then smoothing the fabric over his collarbone. The copy performed the movement perfectly. It paused, performed it again. Practicing. Imogen backed away from the window. "Cover the glass." Graham looked over. "With what?" "Anything." Elise pulled an emergency blanket from a storage compartment. Imogen helped tape the silver material across the side window. Farah covered the smaller pane in the rear door. The effect was immediate. The cab felt smaller, safer, for perhaps 30 seconds. Then something tapped the covered window. 2 fingers. Pause. 2 fingers again. Elise stared at it. "What is out there?" Imogen finally told them. Not everything. She described the second train, the missing crew and Owen sitting at its controls. Graham listened without interrupting. When she finished, he said, "You think something took Owen?" "Yes." "And replaced him?" "Not yet." Farah caught the distinction. "What does that mean?" Imogen looked toward the covered window. "I think it's still learning." A voice came through the radio. Not Malcolm's. Owen's. Fluctuation probably came from the repeater. Everyone froze. Those were words Owen had spoken earlier that evening, almost casually, while examining his equipment. The radio repeated them. Same hesitation. Same breath between probably and came. Then another recording followed. Elise's voice, this time. You specifically ordered us not to stop before the tunnel. Graham looked at her. She had said that in the cab. The radio had not been transmitting. Another voice. Farah. You've done it for most of those 3 hours. Imogen felt something cold settle behind her ribs. It was not merely watching. It was collecting. Speech. Movement. Reactions. The ordinary waste of personality people scattered around themselves without noticing. Train 417 began climbing toward Gray Cap Pass. The grade steepened enough that Graham increased power. The parallel locomotive should have lost position. Instead, the tapping remained exactly beside Imogen. 2 fingers. Pause. 2 fingers. Then the emergency blanket shifted. A hand was pressing against the glass from the other side. Not touching the blanket. Touching the exterior window. 5 long fingers appeared as shallow indentations in the foil. Imogen tore the blanket down. The parallel train was still there. Owen stood at its window. He lowered his hand. Then Elise swore behind Imogen. There's another tunnel. Gray Cap Tunnel was shorter than North Wolf. Imogen had forgotten it entirely. No windows, she said. Nobody goes near a door. Everyone holds on to someone. Graham could not leave the controls. Farah took Imogen's arm. Imogen grabbed Elise's wrist. The tunnel swallowed both trains. Darkness. Again. Imogen tightened her grip. Someone breathed beside her. 1 breath. 2. Then Elise said very calmly, "You're hurting me." Imogen loosened her fingers slightly. The train shook. A metallic impact came from somewhere behind them. Farah screamed. Light returned. Imogen was holding nothing. Elise had vanished. Only her orange safety glove remained in Imogen's hand. No. She searched the compartment anyway. Rear passage. Washroom. Equipment space. Nothing. Then, something knocked on the uncovered window. Elise March stood inside the other train. Her hair was longer. Her conductor's jacket had faded nearly white along the seams. Service pins covered one breast, enough for decades of work she had never performed. She smiled at Imogen, then reached automatically into her pocket and touched the silver coin. Elise had been rubbing between thumb and forefinger since Hallow Creek. A private, nervous habit. Learned perfectly. Imogen finally understood the windows. They were not there so passengers could look out. They were there so something could look in. She turned away and saw another compartment illuminated farther back along the parallel train. Only one person sat inside. A woman with dark hair tied back. Orange safety vest. Railway badge clipped high on her chest. Imogen Reed was sitting beside the window watching her. The woman in the other train did not wave. She only watched. Imogen knew her own posture too well. Shoulders held slightly forward, chin lowered when concentrating, left hand resting over the right wrist. The copy even rubbed the skin there with its thumb. Then it stopped. It had noticed her, noticing. The parallel compartment went dark. Imogen? Farah stood behind her. Graham had reduced speed without being asked. Ahead, the track descended through a narrow granite, cutting toward another tunnel. Imogen checked the route map. That isn't there. What isn't? The tunnel. Ah. The black opening ahead was narrower than North Wolf and completely unmarked on her tablet. No portal number. No maintenance designation. No signal protection. Yet rails led straight into it. Beside them, the other train aligned closer. 10 meters. 5. Then less. Its steel flank approached without sound until the gap between the trains seemed no wider than a doorway. Farah saw it. Imogen knew because Farah's face changed. Oh, God. You can see it? Farah nodded once. The tunnel swallowed them. The lights failed. But this darkness was different. A thin strip of yellow illumination appeared where the rear door should have opened onto rushing air. Imogen heard voices beyond it. Dozens of them. Questions repeated patiently. What was your first supervisor's name? Which hand does your wife hold when she sleeps? What did your father call you when he was angry? What do you order when you're pretending not to be hungry? Imogen moved toward the door. Farah grabbed her. Don't. Another voice sounded beyond the metal. Malcolm Avery. Not the radio version. This one was hoarse. Weak. Please. Imogen opened the door. There was no exterior platform. There was another train. For a few impossible seconds, both consists occupied the same tunnel, their doorways joined by a narrow steel threshold trembling beneath her boots. Imogen crossed. Farah shouted her name. Then the door slammed behind her. Emergency lamps glowed along a corridor that smelled of old sweat, diesel, and something medicinal. The parallel train was larger inside than it had appeared through the windows. Freight cars stretched ahead in both directions. Each door had been welded shut from the outside. From behind the nearest came a human cough. Imogen found a maintenance bar hanging from the wall and forced it beneath the locking plate. The metal gave after 3 attempts. She pulled the door open. 3 people recoiled from the light. For one terrible second, she thought they were corpses. Then Malcolm Avery raised his head. He was painfully thin. His beard reached his chest. His uniform hung from his shoulders like clothing placed over a frame. Beside him, Miriam Pike sat against the wall with blankets wrapped around her legs. Louis Dacre crouched farther back. Alive. All 3. The real missing crew. Malcolm. He stared at her as though he had forgotten what recognition felt like. Then he laughed once. You came. Imogen stepped inside. Plastic water containers lined one wall. Food packets lay in careful stacks. A chemical toilet sat behind a hanging sheet. Someone had kept them alive deliberately. Miriam's wrists were scarred. Where are Owen and Elise? Malcolm closed his eyes. New cars. What are they doing to you? Louis answered. Learning. From the next freight car came a voice identical to his. "What did your mother cook on Sundays?" Lewis flinched. Another voice followed. "When did you first lie to her?" Then another. "What did she say at the hospital?" Imogen moved toward the connecting door. Malcolm caught her sleeve. "Don't answer anything." The questioning continued through the walls. Voices wearing Malcolm. Miriam. Lewis. Owen. Elise. Some sentences were repeated until cadence, hesitation, and breath became indistinguishable from the originals. Imogen finally understood the service pins. The worn jackets. The impossible familiarity. The things were not manufacturing identities in tunnels. The tunnels only transferred bodies. The real work happened afterward. Kilometer after kilometer. Question after question. Memory after memory. "How long?" Imogen whispered. Malcolm looked toward the ceiling, as though calculating by vibrations. "We stopped knowing. But 6 months. We never stopped moving." Imogen felt something inside her recoil. "No, we found your train. You found one." The words settled between them. Malcolm studied her face. There was no anger in his expression. That frightened her more than hatred would have. "You heard us that night," he said. Imogen said nothing. "You heard what I told you." The train shuddered. Somewhere beyond the sealed cars, something began tapping on glass. Malcolm's fingers tightened around her sleeve. "They could have taken us anywhere." His voice cracked. "But they kept us on the line." Imogen wanted to tell him she had not known. That the report had seemed impossible. That stopping a transcontinental freight corridor required evidence. That she had made the only decision available. Malcolm looked at her as though he could hear every excuse before she chose one. "They kept us alive," he whispered, "because you never let us stop." Malcolm's words remained with Imogen as the impossible train carried them deeper into darkness. She wanted to argue. Instead, she asked where they kept the records. Malcolm pointed toward the forward cars. "They write everything down." "Who?" He looked at her. "Use." A few minutes later, Imogen understood. The next freight car was not a prison. It was an office. Metal filing cabinets had been bolted to the walls. Personnel folders covered 2 long tables. Photographs, medical questionnaires, payroll records, disciplinary notices, training certificates, handwritten Christmas cards, divorce petitions, school reports, and copies of private messages had been arranged into careful categories. Every document belonged to someone the train had taken. Owen Kells had 3 cabinets. Elise March had 2. Malcolm's records filled an entire wall. But the files were not merely collected. They were annotated. Imogen opened Owen's personnel folder. Beside his official railway photograph, someone had written, "Left eyebrow rises when lying politely." Another note. Laughs before disagreeing with supervisors. Suppress this if fatigue exceeds 12 hours. Another. Mother's death discussed 7 times. Emotional response became consistent after 5th repetition. Imogen closed the file. The room seemed to tilt with the movement of the train. On another table, she found sheets divided into columns. Observation, repetition, correction, stability. Elise's nervous habit with the silver coin appeared under observation. The first copied attempt had used the wrong hand. The second had rubbed the coin too quickly. The third had occurred without emotional stress. Each mistake had been corrected. By the 11th recorded attempt, the notation read, "Sippable without original present." Imogen felt sick. These things did not steal faces. They constructed people. Slowly, kilometer by kilometer. The parallel windows gave them posture and movement. Radio conversations supplied speech. Personnel files supplied biography. The prisoners supplied everything documents could not contain. Love, shame, private jokes, the names people used only when angry, the memories they regretted remembering. "How far have we traveled?" Imogen asked. Malcolm stood in the doorway. "Far enough that I've answered the same question in 6 different provinces without seeing daylight." The train gave a long metallic groan. Somewhere beyond the office, a voice with Elise's exact cadence asked someone whether they preferred coffee black or with cream. Imogen moved to the final cabinet. Her name was printed on the label. Read Imogen, Incolete. Inside were copies of her employment evaluations, university records, inspection reports, expense claims, interview transcripts, and documents no railway file should have contained. A photograph of her childhood home, her father's obituary, a handwritten note she had left on a hospital chair when he died because she had been unable to say goodbye aloud. At the bottom lay a small digital recorder. Imogen recognized it immediately. Evidence Unit property. Case 417B. She pressed play. Static filled the tiny speaker. Then Malcolm's voice emerged from 6 months earlier. "There's another train out here." Imogen stopped breathing. The recording continued. This was not the edited version. Malcolm described parallel headlights. A locomotive running where no track existed. People standing inside. People he thought he recognized. Then her own voice entered. Calm. Professional. Already impatient. "Continue west. Do not stop the train." Malcolm hesitated. "There's something wrong with the windows. You're approaching North Wolf. Maintain your route." "Mrs. Reed, I'm asking permission to stop." Imogen closed her eyes. She remembered this differently. For 6 months, she had remembered hesitation, confusion, bad reception. She had remembered Malcolm accepting her judgment. The recording did not allow that mercy. His voice cracked. "Please, halt us before the tunnel." Imogen's recorded voice answered immediately. "No, continue west." A long burst of static followed. Then Malcolm said, very softly, "If we go into that tunnel, I don't think the people coming out will be us." Imogen's own voice replied, "Proceed." The word kept playing in Imogen's head even after she stopped the recorder. Not continue if safe. Not report again after Northwolf. Proceed. A single professional word behind which she had hidden 6 months of cowardice. Malcolm stood in the doorway of the records car. You remembered that differently, didn't you? Imogen did not answer. She opened the cabinet marked with her name again. There were more files beneath the recorder. Signal reports. 3 of them. All dated before 417B disappeared. The first had come from a maintenance crew near Red Birch. 2 technicians reported seeing green aspects displayed simultaneously on opposing signal heads. The second described phantom occupancy on a section of track that did not exist. The third came from a locomotive engineer who claimed another freight train had followed him through Greycap Pass without appearing on dispatch control. Imogen had read all 3. She had marked them as equipment anomalies. Malcolm watched her face. What were you protecting? The question hurt because it was simpler than the answer she had spent months constructing. Imogen sat down. 4 weeks before you disappeared, I signed off on the signal integrity review for this subdivision. Malcolm said nothing. There were unresolved discrepancies. Intermittent occupancy, false clears, track circuit readings we couldn't reproduce. Then why approve it? Because the corridor was already behind schedule. That's not an answer. No. The train rocked beneath them. Imogen looked at her own handwriting on the inspection summary. It would have cost the company millions to suspend freight movement. My regional director told me we needed a conclusion, not another investigation. And you gave him one. I certified the system. Malcolm's expression remained empty. Imogen wished he would shout. I told myself the discrepancies were instrumentation errors, old wiring, cold weather interference. But then people saw another train. Yes. And you still did nothing. Imogen looked down. Stopping 417B that night would have triggered an emergency corridor shutdown. Engineers would have reopened her inspection. They would have discovered that several unresolved tests had been entered as completed, not fabricated entirely. That distinction had mattered to her once. Technicians had performed most of the work. She had merely entered acceptable results for the tests weather prevented them from completing. A procedural shortcut. A professional compromise. A lie. When Malcolm called, Imogen said, I knew that if I stopped the train, everything would come back. Malcolm's mouth tightened. You mean your report? Yes. And when we disappeared, Imogen forced herself to meet his eyes. I removed part of the recording. The words seemed to alter the air. The official transcript made your report sound like signal confusion. I classified the missing audio as corruption. Lewis had appeared behind Malcolm. Miriam, too. Neither spoke. I thought you were dead, Imogen said. That made it easier, Miriam asked. Imogen could not answer. After the train was recovered empty, the railway accepted a theory involving crew disorientation, unauthorized movement between cars, and environmental exposure. Imogen had allowed it. 3 missing employees became an unresolved operational incident. No shutdown. No criminal inquiry. No examination of her certification. and the impossible train had remained on the route. Moving. Watching. Learning. A knock sounded from the office window. Imogen turned. Her double stood on the other side of the glass. Closer than before. The copy's hair had loosened slightly around the temples, exactly as Imogen's had during the night. Its vest bore the same crease near the zipper. Even the skin around its left wrist was reddened from rubbing. It smiled. Imogen stepped toward the window. "How much do you know?" The copy's lips moved. This time Imogen heard its voice through the glass. Her voice. "Enough. What do you want?" To finish, Imogen looked at Malcolm. "How long has it been studying me?" The copy answered instead. "Longer than tonight." Imogen felt the meaning settle slowly. Her reports. Interviews. Recordings. Depositions. Every altered transcript. Every explanation she had repeated until even she believed it. The copy placed one hand against the window. "You thought hiding the truth made you harder to know." Its smile became exactly hers. "But concealment is repetition, Imogen." It leaned closer. "That is why I understand you better than anyone else." The copy's hand remained against the glass after it stopped speaking. Imogen looked at her own reflection, layered over its face. For the first time, she could not tell which features belonged to whom. Then the lights flickered. When they steadied, Malcolm was gone. Imogen spun toward the records car. "Miriam?" No answer. Lewis stood in the doorway. Or something wearing Lewis did. The difference was almost invisible now. He had the same hollow cheeks as the prisoner she had found, the same cracked lower lip, the same stiffness in his right knee when he shifted his weight. But the exhaustion was wrong. Too consistent. Real fatigue changed from second to second. A person sagged, recovered, forgot to look tired, then remembered because the body reminded them. This Lewis wore suffering perfectly. Where is Malcolm? He smiled. Imogen stepped backward. The train passed through another brief section of darkness. When the lights returned, Lewis was gone too. A voice came over the internal speaker. "Graham Pell." "Imogen, I need you back in the locomotive." She did not move. Graham had never used her first name tonight. Not once. She ran. The corridor seemed longer than before. Doors appeared where she did not remember doors. Through narrow windows, she saw faces following her passage. Owen, Elise, Malcolm, Miriam, strangers in railway uniforms from decades she did not recognize. Some were young. Some old. Several wore the same faces at different ages. The train had been doing this longer than 6 months. Perhaps longer than the railway itself understood. Imogen reached the overlapping doorway between the two consists. This time there was no tunnel around them. Only black forest moving at impossible speed. Yet the threshold remained. She crossed. Farah dragged her inside train 417 and slammed the door. "You were gone 43 minutes. It felt like 10. Graham isn't answering me properly." Imogen looked toward the controls. Graham sat facing forward. His hands rested exactly where they should. Too exactly. Graham. He turned. Everything is under control. His smile was small, familiar, practiced. Farah whispered, "That's not him." Imogen stared at him. Then at Farah. Then at the parallel train beyond the window, where another Graham sat in another locomotive performing the same movements. Original. Copy. Prisoner. Replacement. The categories had stopped helping. As long as both trains remained intact, the process would continue. Every tunnel would take someone. Every kilometer would improve what replaced them. "Where's the nearest crossover?" Imogen asked. Farah blinked. "What?" "The maintenance crossover west of Grey Cap." Graham answered without turning. 6 kilometers. Imogen remembered it. A remotely controlled pair of switches used during track maintenance, ordinarily locked against unauthorized movement. There was only one problem. The other track did not exist. Not officially. But the signal system had been seeing phantom occupancy there for months. Perhaps the railway had been detecting it all along. Imogen opened the emergency control cabinet. "What are you doing?" Farah asked. Ending the route." She removed the protective cover from the manual dispatch override. Warning labels filled the panel. Unauthorized switch movement at freight speed could derail both consists. Imogen entered her credentials. The system rejected them. She entered the old engineering bypass code from her signal review. Accepted. Of course. Another shortcut. Another thing she had never been supposed to retain. The crossover appeared on the schematic. 2 lines. Not one. For the first time, the impossible track was visible on railway equipment. Farah stared. My God. Imogen selected both switches. Graham rose from his seat. "Do not do that." His voice had changed. Not dramatically. It had simply lost the need to sound human. Imogen pressed a worse guy. Outside, points began moving beneath the snow. The parallel train drew closer. 15 meters. 10. 5. Steel screamed somewhere ahead. Farah grabbed a handrail. Imogen. The tracks converged. Both locomotives were being forced toward the same strip of rail. The copy of Graham stopped trying to reach her. Instead, he sat down. Calmly. Across the narrowing gap, Malcolm Avery appeared in the other cab. Then Miriam. Owen. Elise. Lewis. Imogen's double stepped between them. The distance collapsed. 3 meters. 2. Imogen expected panic. There was none. Every person aboard the parallel train turned toward her. Behind her, Farah stopped shouting. Imogen looked back. Farah was smiling. So was Graham. Through the connecting windows of Train 417, more faces turned one after another toward the cab. Some original. Some copied. Imogen no longer knew which. Seconds before impact, Every person aboard both trains smiled at her with exactly the same expression. Her expression. Impact arrived first as light. Not sound. Not motion. Light, white, and immediate, as if the two locomotives had struck a place in the dark where the night itself had thinned. Then came metal. Imogen remembered the steering stand rising toward her, Farah's shoulder hitting her chest, the windshield turning to bright grit, and afterward a silence so complete it seemed unreal beside the violence that must have created it. When she opened her eyes, snow was falling through a torn section of roof. She was lying half inside the locomotive and half outside it, one boot buried in ballast, the other caught beneath twisted paneling. The world smelled of diesel, hot brakes, and split pine. Somewhere nearby, a pressure line screamed. Imogen pulled herself free. The two trains had not simply collided. They had become entangled. Locomotives stood jackknifed together like animals that had died in the act of trying to pass through one another. Freight cars lay open along the embankment, some split wide enough to reveal their interiors, others folded into shapes no railway engineer would have recognized. Snow drifted through them all, softening the wreckage without making it gentler. People were climbing out. Farah emerged first from a crushed inspection compartment, bleeding from one temple, one arm held tightly against her ribs. Behind her came Graham Pell. Then Owen Kells, still in his ordinary technician's jacket. Then another Owen wearing the faded engineer's coat from the parallel train. Imogen turned toward the broken freight cars. Malcolm Avery was there, being helped down from a torn doorway by Miriam Pike. Louis Dacre followed them, squinting into the dawn-gray light like a man relearning distance. And behind Malcolm came another Malcolm. Then another Miriam. Then Elise March, still wearing the impossible years on her uniform. No one ran. No one screamed. The survivors stepped out into the snow with the exhausted calm of people arriving at the end of a long shift. Imogen tried to count them and failed. Some wore fresh uniforms from Hallow Creek. Some wore weathered jackets stitched with years they had never lived. Some looked starved, some did not. More than one person carried the same limp. More than one person reached automatically for the same pocket, the same wrist, the same private gesture. Farah stared at them and whispered, "How many of us were there?" No one answered. By mid-morning, the first rescue crews reached the site. Imogen expected disbelief. Instead, she received procedure. Blankets, stretchers, triage tags, photographs, names repeated into recorders. A helicopter beat the air overhead while rail police sealed the line in both directions. The rescuers kept asking simple questions. Name. Position. Time of departure. Last clear memory. That was when the second horror began. Every answer overlapped with another answer. Two Malcolms described the same childhood scar. One Owen remembered a mother's funeral the other had never attended. Elise and her counterpart both knew the coin hidden in the hem of her winter coat. Graham identified an engine fault before the mechanics found it. Farah described a conversation that Imogen had only ever had inside her own head while reviewing the case file. Imogen herself told the rail police that she had altered the original transcript, shortened the radio entry, and concealed earlier reports of impossible signal behavior because stopping the corridor would have exposed her falsified certification review. The officer writing it down stopped after the first sentence. Farah had begun making the same confession from the next stretcher. Then Malcolm, in Imogen's exact phrasing. Then one of the ows. It was not that they were all confessing to the same act. It was worse. They were confessing with her memory of having done it. The investigation lasted 9 days at first, then weeks, then months. Biological testing should have settled the matter. It did not. Blood samples placed the same person in separate cars. Dental records matched where they should have differed and differed where they should have matched. Fingerprints remained distinct, yet habits, speech patterns, and autobiographical memory crossed from body to body as if identity had spilled loose in the collision and settled wherever it pleased. Documents proved nothing. The personnel files recovered from the wreck contained originals, copies, annotations, and records that should never have existed. Handwriting experts found authentic signatures on impossible pages. Audio analysts confirmed that the restored transmission from train 417B was genuine. They also found later recordings in which multiple voices reproduced one another so precisely that sequence could not be determined. Behavior proved less useful still. The railway tried to separate survivors by experience, loyalty, reflex, and intimate knowledge. Each test deepened the contradiction. The people who emerged from the wreckage knew one another too well, and themselves not well enough. In the official report, the collision became an unauthorized switch override during a psychological event affecting the inspection team. The existence of a second train was neither confirmed nor disproved. Imogen read that sentence in a hospital room 3 weeks later while snow moved past the window. Or someone read it who bore her name. By then, there were 14 surviving persons under observation, all from the wreck at Greycap Pass. A rescuer entered with a clipboard, looked from bed to bed, and asked the question in the practical tone of a man trying to finish a form before his shift ended. Which one of you is Imogen Reed? Every surviving person turned toward him and answered together in Imogen's voice. Maybe the true horror here is not imitation, but what imitation exposes. We spend our lives believing identity is private, stable, and owned from within. But how much of a person is only repetition? Habits, records, stories, guilt rehearsed so often they become a second body. Imogen feared the missing train. Yet what finally destroyed her was the truth she had already buried in herself. If a lie is repeated long enough, does it merely conceal who we are? Or does it begin teaching the world how to replace us? What do you think survived that wreck? The originals, the copies, or only the strongest confession? Story 7. Helena Ward had spent 20 years learning that the dead rarely kept the shapes the living expected. Bodies shifted in soil. Coffins collapsed inward. Bones migrated under the pressure of roots and groundwater. Graveyards lied about their boundaries because families lied about where they had buried people, and estates lied because land was worth more when nobody remembered what lay beneath it. So when the ground-penetrating radar showed 237 rectangular voids beneath Blackthorn Castle, Helena did not think of ghosts. She thought of bad records, The castle stood above a fold of Northumberland moorland, black stone against a pale March sky, its western wall dropping almost sheer into a ravine where thorn trees clung to the rock. The locals called those trees Blackthorn, even when some were hawthorn, as if accuracy mattered less than tradition. Helena approved of that less than she admitted. "Nothing on the burial register?" she asked. Dr. Owen Bell, the Heritage Trust's project manager, shook his head. "Nothing below the family crypt. The documented burials stop at 1789. And the radar? 3 levels deeper." He handed her the scan printout. Helena studied the parallel rows of shapes, too regular to be geological, too numerous to be accidental. Someone had planned them. Someone had also made sure they disappeared from every surviving record. She felt the familiar tightening at the base of her throat, the sensation she always mistook for professional curiosity, until it became something harder to name. Blackthorn village lay 2 miles east of the castle. She had been born somewhere in Northumberland, according to the documents she possessed, but the county name had never meant anything personal to her. Her foster mother had called the first 3 years of Helena's life the lost part, with the brisk kindness adults, used when they know a child will eventually stop asking. Helena had stopped asking. Mostly. By late afternoon, the excavation team had cleared the flagstones from a narrow side chapel and exposed a stone stair descending beyond the mapped foundations. The air rising from below was dry and cold, carrying a smell of old timber rather than damp earth. That was the first thing Helena disliked. Underground spaces breathed moisture. Wood kept in crypts swelled, softened, furred with mold. Yet when she ran a gloved finger over the lintel at the bottom of the stairs, the dust came away powder fine. Someone had sealed the place well. The first chamber held 12 coffins. They were plain oak, darkened almost black, each resting on low stone supports. No brass plates. No carved dates. No family crests. Only a thin layer of dust across the lids, untouched except where tiny, pale insects had crossed it. Owen whispered, "Christ." Helena crouched beside the nearest coffin. "Photographs first," she said. The word steadied her. Procedure always did. Measurements. Surface condition. Fastenings. Grain direction. Tool marks. The coffin was handmade but competent, secured by iron nails driven at uneven intervals. The lid showed no sign of having been opened since burial. That should have reassured her. Instead, Helena found herself staring at the timber as if waiting for it to move. They lifted the lid just before dusk. There was no body inside. No bones. No cloth. No coffin furniture. No residue of decomposition. Nothing. The interior was so clean that, for several seconds, Helena wondered whether the coffin had ever contained anyone at all. Then her assistant, Mina Farrow, said, "Dr. Ward?" Helena looked up. Mina was not staring into the coffin. She was staring at the underside of the lid. Helena moved around the trestle and raised her torch. Long scratches scored the inner wood. Not tool marks. Not accidental abrasions. 4 narrow lines ran downward in overlapping arcs, repeated again and again, until splinters had lifted from the grain. Fingernails. Someone had clawed the lid from inside. Owen swore softly. Mina said nothing. Below the scratches, carved with far greater care, was a name. Edith Vale. Helena read it twice. Then a voice behind them said, "That's impossible." At the crypt entrance stood an elderly groundsman Helena had met that morning. His face had gone gray. "Why?" she asked. He swallowed. "Because Edith Vale opened the village shop for me this morning." Helena looked again at the empty coffin. In the cold beam of her torch, one of the scratches still held a crescent of something pale beneath the splintered wood. Something that looked very much like a human fingernail. By morning, Helena had already constructed 3 reasonable explanations for the name inside the coffin. The first was inheritance. Families repeated names. An Edith Vale buried 2 centuries ago could easily have a descendant named after her. The second was reuse. Coffins had occasionally been prepared for people who were never buried in them, though Helena had never seen one bearing evidence quite like the scratches beneath that lid. The third explanation was fraud. That possibility troubled her least. Fraud left fingerprints. Blackthorn village consisted of fewer than 60 buildings gathered around a narrow road descending toward an old stone church. The roofs shone wet beneath a thin morning rain, and blackthorn hedges divided cottages whose walls seemed built from the same dark stone as the castle. Edith Vale's shop stood opposite the church. A brass bell gave a tired little ring when Helena entered. Behind the counter, a woman was arranging tins of tea. Helena stopped. She had expected someone elderly. The woman looked perhaps 45. Her hair was dark, except for one narrow streak of silver above the left temple. Her face was unremarkable in the reassuring way some faces were. Faint lines around the eyes, clear skin, no makeup beyond a trace of color at the lips. She looked up. For less than a second, something changed in her expression. Not recognition. Alarm. Then it vanished. "Can I help you?" "I'm Dr. Helena Ward. I'm working at the castle." Edith's hand stopped above the tea tins. "Ward?" Helena noticed it immediately. "Yes." "Your surname is Ward?" That's usually how introductions work. The joke produced no smile. Edith lowered the tin carefully onto the shelf. "You're not from here." "No." "Family in the county?" Helena disliked personal questions from strangers, particularly when asked with the expectation of a specific answer. "I was born in Northumberland." "Where?" "I don't know." Edith stared at her. Helena heard the refrigerator motor humming at the rear of the shop. Rain tapped against the glass. Somewhere upstairs, a pipe knocked twice inside a wall. "My early records are incomplete," Helena said. "Why?" Edith looked toward the window. No reason. There was almost always a reason when someone said that. Helena placed a photograph on the counter. It showed the inscription beneath the coffin lid. Edith Vale. The color disappeared from Edith's face. Helena watched her pupils widen. This was discovered yesterday beneath Blackthorn Castle. Edith did not touch the photograph. "That isn't me." "I didn't say it was." "You thought it." What I think is that the coffin predates modern construction. We'll establish the timber date. If the inscription belongs to an ancestor, I have no ancestors buried there. The certainty in her voice made Helena look up. None? My family uses the churchyard. Helena glanced through the window toward the church. Then this should be easy to resolve. Edith folded her arms tightly across herself. There's nothing to resolve. Helena had spent enough time interviewing relatives at excavations to recognize resistance. People became territorial around the dead. Bones made abstract family histories suddenly physical. But Edith was not behaving like someone protecting an ancestor. She was behaving like someone avoiding a memory. You look younger than I expected, Helena said. Edith's eyes sharpened. Expected from what? Mr. Bell mentioned you'd been running this shop for decades. My mother ran it before me. The same name? A pause. Yes. Helena nodded as though satisfied. She was not. At the church, the parish register complicated matters further. The current Edith Vale appeared in a baptismal entry dated more than 70 years earlier. Helena checked the handwriting, then the page numbering, then the binding. No obvious insertion. She searched backward. Another Edith Vale appeared almost exactly 50 years before that. Then another. Each entry listed the same cottage address. Each recorded a mother with a different name. The pattern could still be explained. Repeated family naming was hardly supernatural. Then Helena found a photograph tucked inside a memorial booklet. It showed the shop after a winter flood, villagers standing ankle-deep in muddy water beneath a handwritten date from nearly 60 years ago. Among them was a young woman with dark hair and a narrow, pale streak above her left temple. Helena closed the booklet. For the first time since entering the village, she thought about her own missing records. There had been no original birth certificate in the papers given to her foster mother. Only a later registration. No hospital documentation. No photographs before the age of 3. And no explanation for why Helena, as a child, had screamed whenever anyone shut the lid of a wooden toy chest. That evening, rain thickened over Blackthorn. Across the village, Edith Vale went to bed shortly before midnight. She dreamed of darkness pressing against her mouth. She woke screaming. Her hands were clawing at the sheets. Her husband caught her wrists and shouted her name. But Edith could not hear him over another sound, the dry scrape of fingernails against wood. She stumbled to the bedroom window and pressed her palm against the glass. The pain whitened beneath her hand. Not from warmth. From cold. A delicate mist of frost spread outward from her fingertips. And in the lamplight behind her, Edith Vale cast no shadow. Helena returned to the crypt with copies of the parish registers folded inside a waterproof document wallet. She did not tell Owen about the photograph of Edith. Not immediately. Professional caution gave her a respectable excuse. A single image could be misdated. A baptismal record could belong to another woman. Repeated names within isolated communities were common enough that coincidence had to be exhausted before anything stranger was considered. But Helena knew that was not why she kept quiet. She wanted one explanation to survive. By late morning, Mina had cleaned enough dust from the remaining coffins to expose 6 more inscriptions. Alice Mamar, Joseph Herland, Margaret Pike, Stephen Crow, Elsie Fenwick, Robert Dane. Helena photographed each name before opening anything. For now, she forbade the team from removing another lid. She spent the afternoon comparing the names against parish rolls, electoral records, property documents, and the village directory Owen obtained from the council. Every name belonged to someone living in Blackthorn. That alone could still be explained by family repetition. What could not be explained as easily was the pattern. An Alice Marr appeared in a church donation ledger from more than a century earlier, listed as living at the same cottage occupied by the current Alice Marr. A Robert Dane had signed a petition opposing railway construction before the railway itself had been abandoned. Margaret Pike appeared in 3 separate school photographs spanning decades. In each one, she looked approximately the same age. Helena enlarged the images until the faces dissolved into grain. Could be mothers and daughters, Owen said. 3 generations with the same name and face? Small village. That isn't an explanation. It's a possibility. Helena looked at him. Owen had begun avoiding the coffins. She had noticed him lingering near the crypt entrance, finding reasons to check equipment upstairs, leaving Mina to assist with measurements he would normally have supervised himself. "What did people here tell you before we started?" Helena asked. "About what?" "The lower crypt." "Nothing. Nothing at all." His hesitation was small. That made it worse. "People said the castle had old burial chambers," he replied. "Village stories. Nothing useful." Helena closed the laptop. "Useful to whom?" Owen did not answer. Near sunset, she climbed out of the crypt and found the castle groundsman repairing a section of temporary fencing beside the western wall. He introduced himself properly this time. Alistair Fenwick. 68, according to him. His face was deeply lined by weather, his hands heavy and scarred from outdoor work. Helena remembered the name Elsie Fenwick from below, but said nothing about it. Instead, she asked whether Fenwick families had lived in Blackthorn long. "All of us have," he said. "How long?" He pushed wire through a fence post. "Long enough." "Do you know Edith Vale?" The wire stopped moving. "So you went to see her?" "Yes." "You should leave folk alone." I opened a coffin with her name inside it. Alistair finally looked at her. For the first time, Helena understood that what she had taken for hostility in the village might be something more specific. Fear of interference. "Then don't open another," he said. "Why?" He bent back to the fence. "Because empty things aren't always waiting to be filled." Before Helena could ask what that meant, the castle lights went out. The failure spread across the village. By early evening, every window below the hill had gone dark. Owen blamed an old transformer. Helena accompanied him into Blackthorn because the castle's emergency generator had begun failing under the excavation equipment. Edith's shop was still open. Candles stood along the counter. The moment Helena entered, she saw Edith behind the till. "You look ill," Helena said. "I didn't sleep." Edith's voice was hoarse. Her hands were covered by woolen gloves, despite the relative warmth of the shop. Helena glanced toward the wall. A candle burned beside Edith, its flame steady. Shelves cast long shadows. The till cast one. Helena cast one. Edith did not. Helena moved slightly. Her own shadow shifted across the floorboards. Edith's feet stood in warm candlelight with nothing behind them. Edith followed Helena's gaze. "Don't," she whispered. "What happened last night?" "Nothing." "Take off the gloves." Edith backed away. Then the electricity returned. Fluorescent light flooded the shop. The impossible absence vanished beneath brightness too diffuse to prove anything. Helena left without another question. She went directly back to the crypt. Mina had exposed another inscription while she was away. Helena knelt beside the coffin and brushed the final dust from the letters. Alistair Fenwick. Only hours earlier, Helena had shaken that man's hand. Alistair Fenwick refused to enter the crypt. Helena found him the following morning, beside the castle's gatehouse, splitting damp kindling beneath an iron awning while rain worked steadily across the courtyard. When she told him his name was carved inside one of the coffins, the axe stopped halfway through its descent. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then Alistair pulled the blade free. "You opened it?" "Not yet." "Good. You knew it was there." "No. You knew enough to warn me." His jaw tightened. "Close the chamber. I need an explanation. You need to leave." Helena had heard variations of that sentence at excavations involving family graves, disputed remains, and local legends polished by generations of repetition. Ordinarily, resistance strengthened her patience. This time, it irritated her. Edith Vale stopped casting a shadow after I opened the coffin with her name on it. Alistair's face changed. Not disbelief. Recognition. Helena stepped closer. "What happens if I open yours?" His eyes flicked toward the castle. "You already know." That answer decided it. By noon, Owen had formally objected to opening another coffin. Helena documented his objection, photographed the nails, recorded the position of every timber split, and proceeded anyway. Alistair's coffin was as empty as Edith's. The underside of its lid was not. Scratches covered almost the entire surface. They were deeper than those in Edith's coffin, some gouged through the darkened surface into pale oak beneath. Near the center, several marks crossed one another so violently that Helena could reconstruct the movement, hands reaching upward, slipping, trying again. She touched none of them. Mina whispered, "How long would someone have to be alive in there to do this?" Helena did not answer. At the far end of the lid, beneath Alistair's carved name, someone had cut a series of short vertical lines. 23. Not decoration. A count. That night, Alistair Fenwick woke his wife by falling out of bed. He had been dreaming of soil. Not being beneath it. Feeling it added, one shovelful at a time. He crawled across the bedroom carpet before realizing there was nothing above him except darkness and ceiling plaster. His wife switched on the bedside lamp and found him pressing both hands to his chest. "Cold," he said. She touched his forehead, then jerked her fingers away. His skin felt like stone left outside through winter. By morning, Helena knew. Alistair did not tell her. His wife did. She arrived at the castle, pale and furious, demanding Helena stop whatever she was doing beneath the chapel. "He hasn't been warm since 3 this morning." Helena felt the room narrow around the sentence. "Has he seen a doctor?" "He won't go." "Why?" The woman stared at her. "Because this happened before." Helena went still. "When?" But Alistair's wife seemed to realize she had said too much. She left without answering. Helena spent the afternoon in the county archive. This time she stopped searching names and began searching faces. Blackthorn's surviving photographs were scarce before the 20th century. But the estate had preserved hunting, portraits, harvest gatherings, parish celebrations, and occasional formal photographs of tenants standing before the castle. The dates made no sense. Robert Dane appeared in an image taken 78 years earlier. Margaret Pike stood beside a schoolmaster who had died before Helena was born. Alistair Fenwick appeared repeatedly across half a century, sometimes labeled as father, sometimes son, while his face changed almost imperceptibly. Helena began arranging photographs across the reading table. Same cheekbones, same ears, same scars. The villagers were not merely repeating names. They were repeating themselves. She returned to Edith. An archivist brought out a box of glass plate reproductions from Blackthorn estate records, apologizing for their poor cataloging. Helena turned them over one by one. She found the shop. Different sign. Same doorway. A handwritten note identified the photograph as having been taken in the final decades of the 19th century. 6 villagers stood outside. Helena lifted the magnifier. The woman nearest the door had dark hair, a narrow pale streak above her left temple, and the same composed expression Helena had seen across the counter that morning. Edith Vale. Not an ancestor who resembled her. Edith. And beside her, almost hidden by damage along the photograph's edge, stood a small girl whose face had been scratched away. Underneath, in faded handwriting, someone had written, "Little Helena Ward." Helena did not show the photograph to anyone. She scanned it, enlarged it, photographed the handwriting beneath the damaged image, and then spent 20 minutes trying to convince herself that the name meant nothing. Helena Ward was not rare enough to prove anything. The girl's face had been destroyed. The photograph could have been mislabeled. The ink could have been added decades later. Each explanation was individually plausible. Together they sounded like pleading. By the time she returned to Blackthorn, word had spread that another coffin had been opened. No one greeted her. The shop door closed when she approached. A man outside the post office turned his back. 2 women standing beside the church gate stopped speaking until Helena had passed. Even Owen noticed. "They want us gone. They wanted us gone before. Not like this." Helena looked toward the castle above the village. Blackthorn seemed darker in daylight now, its towers pressed against low cloud. "We're not leaving." Owen stared at her. "For the archaeology?" She did not answer. The churchyard gave her something easier to think about. Rows of old stones filled the slope behind St. Bartholomew's. Names from the coffin chamber appeared everywhere: Vale, Fenwick, Dane, Marr, Pike, Crow. There should have been generations of bodies beneath them. There were not. Helena confirmed it, using a portable resistivity meter borrowed from the excavation. The first survey showed intact soil. The second showed the same. She expanded the grid. No grave cuts. No collapsed coffins. No disturbed burial shafts. Only shallow foundations beneath memorial stones and, in a few places, small deposits consistent with cremated remains from recent decades. The older graves were empty. Almost all of them. Mina crouched beside a leaning headstone marked Robert Dane. This says 1841. I know. And there's nobody underneath. I know. So, what are the stones for? Helena looked toward the village. For everyone else. That evening, someone threw a dead rook onto the castle steps. A strip of paper had been tied around one leg. Closed what you opened. Owen wanted to contact the police. Helena placed the note in an evidence sleeve. Local intimidation. Someone killed an animal. It may already have been dead. That's your answer to everything now. She looked at him. What would you prefer? The truth. The word irritated her more than it should have. After midnight, Helena remained in the chapel alone. The excavation lamps had been switched off to protect the lower chamber from unnecessary heat. Only one battery lantern burned beside her laptop. She was comparing scratch patterns. Edith's coffin. Alistair's. 3 unopened lids photographed in situ. The marks should have belonged to different people, made at different times, under different conditions. Instead, certain movements repeated. 4 fingers dragging downward. Thumb twisting sideways. A frantic cluster near the head. Then she heard scratching beneath the floor. Helena stopped typing. Silence. A few seconds later. Scrape. Pause. Scrape, scrape. It came from below. Not from the crypt chamber they had opened. Deeper. She took the lantern and descended. The cold strengthened with every step. At the first coffin, Helena rested her hand against the oak. The world vanished. Darkness pressed against her face. No room. No air. Her knees were bent because there was nowhere to straighten them. Something rough touched the bridge of her nose. Her mouth opened, but the breath she pulled in was already warm and used. Helena tore her hand away. She was standing in the crypt again. Her heart hammered so violently that the lantern trembled. She stared at the coffin. Memory, she thought. Suggestion. Panic. Anything but recognition. Then she touched another lid. Soil struck wood above her. One shovelful. Another. She screamed and jerked back. Her fingertips burned. Not metaphorically. They hurt. Helena raised her hands. The nails were intact. But the pain remained beneath them. Raw pressure, torn skin, splinters, forced backward where nail met flesh. She followed the sensation to a coffin farther along the wall. Its lid had not yet been cleaned. Helena wiped away the dust. Scratches appeared beneath her torchlight. She had never seen them before. Yet before she examined their direction, before she counted the grooves, she knew exactly where the deepest one would turn sideways. She knew where the nail would split. She knew which finger had broken first. Helena pressed her thumb against the scarred wood. Pain flashed through the same fingertip. And for the first time in her life, she remembered what it felt like to scratch from inside a coffin. The memory lasted less than a second. That was long enough. Helena stumbled backward from the coffin and struck the opposite wall hard enough to knock dust from the mortar. Her fingertips continued to burn, each nail carrying the phantom pressure of wood packed beneath it. She looked at the scratches again. The deepest groove bent sharply to the left. She had known it would. Not guessed. Known. Helena left the chamber without touching another coffin. At dawn, she returned with Mina. There was a section of floor beneath the eastern row that had bothered Helena since the first survey. The flagstones there sounded different when struck, less solid, their echo carrying downward instead of sideways. "Get Owen?" Mina said. "No." "Helena, get the pry bars." Mina watched her for a moment, then obeyed. The third stone concealed an iron ring. Beneath it was a narrow stair. No radar scan had shown it. Someone had lined the shaft with lead. The steps descended steeply enough that Helena had to turn sideways in places. Blackthorn roots penetrated between the stones, thin white threads twisting through mortar before disappearing into darkness. The air changed halfway down. Not colder. Older. It smelled of dry oak, dust, and something faintly sweet beneath both. Rot without decay. At the bottom stood a small wooden door reinforced with black iron. A branch had been carved across it. Blackthorn. 5 sharp thorns surrounded a circle resembling an open mouth. Mina whispered, "This wasn't built as part of the castle." Helena ran her torch over the stonework. No. The masonry predated the foundations above by centuries. The door had no lock. Only a wooden latch. Helena lifted it. The chamber beyond was much larger than expected. Hundreds of coffins filled it. Unlike those above, they were not arranged in orderly rows. They formed clusters, each group radiating from a larger central coffin toward progressively smaller ones. Family trees. Not metaphorically. Bloodlines built from boxes. Some adult-sized coffins stood at the center of clusters. Beside them were narrower ones. Then smaller. Children. Infants. Mina stopped at the threshold. Oh, God. Helena moved forward. Names covered every lid. Val. Fenwick. Dane. Peak. Myar. Entire genealogies reduced to oak. Dates were rare. Instead, symbols repeated beside names, branches, circles, thorns, sometimes a single vertical cut. Helena understood something then that chilled her more than any corpse could have. These coffins had not been made after people died. They had been waiting for them. A small object lay beside one child-sized coffin. Helena crouched. A wooden horse. Its red paint had almost entirely flaked away. One wheel was missing. She did not touch it. She knew the roughness of its mane beneath her thumb. Knew that the missing wheel had once been replaced with a button. Knew she had called it Rowan. Helena closed her eyes. Nothing came. No room. No parent. No childhood voice. Only certainty. This was mine, she said. Mina was several steps behind her. How could you possibly know that? Helena pointed toward another object. A tiny blue woolen mitten. Then a brass hair clip shaped like a crescent. Then a cracked china cup painted with 3 yellow birds. Each recognition arrived without memory. My foster mother said I came to her with nothing. Her voice sounded wrong in the chamber. Too small. Helena moved deeper. The coffins became older. Oak gave way to elm, then rough boards darkened almost to charcoal. Iron nails became wooden pegs. Some lids were bowed from age, but none had collapsed. She began to notice scratches. Every coffin had them. Not outside. Inside. Evidence of panic preserved for centuries beneath people who still walked the village roads. Helena's breathing shortened. At the far end of the chamber, blackthorn roots descended through the ceiling in a dense curtain. Behind them stood one final coffin. It was smaller than the rest. A child's coffin. The timber looked almost petrified, black and polished by age. No family clusters surrounded it. No descendants branched outward. It stood alone. Helena pushed the roots aside. Something in her chest began pounding before she saw the inscription. She raised the torch. The letters had been carved deeply enough that the blade marks remained visible. Not a surname repeated through generations. Not an ancestor. Not a coincidence. 2 words. Helena Ward. Helena did not open the coffin immediately. That frightened her more than the name. For 20 years, sealed spaces had been invitations. Tombs, collapsed chambers, forgotten ossuaries. Her instinct was always to document, examine, understand. Now every part of her body wanted distance. Mina stood behind her among the roots. Helena? There may be records inside. You don't know that. No. But she did. The same impossible certainty that had named the wooden horse seemed to sit beneath her ribs. Helena photographed the lid before removing the wooden pegs. Her hands trembled only once. The coffin opened without resistance. It was empty. The inside was lined with faded linen, brown with age, but strangely intact. Scratches covered the lid above, where a child's face would have been. Beside the headrest lay a narrow tin box. Helena lifted it out. Inside were folded papers, a silver baptism medal, a lock of dark hair tied with thread, and a photograph. The girl in the photograph was perhaps 3. Her face had not been scratched away. Helena recognized herself immediately. Not resemblance. Herself. The same wide-set eyes. The slight asymmetry of the mouth. Even the small notch in the left eyebrow, Helena had always assumed came from some forgotten childhood fall. On the back, written in faded ink, Helena Ward, before first burial. Mina made a sound behind her. Helena unfolded the first document. The handwriting was cramped, hurried. It described a fever. A child who stopped breathing shortly after sunset. No doctor had been summoned. No priest. Instead, Helena's parents had carried her beneath Blackthorn Castle, where witnesses from the Ward, Vale, and Fenwick families placed her inside the coffin and closed the lid. Helena read the sentence twice. Then a third time. "She died," Mina whispered. Helena continued. The document did not call it death. It called it the keeping. The child was to remain underground until the bells of St. Bartholomew's sounded at dawn. No coffin was to be opened earlier, regardless of noise from within. Helena's throat tightened. Scratching. She looked at the underside of the lid. Small hands had torn at it. The record continued. At dawn, the coffin had been opened. Helena Ward was alive. Cold. Breathing. Unable to speak for nearly 2 days. There was another sheet. Her mother's handwriting. Helena knew that too, although she had never seen it before. "We cannot do this to her again." The sentence blurred. She blinked until it sharpened. Her mother wrote that the village elders had warned them resurrection would not be permanent. Helena would die again, as every descendant of Blackthorn died again, and each time she would need to be returned to the family coffin. Each burial would remove the memory of the death. Each awakening would restore the body. Distance, her mother believed, might interrupt the cycle. So they fled. They drove Helena south before dawn, 2 weeks after her resurrection. Her father falsified documents. A cousin arranged temporary lodging. When villagers came searching, the family split apart. Helena had eventually been placed with strangers under records designed to make Blackthorn impossible to trace. Her parents did not abandon her. They erased themselves from her life to hide her. Helena lowered the papers. For decades, she had treated those missing years as an administrative wound, an absence that irritated her precisely because it could not be verified. Now the absence had shape. A coffin. A mother choosing to become forgotten. A child waking underground. Mina whispered, "If they saved you, why didn't they stay with you?" Helena found the final note. Only one line. She has already died twice. If Blackthorn finds her, there will be a third. Something beneath Helena's left index fingernail began to ache. She stared at it. A thin white scar crossed the skin where nail met flesh. She had had it for as long as she remembered. Helena raised the coffin lid. Among the child-sized scratches was one especially deep gouge, angled sharply sideways. She placed her finger beneath it. The scar fitted the splintered line exactly. And Helena remembered the moment her fingernail tore away. The pain beneath Helena's fingernail faded, but the memory did not. For several minutes, she sat beside the open coffin, with her left hand clenched against her chest, afraid that relaxing it might bring back the sensation of splintered wood sliding beneath the nail. Mina had moved away. Not far. Far enough. Helena understood. There was something indecent about standing too close to a person while they discovered proof of their own death. She returned to the tin box. Beneath her mother's papers lay several sheets older than everything else, folded around a strip of blackened leather. The writing was difficult to read, not because the ink had faded, but because the language belonged to another century. Names repeated. Vale, Fenwick, Dane, Ward, not as families, as witnesses. The earliest account described a winter of failed harvests, sickness, and livestock found drained in fields beneath the castle. Then came the name, Lord Corvin Blackthorn. The records called him master of the castle, though Helena found no mention of him in any history she had studied. According to the account, Corvin did not age. He appeared after sunset, kept no servants who survived longer than a season, and demanded tribute from the village. At first, that tribute had been blood. One person from every household. Every winter. The villagers resisted only when too few children remained to replace the adults being taken. Then Corvin offered another arrangement. Mina read over Helena's shoulder. A death may nourish where blood alone is insufficient. Helena continued. The bargain was horrifying in its precision. Blackthorn's descendants would belong to Death, but Death would not be allowed to keep them. Whenever one died, from fever, age, accident, childbirth, violence, they were to be placed inside a coffin prepared beneath the castle. Their death would remain there. The body would rise again, unaged, unchanged. The memory of dying would stay behind in the wood. In return, Corvin would take nourishment not from their blood, but from the accumulated mortal endings stored beneath his house. He fed on death, Mina whispered. Helena shook her head slowly. On the separation from it. That was worse. The villagers did not become immortal because they could not die. They became immortal because every death was taken away from them. Each coffin was a container. Each scratch a memory the resurrected person no longer possessed. Helena looked around the chamber differently now. Hundreds of coffins. Hundreds of erased endings. Some people had died once. Some dozens of times. Perhaps more. No wonder the village had no graves. The monuments above ground marked deaths no one was permitted to remember. A later document described Corvin's destruction during a fire at the castle. His body had never been found. The bargain, however, continued. The coffins no longer needed him. Whatever had been established beneath Blackthorn had become self-sustaining. Helena thought of Edith's frozen hand. Alistair falling from bed. What happened when I opened their coffins? She searched until she found the answer. A warning had been written in a different hand. That which is sealed must remain divided from the bearer. If opened, what was given returns by degrees. Helena felt cold despite her coat. Opening a coffin did not curse its namesake. It returned something. Not the full memory. Not yet. A fragment of mortality. cold skin, the absence of shadow, dreams of burial, the body remembering what the mind had surrendered. "And me?" Helena said. Mina looked toward the child's coffin. Helena already knew. Her coffin had been opened before, at dawn after her first burial, again after her second death. Her parents had taken her away before Blackthorn could claim a third. That was why she had aged. Slowly, normally, imperfectly. Distance had not broken the bargain. It had merely kept her from returning to the coffin that preserved it. A sound moved through the chamber. Scratching. Not from one coffin. From many. Helena turned. The noise passed through the room like rain across dry branches. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. The closed coffins were answering the open ones. Mina backed toward the stairs. We should go. But Helena was staring at Edith Vale's family cluster. At the scratches beneath every lid. At generations of terror separated from the people who had suffered it. She finally understood why the villagers wanted the crypt closed. They were not afraid of dying. They were afraid of remembering that they already had. Again and again. The coffins had never been waiting for bodies. They were waiting for the living to remember being inside them. Helena left the lowest crypt carrying 3 things. Her mother's letter. The photograph of herself before first burial. And the certainty that Blackthorn had survived for centuries by calling for getting a mercy. By midday, the excavation had stopped. She ordered Mina and Owen to clear the chapel, then locked the lower stair behind them. Owen watched her drag a steel equipment cabinet across the entrance. This isn't conservation. No. You can't just seal an archaeological site because you've decided the people here are dangerous. I'm sealing it because they've spent generations feeding themselves to it. Owen stared at her. Helena did not explain further. There was no language that would make the truth sound reasonable. Instead, she called the Heritage Trust and reported structural instability. That lie came easily. Too easily. By afternoon, temporary braces had been installed across the chapel access. Helena ordered mortar delivered from the maintenance shed and used the castle's emergency supplies to block the hidden stair beneath the eastern floor. Mina helped without argument. The first villagers arrived before sunset. Edith Vale stood at the front. Her face looked older. Not dramatically. A few additional lines around the mouth. Gray at the roots of her hair. Something loosened beneath the skin that Helena had not noticed before. Alistair Fenwick stood beside her, with both hands tucked beneath his arms. Neither cast a clear shadow in the failing light. "You opened too much," Edith said. Helena stepped between them and the chapel door. "I'm closing it." "You don't understand." "I understand perfectly." "No." Edith's voice cracked. "You understand the bargain. You don't understand the cost of ending it." Helena thought of the scratches inside the child's coffin. "I know the cost of keeping it." She shut the door. At dusk, Helena sealed the final gap in the lower stair. The effect was immediate. A sound rose through the floor. Not scratching, breathing. hundreds of breaths drawn at once. Then screaming began in the village. Helena ran outside. The first person she saw was Robert Dane, kneeling in the road, with both hands around his throat. "I drowned," he gasped. No water was near him. Across the square, Margaret Pike had collapsed against the church wall. "Not again," she kept saying. Not the fever again. A man Helena did not know struck his head against a stone trough while shouting that the horse had crushed his chest. Edith emerged from the shop screaming. She tore off her gloves. Her fingers had become wax pale. "I remember the nails," she said, her eyes fixed on Helena. "I remember every nail." The village seemed to come apart around them. People staggered from houses, clutching old wounds that no longer existed. One woman screamed through the memory of childbirth, then fire, then falling through ice. An elderly-looking man began laughing until he vomited, repeating, "They hanged me twice." Children cried because their parents had forgotten their names between remembered deaths. The memories were not arriving in order. They came all at once. Centuries forced into living minds. Burial. Suffocation. Darkness. The first impossible breath after death. Again. 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 Helena felt it too. Her knees struck the courtyard stones. A fever. Her mother, crying. The inside of the coffin above her face. Then another death. She was older. Water filling her mouth. Hands dragging her from a stream. Darkness again. Wood. Scratching. Her father whispering through the lid that she had to be quiet. Then waking, Helena pressed her palms against the ground. She had died twice before Blackthorn lost her. The knowledge was no longer written in a document. It was hers. That was the cruelty. The Coffins had not stolen pain. They had postponed it. Blackthorn had spent centuries accumulating an unbearable debt. Now every payment had come due at once. By full dark, villagers were climbing the road toward the castle. Dozens at first. Then more. Some barefoot. Some bleeding from injuries they had inflicted while reliving deaths their bodies no longer carried. Owen saw them from the gatehouse. "We need police." Helena knew police would make no difference. The villagers were not coming as a mob seeking revenge. They were crying, begging. Edith reached the gate first. She fell to her knees in the mud. "Please." Behind her, Alistair was sobbing openly. Others gathered around them, repeating the same words. Helena stepped closer. Edith seized the front of her coat. "Open it." "No." "Please, Helena. You'll only forget again." "Yes." The answer came without hesitation. That frightened Helena more than anything below the castle. Edith looked up at her with centuries of remembered death inside her eyes. "We know." Behind her, the villagers began crying out together. Not for freedom. Not for rescue. Not even for immortality. They begged Helena to open the crypt. They begged her to close the lids. They begged her to bury them again. The first gate gave way under weight, not violence. There were too many villagers pressed against it, too many hands gripping iron, too many voices begging for the same thing. Helena retreated into the chapel. Mina had already left through the Eastern Service Road. Owen remained near the nave, pale and useless, holding a pry bar as if it might somehow restore the ordinary laws of the world. Outside, Edith shouted Helena's name. Not angrily. Desperately. Helena placed both hands against the barricade, covering the lower stair. No. The words sounded childish. The memories were still coming. Her first death arrived in pieces. Fever, her mother's wet face, the smell of wool blankets, then the impossible compression of the coffin around her shoulders. Her second death was worse, because she had been old enough to understand it. Water. A winter stream. The terrible calm after struggling stopped. Then hands. Darkness. Wood above her. Her father whispering that she would wake again. Helena squeezed her eyes shut. She had built an entire life around the belief that evidence could protect her from uncertainty. Bones were honest. Soil was honest. Scars were honest. Memory was unreliable. Now memory was the only evidence that mattered. The chapel doors burst inward. Villagers entered crying. No one attacked Helena. They moved past her toward the blocked stair. Robert Dane clawed at the steel cabinet. Margaret Pike tore stones from the fresh mortar with bleeding fingers. Alistair Fenwick used an iron candlestick as a hammer. Owen raised the pry bar. Helena stopped him. Don't. He looked at her as though she had betrayed him. You sealed it. I know. The barricade collapsed. Cold air rose from below. The villagers descended. Helena followed. She told herself she was going to stop them. By the time she reached the lowest crypt, the first coffin had already been opened. Edith Vale climbed inside. She lay down without hesitation. Her face was wet with tears. Close it. Alistair stood above her, shaking. Edith reached up and touched his wrist. Please. He lowered the lid. The instant the wood settled into place, Edith stopped crying. The scratches beneath the lid fell silent. Across the chamber, others began finding their names. Families helped one another. Husbands lowered wives into darkness. Children guided parents toward coffins prepared generations before their births. People who had spent centuries forgetting death now surrendered themselves willingly to the machinery that had erased it. Helena moved among them, shouting that the memories would return someday. No one listened. Perhaps they had always known. Perhaps that was why Blackthorn had survived. Not because immortality was irresistible. Because remembering every death at once was worse. One by one, the lids closed. The chamber grew quiet. Helena reached her own coffin last. It stood beneath the curtain of roots. Open. Waiting. Her photograph remained inside. Helena stared at the child she had been. Then another memory came. Not death. Her mother carrying her from the castle. Her father driving through darkness. A whispered promise from the front seat. you will get to become someone else. Helena had, for almost 40 years. She had become Dr. Helena Ward. Scientist. Skeptic. Woman of evidence. But beneath those titles was something Blackthorn had made long before she learned to pronounce archaeology. A child who had died. A child who had returned. A thing that had mistaken forgetting for survival. Helena placed one hand on the coffin rim. The old instinct rose immediately. Lie down. Close the lid. Let the pain go somewhere else. Her knees almost bent. Instead, she stepped backward. No. The word was barely audible. Behind her, every other coffin was closed. Helena climbed out of the crypt alone. At dawn, Owen found the village empty. Beds unmade. Doors open. Food cooling on tables. Beneath the castle, every coffin that bore a living name now contained a body. None showed decay. Each face looked peaceful. Helena's coffin remained open. Owen searched for her until he reached the western ridge. There, among the blackthorn trees, Helena stood facing the castle. She did not move when he called. Her skin had lost its warmth. The early light stretched shadows from every thorn, every stone, every branch. But none from her. Owen stopped several yards away. Helena looked at him. Her expression was calm, almost pleading. Behind her, the castle waited above hundreds of sealed deaths. And Helena Ward stood among the blackthorn trees, motionless, waiting for someone strong enough to force her back inside. Blackthorn's horror was never simply immortality. It was the price of surviving without carrying the memory of what survival cost. The villagers believed the coffins preserved them, but the coffins preserved something else. Every death they refused to own. Helena escaped that bargain long enough to build a life around evidence, only to discover that the most important evidence had been hidden inside herself. Perhaps forgetting pain can feel like freedom for a while. But what happens when everything we bury remembers us? And if remembering becomes unbearable, how much of ourselves would we willingly surrender just to forget again? My dear friends, we've now reached the end of tonight's stories. Thank you for spending this part of your night with me. I hope these tales were a good match for what you enjoy listening to, and gave you the kind of atmosphere you came to Chilly Midnight for. Before we part, I'd love to hear what you thought. Did tonight's stories work for you? Would you like to hear more stories like these in the future? And if you have a friend or family member who might enjoy them too, I'd truly appreciate it if you shared this collection with them. Thank you for staying with me until the end. Now, get comfortable. Let the day fade away and allow yourself to rest. Good night, my dear friends. Sleep peacefully, dream softly, and I'll see you again next time.